Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart so slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, guys, here we go. Welcome to our live. I know it's been a while, so hope you guys are having a good new year and everything so far for 2026. Anyways, I know I haven't done a live in a couple of weeks at least and stuff like that, but I said I was going to do one today, and I wanted to keep my promise to that. So if you guys haven't hit the share for Jack and Lily, please do so. Jack and Lily, of course, have been missing since May 2nd of 2025. And crazy to think that we're at the 8.5-month mark already for Jack and Lily. So, and thanks for everyone that has said that they've missed me and stuff like that. I do appreciate that. And so, I think at the start of this live, I'm going to take a time just to reflect a little bit here. So, of course, like other content creators, whenever you see a case that just grabs at your heartstrings, and in this case for all of you guys, Jack and Lily's case has grabbed at our heartstrings, and so I always do everything from my heart. I always follow my gut instinct and just, I go to the beat of my own drum and nobody else's. And so obviously, during near the beginning of this, I think sometimes people need to realize again why we are here. And it's for Jack and Lily. It's not for chaos. It's not for drama. It's about because you care about answers for Jack and Lily. It's not about arguing, right? Not about trying to, of course, take away from other content creators or people and stuff like that. Even everyone is entitled to their own opinions, and they're entitled to do whatever they want on their channels. I try to stay clear of the drama side of things. My focus is kind of straight down that road of answers for Jack and Lily. That's what I care about. During that time, in the first couple weeks there, Belinda Gray was kind enough to reach back out to me, and then we've developed a relationship ever since then. We haven't spoken as much lately, mostly due to the fact of she does have a lot going on. Everyone has a lot going on. I have a lot going on, in my personal as well. So I got to take always care of that first and foremost. I've needed a break because I have other things that I need to take care of, just things, right? Personal things. And so, yeah, I've been needing to rest and take it easy, but I still follow true crime, of course. Doesn't mean I don't. I do, even if I'm not doing lives. So, of course, I want to, again, Belinda, she means everything to me. She is a wonderful lady. No matter how anyone ever feels, I don't care. For me personally, Belinda has been fighting for answers for Jack and Lily. Now, people might not agree with some of the things, and it doesn't really matter. It's called free will. Belinda has a right to do whatever she wants. in her quest to find answers for Jack and Lily, as does any other family member. Another important person is Haley Ferdinand. Me and her have developed a nice relationship since about July, I want to say, and all I know is regardless, during mine and Haley's conversations as well, she's done nothing but want to find out the truth of answers for Jack and Lily. There's other people. I still want to thank every family member out there that has ever spoken to this channel or speaks out for Jack and Lily, whether it be truthful or not truthful, or or uh, well, different things, and that includes Darin Geddes, because again, if it wasn't for family speaking out, right, we would have been sitting with basically nothing, ducks. And so I've been very appreciative of that. Is Haley Malaya's brother's sister. So, well, so to get this straight. So Haley and Hayden have the same dad, but Hayden's mom is Cindy. And Malaya her dad's name is Henry Joseph Brooks. And so it's kind of like step, whatever. step. I don't know. However you want to say it. I figure that out yourselves on there. But that's Haley and Hayden have the same dad, but different moms. Malaya and Hayden have, I guess, the same mom, different dads. No. Yeah. Anyways, I know it gets quite confusing on that. And so Cindy was with Haley and Hayden's dad for 13 years and has been with Wade Paris for about 5 or 6 years now. So just for a little bit of clarity on that, if it was getting twisted, because even I got it twisted myself. I thought I remember Haley saying something else, and then someone on Ninchi's channel said no, and then I went back to Haley and I was like, I got this wrong. I thought you and Hayden have the same mom and dad, but it was no. Then she corrected me, so that other person was correct. That's another thing, right? So obviously recently, you guys, okay, actually, before I go back to that, Charmaine, I love you, girl. No, me and Charmaine are just fine. For anyone, if anyone thinks that me and Charmaine are at odds or anything, no, me and Charmaine are strong. We're tight. We're good. We might have our differences in our thoughts and stuff like that, just like, as well with Kent and other people, and even with the creator group and stuff that we're in, with Justin Shanann and Daff and, Melissa and stuff like that. But, we're there for the right reasons. I can only speak for myself, of course, but to me, I try to surround myself with good people. Now during that time, obviously, we've watched get myself get thrown underneath the bus in a sense, or whatever, or perhaps maybe I threw Haley underneath the bus, because you guys know that I had talked to Haley. I had given the Drunk Turkey Show some voice clips, I think 7 of them, and of course he leaked those. Now in all fairness, Lana and her group, Lindsay and Wolfie, were in a group, and Lana had shared the Durwood conversation. So back 6 or 7 months ago, Lana had asked me for these, okay, so to send off to the RCMP. So within that, I shared it, and what I thought was odd was that she had included Cheryl Christine to receive them as well. But anyway, so I really can't throw too much shade there, because I know that Lana was sharing it as she apologized multiple times over to me, which, you see, I didn't care that it made it out there, because I realized when I shared it in the first place with Lana, I had the risk of it getting shared with other people. So I knew that. So I wasn't upset that that came out at all. I was upset about the fact of how people will do things. So, for instance, when I had shared clips with the Drunk Turkey show, right? Um, and then he had put those out there recently because he was the only person that could have done that. And so he did, obviously. Um, I'm sure it was for different reasons than being caring about Sunny on when he did that. But it was the fact that I still was the person, which I have acknowledged, that I was the one that shared it. Now, the difference to me is that this, per, granted, you know, you're trying to do things for the right reasons. I will always do everything for the right reasons. Never because I'm trying to pay somebody back or go on the attack and go, hey, well, let me show you all these clips that this person has and stuff like that, which is what I felt like DT did to me with those clips. Now, so when I shared those clips and all the other information that I could, when I asked him to look into Jack and Lily's case, because me and Charmaine had done a live, DT had joined us. And then, like I said, we went on his live or whatever. I can't remember if Charmaine was with us or not. But anyways, but then he played a piece of a clip of Haley's, which it was a private one. And he knew that. And then he shared this piece of something that was about with Brad Wong, where I said something about like not the brightest bulb. Now, in reference to that, I remember exactly. Now he tried to say it was something different. So this is what I'm talking about. It's being underhanded. I told Haley, once I heard DT play that clip, I scrolled all the way back to our conversation to see that I had sent him those months back. I didn't remember I had up until I heard him play a piece of a clip a few months ago. And then right underneath of it, it clearly said, this is a private conversation between me and Haley, right? It wasn't to be shared. But he shared a piece of that. And then he tried to backpedal and say, well, I just played like a little piece. I didn't play whatever. But obviously, we know that he's released the other ones as well. Again, right? But I went back to Haley and I said, Haley, look, I had sent these to DT. I acknowledge the fact that I did this. If you're going to be mad at me, and block me and whatever, I accept that because I was doing it for the sake of the good reasons. But in saying that, I still shared a few of those clips. Okay. And so again, I take responsibility. And I have no problem. So just kind of like with the Darin thing as well. Like I said, I shared it with Lana and then she had put Cheryl in there as well. So I knew it had to be one of those two that definitely had to have released that conversation. Again, not upset that it made it out there. Big deal. Whatever. Durwood has spoken a lot, talked a lot, said a lot of things. A lot of those things are in there. Conversations with Darin that I knew full well I was recording those conversations with him. Because do you think I'm going to remember everything that's going to come out of somebody's mouth typically? Absolutely not. And if somebody's willing to talk, you're going to give them a platform to talk. And that includes back when Darin was calling me a couple times or a few times and then on the lives. If he was willing to talk and say stuff, who was I to stop him from talking? Right? We're looking for answers for Jack and Lily, whatever he wants to say. I'm not going to sit there and try to be argumentative with him and stuff like that because we're just looking for people to talk and say whatever they want to, even if I don't agree with it. But, you're not going to catch, the saying that you catch more bees with honey than you do with vinegar, but so again, but the thing is that, so Wolfie, okay. So Wolfie, you guys know, is in many chats, and I'm just calling a spade here. So Wolfie was the one that released the Darin Gettys. So he was in the conversation with Lana, Lindsay, and Wolfie. Lana's the one that shared. And then Wolfie said that he accidentally, I just accidentally shared the conversation. And then he went on the attack on me and told me that it wasn't his fault. It was my fault. And I need to take accountability. It was like the craziest shit getting spun back on you when somebody says, we don't need more drama and this and that. But you shared the damn clip, Wolfie. Right? So, of course, I did what any sunny person would do. And I blocked his ass. I don't need to hear someone lie to me. If he would have just simply admitted that he put it out there, I would have been, oh, well, it is what it is. But it's when people boldface lie to me and I know that they're freaking lying to me and you're not being truthful or accountable for what you've done, then kiss every part of my ass that's possible. And then I want nothing to do with you again. So, Wolfie, I want nothing to do with you again. You put your hands into everything. You are no different than a Cindy Beaver or a Lori McNutt. All you guys do, it's like the fucking Looney Tunes out there of the case that go out there and their hands are with everyone. They're backstabbing you. They're giving private information every which way. That's why I stayed away from you, Wolfie. Okay? But be accountable, right? Don't send me this freaking ass sobbing thing. I'm sorry, forgive me. No, I don't forgive you because I would have overlooked it, no problem, if you would have told me the truth. But you didn't. You said that you mistakenly put out these clips. Kiss my butt. Okay, everyone knows you don't just mistakenly, obviously, put out a freaking voice audio clip. So guess what? There's 2 audio clips. And tomorrow I will probably play you the second audio clip that obviously I did share it, but I guess that one didn't get out there. That one's about an hour long. And this one was 31 minutes. Now, some people ask me, Sonny, can you, play this? And so I will put that first audio out as by itself with no interruptions of people talking over it and stuff like that. Right. And take it with what you want. If it helps give you any more insight or not insight, totally up to you. All I know is for me personally, I'm not into the drama crap of it. I appreciate all the people that have cared about this channel, cared about me personally, Shannon, Rhonda, and those are 2 people that message me all the time on my messenger, by the way. So I want to give shout outs to them. Not that I'm trying to take away from anybody else. And Melissa and Charmaine, 2 of my greatest friends that I trust with my heart, and so I want to take time to appreciate those people for sure. My friends, the ones that aren't in it to try to backstab me and stuff like that, that were in it for the right reason. So that's why I'm saying I'm not into the drama and the chaos and the BS going on. If someone likes the PI or doesn't like the PI or likes the lawyer, doesn't like the lawyer, or Brad Turners of the world and all these people, I don't care. Those people have no impact on my life personally. Whatever they do. I just do Sonny and I just do me, and that stuff. All that's what I call side noise to me, is that it doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that as a whole, that we try to remember why we're here in the first place. And it's about Jack and Lily. And I refuse to get lost in the muck of Jack and Lily, because I'm like a straight line kind of thinker that way. I try to look at every avenue of what happened to Jack and Lily. But for me personally, as you guys know, I'm still going to believe nothing's taking me away from Occam's razor, that the straightest line to the truth belongs with those 3 people on the property of May 2nd that know the truth. And it's just a matter of RCMP, obviously having to find the answers, the truth, the evidence, the prosecutable evidence to what happened to Jack and Lily. So I'm not oblivious to that. I did send in the audio clips for Durwood because I was under the belief that maybe those didn't make it to the RCMP. So I sent all of Janie's 2 hours and 37 minutes and then the 2 Durwood conversations. And I just basically said, prayers for Jack and Lily. If you need my assistance, here's my number. Text me as I work full time, and our time hours are different, stuff type of thing. And if you need anything, just ask. So anyways, how does this help? And okay, Big North Marty, how does what help Big North Marty? We got the lovers in here. Okay, no problem. Ban and delete. I'm gonna waste my time with you, Big North Marty. I'm not sure what you mean. So do you want to clarify for me? Because what does help? How does this help? What are you doing, Big North Marty, to help fight for Jack and Lily or find answers? What is it you're doing in your life right now? Because that pretty much sounds like just another jerk off comment is what it sounds like to me, and I'm not into playing those type of stupid games. Um, so again, Jack and Lily, what happened to Jack and Lily? Everyone's just waiting, and obviously some unredacteds came out. Daphne had shared them, with us. So thank you, Daphne, for doing that when she got them the other day, and that's how they came out. So there's no actual, say, documents in a sense. When I spoke to someone, that's exactly how they came out, was just the same way, or else I would be sharing those if there was the documents. So it was just modifications. So I want to thank everyone because I wanted to say this at the start of the live because it's been a minute since talking about Jack and Lily. Okay, so let's see here. I'm just going to see what, if you guys haven't hit the like and the share for Jack and Lily, please do. So what I'm going to say again, Big North Marty, only because you know what? I am really, trust me when I say I'm really not in the mood for any jerk offs. Okay. This is supposed to be about caring, not about people and their arrogance and their egos and their BS coming at me. Okay. So if there's anything you need to say it before I boot your ass out of here. Okay. I am not in the mood. I'm telling you that right now. Hi, Autumn Christian. How are you? I will always want to be as transparent, always, as I can. Again, I do everything from my heart, and I do everything for, within my morals and the things that I stand for. And I'll always be that way. I'm not into fluff. I'm not into fake news. I'm not into thumbnails that try to deceive you to come in here. I'm not into any of that stuff at all. Again, I'm not here to play games. You don't play games when you're talking about the murdered and the missing, right? When it comes to that stuff, when it comes to information, we can speculate, we can talk about things, but we always want to hear the facts first. We always want to get to the truth. That's the whole point of all this, trying to get to the truth. It's been a minute. Good to see you. Good to see you too, Lady Ellen. Hey, Tinker. And hi, Angel. How are you guys? There's Sharon. Hey, Sharon. Love you, girl. There's another great person right there. Okay. Okay. So I did want to go over the Globe and Mail. Listen to your show and playing Mario Kart. And my daughter is all I'm doing at the moment. The side drama is what I was referring to. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. Okay. As like I said, as long as there's no attacks on me personally and stuff like that, I'm just not into that stuff. But side drama stuff, I personally just don't care about myself, right? And I call it side drama. I mean, there might be some information within it all and stuff like that. I'm just here to roll to how Sunny rolls, right? How I do things, just like any other content creator and stuff like that. They have a right to say what they want, do what they want on their channels and stuff like that. But for me, like I said, my focus is just answers for Jack and Lily, knowing that, the family members, certain ones definitely are wanting answers. We constantly do want the family members to keep speaking out, the ones that are willing to keep speaking out for Jack and Lily. I know that there is an article that will be coming down with Angeline and Cheryl. I think it's with CBC News on that one. Haley had told me about that one. And so I think there's a couple of things that are going to come down the pipe. But what we want out of all this is that, bringing awareness to Jack and Lily, keeping them out there, of course. And, it's a heartbreaking case. 8.5 months later, still no answers. But I believe that those answers will come in time. We all need to remember this is about Jack and Lily. They are the victims. I don't give a shit about the rest of them on there. Absolutely. And so again, I want to give my biggest hugs to Belinda from the start, from the get go of all this, because I see all the stuff that is going on for the most part, get the gist of it and stuff like that. And, Belinda to me is an absolute warrior. No matter what anyone says or what any personal family members have with her or against her and stuff like that. Um, Belinda to me is the epitome of a warrior, somebody that has spent a lot of time with different people, with other people messaging her, talking to, helping her, all those different things, to fight for Jack and Lily. You know, to me, it's kind of like along the way, right? You talk to people, and then the ones that bring you down get the fuck out of my life, and they'll keep the ones that are actually there for the right reasons and stuff like that. But to see what Belinda has gone through in these 8.5 months herself personally, my heart breaks, to be honest. She must be beyond, like, she must be living on fumes, absolute fumes. She's doing everything she can every day. She must be absolutely exhausted inside, and there's going to be a point, hopefully, when the answers come, that they can move on to another stage of this case, of Jack and Lily. But imagine 8.5 months, fighting for this. And thank you, Miss Babies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So I want to bring up the article. I do share screen, and thank you guys all for being here. Again, just a reminder that Jack and Lily are the focus of all this, and anything beyond that is, a bunch of noise to me. Share. Okay. Now, this course is by Lindsay Jones from the Globe and Mail. The one thing I find about the Globe and Mail is that they always do a really good job on their stories. And so credit this to Lindsay Jones from the Globe and Mail. But and I'm sorry, CBC, on this one, but the Globe and Mail in their, news articles, they always have, to me, the better information and, more information and better insight is what I'll say for that one. So as we know that there was some stuff uplifted, nothing major. But anyways, we're going to go through that if you guys don't mind. Charmaine is at 37 months. That's like, dang. 24 months is, well, wait, is 36 months is 3 years, right? Dang. If I'm mathing correct. I honestly did not think it would go on this long. I honestly thought, one, they would have been found within a few days wandering around. MBM did send them off and admitted it, and this ended happily. I get it. Angel, I think everyone was in the same boat back in the beginning of this case. Absolutely. Thinking along those lines. I'm just going to read this too. Hi, Alberta Robinson. Lily and Jack deserve to be found, and I think that they lived in enough arguments and things. Now we all need to work together and hope that they are found. Absolutely. Let's see. Charmaine should get a Sunny medal. Charmaine has my love. That's more than enough. And her $1.99 every month. Or Charmaine, are you a $1.99 or $3.99? What are you? I'm actually not sure. Can't remember my own little things. I never really look at that stuff on there. But so I'll make this bigger on there. Ooh, should I tease you guys with a clip? Should I tease you guys with a clip first from conversation 2? Charmaine. Charmaine just, whatever comes to my credit card. Let's see here. Should I play? sample first? Maybe I'll do that. Hold on a second. Maybe I'll give a little goose egg here. Where's my Wonder Share? Oh, right here. Let's see. Okay. I just want you to let me know if you can hear this, okay? So I'll play it, but just put a spill the tea. You guys know I desert you guys in a second, in a heartbeat. Let me just boost up the volume. But and Melissa, I'm getting closer to 500. Please sub. It's free. Okay. Did you drop your link in here? Make sure you drop your link in here if you haven't yet. But put a 1 just put a 1 in chat if you can hear this. Okay. Just gonna play it for a second here. Where's my play? All right. Daniel's abusive. Oh, did you hear that? Did you guys hear that? I just want to make sure you guys can hear that. 1? Perfect. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Oh. Huh. Thanks, Alberta Robinson. I like my live sometimes too. Let me just see. Darlene Langley. Sunny, I've been following Jack and Lily for 8.5 months. You and Shar are keeping them out there and your voices for Jack and Lily. Well, lately it's not been me. It's been Charmaine, if you're going to pick between the two. But it all matters. It all matters. It's not that I'm not covering the case. I am, right? Like I said, just it's hard, especially with my shifts and stuff, because we're in office full time now. Okay, so let me play out the rest of that. 1 second. Okay, 1 second. Let's go back to that point. Okay, play. Really? But it's Gene. Daniel, all right. Daniel's abusive. Right. There's an abuse problem there. Yeah. He does have a temper because I fucking tried it. I heard he had a temper and I bugged him a few times and got him lit up. And he does have a very quick temper. Mm-hmm. And I do believe there was abuse. I do believe there was neglect. I know there was. But that's not I wasn't getting into that. That's not what my family asked me to prove. And besides that, like I said, Okay. I'll stop it there. That's my little nugget. Okay. For that one. Because like I said, the audio, well, less the fact that I had to take some out because it wasn't stuff to do with that. In a sense, it was RCMP calls that I'd made that were at the start of that clip. But anyways, so it's like, yeah, Daniel was, Daniel trying to say that Malaya's the abusive one, that he never touched her and stuff like that. But, and these are just Derwood's words. I'm just saying, but, he's like, I tested it. Like he's seen him, Daniel, like I said. So, I just thought I'd play that little clip from it. Just because actually, you know what? I'm just going to play that part again. Actually, I'm going to play that little piece again. Let's go back. Where was it? Where did it start? Was it here? Daniel's abusive. Right. There's an abuse problem there. Yeah. He does have a temper because I fucking tried it. I heard he had a temper and I bugged him a few times and got him lit up. And he does have a very quick temper. Mm-hmm. And I do believe there was abuse. I do believe there was neglect. I know there was. But that's not I wasn't getting into that. That's not what my family asked me to prove. And besides that, like I said. Okay. All right. So that was just that little tidbit. Like I said, play that again. Hey, Daniel, you're watching or you're staying away from all social media? Asking for a friend. That's all. Anyways, so going back, I'll go back to the audio, or sorry, to the share screen. Missing. Okay. So again, thanks to the Globe and Mail. If you guys aren't subscribed to the Globe and Mail, come on now. For the first 3 months, it's like 99 cents or whatever. Did you forget about that, Sherman? Yeah, Sherman. Yeah, don't be playing that because I'll be playing it. I'll be playing it tomorrow. Okay, wait your turn on this one. But yeah, and there's another thing I might actually. Nah, I'll save it for tomorrow. For you guys, but I do believe his family asked. I don't believe. Well, you know what, Lucy. Um, well, you know what, Lucy. We'll get. You know what? When we play this clip tomorrow, um, then I'll get into that stuff. You know, about how I feel and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm on Delphi tomorrow. So excited. Wait, I'm on Delphi. Are you do? Is there something going on with Delphi? Is there something going on with the Delphi? Is that Richard Allen's appeal or whatever? I'm not really sure. Haven't kept up with that at all on there. Okay, so making this bigger, I'll make this bigger. Okay, so the mother of Jack and Lily Sullivan, the missing Nova Scotia children who disappeared more than 8 months ago, told police in the early stages of the investigation that her common law partner had at times been physically violent in her home, newly unsealed court documents show. When RCMP major crimes investigators asked the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, whether her then common law partner, Daniel Martell, was physically abusive, she alleged that he tried to block her, hold her down, and once pushed her. Police wrote in an application to request records to help with their investigation into the missing children. She said he would take her phone from her, and when she tried to call her mom, which would sometimes be physical and hurt. Mr. Martell, however, told police that the former couple yelled at each other when fighting, but there was no physical violence. The court documents show he also told police that they had recently been fighting about money. So I'm just going to stop there for a sec. So the one thing I do like about this, so although we already know about that because Malaya had already told me about that, remember in the messenger messages about Daniel holding her down and pushed her up against a wall once, you know, and then apologized and stuff like that, you know, and then Daniel, and I have the clip, you know, his little clip, whatever screenshot where he says that he wasn't abusive. Malaya was the abusive one. So although we already knew about that stuff already, so that's not news to us in true crime. What I do like is that the fact that this is now in public news articles. So for people that don't pay attention to true crime, you know, that they get to read the article and see about these you know, comments and stuff that Malaya made against Daniel and him physically touching her, holding her down, and stuff like that. So that's always a good thing, right? To get out the truth out there. And Daniel has tried to present to himself, to the news media, you know, a certain light. And then on true crime community, he's portrayed a whole different kind of light about everything and a different kind of personality. The news one, he's being, to me, deceptive, trying to use it to his advantage and manipulate and stuff like that. Whereas we in true crime here, and now that doesn't mean he's getting it past people in the media either, but they're looking for a story too, right? No different than Darin Getty's calling, right? You're just listening, you know, trying to get whatever information you can, whether you're buying his crap or not, you know? But anyways, okay. So, Mr. Martell denied the account of physical abuse that Mrs. Brooks Murray gave to police. Of course he does. I did not ever abuse Miss Brooks Murray. Full of shit. He wrote in a text message to the Globe and Mail. He described the allegation as a personal attack that unfairly cast suspicion over him when he's been the only one raising awareness about Jack and Lily. If I remain in the public eye as a monster, the public's choice is guilty until proven innocent. That's how I see it. He wrote, adding that neither he nor his family had anything to do with the children's disappearance. The abuse allegation has not been tested in court, and Mr. Martell has not been charged with any offense. The documents show that Mrs. Brooks Murray told police about the alleged abuse during her fifth statement, almost a week after she broke up with Mr. Martell and moved away with their toddler. The allegations were recently unsealed after a legal application by the Globe and CBC to Nova Scotia judge to release more information concerning the early stages of the investigation into the children's disappearance. I just have a hard time looking at that face. Honestly, Lily, because I do want to say this, right? Um, Mr. Martell can twist his shit like a licorice all he wants, okay? But the thing is that the answer lies with him. He is the one that brought everything on himself. He is the one that has been inconsistent. He is the one that has lied. He is the one that came to social media true crime. He is the one that was trying to deceive us, with his BS and his lies and stuff like that. When he wants to use the word circus, or he wants to use the word people are seeing him as a monster, it's because he has done that to himself through all of his BS. And for any of those Daniel Martell lovers, uh, go right ahead. You can't fix stupid, and you never will. No matter what about the disappearance of Jack and Lily, the true colors of his personality and his BS, and the messages and stuff that has come out with Taylor, the ex girlfriend there and stuff like that. Again, who would even want to put themselves in a position of even wanting anything to do with this caliber of a personality like Daniel Martell's? Like, this is the shit that everyone would be like, fucking run, Forrest, run, right? Because that personality, which I've been in a relationship with, that personality is the type that no mother, no parent would want on their child, But I still feel like, Janie, I'm not going to let you off. The apple does not fall far from the tree, Ask yours and Earl's self why this child is as fucked up as he is, and where that a lot of that did stem from. Just saying. Just saying, Janie. I love somebody put a picture of Janie on a broomstick. Yeah, 'cause it's like, you know. Anyways, she just cringe. When I sent the clips of Janie as well to the RCMP, I'm just like, here's 2 hours and 37 minutes of her angelic voice. Enjoy. Okay. So let's see here. Okay, so Lily Jack's four were reported missing by their mother and stepfather on the May 2nd. Mrs. Brooks Murray called 911 around 10 p.m. To report that they had wandered away while she and Mr. Martell were sleeping with their Hey, Cheryl, welcome aboard. Thanks, Cheryl. Okay. Here, I'll just make sure that that's down. Thank you, Cheryl. Okay. So again, they had wandered away while she and Mr. Martell were sleeping with their toddler at home in the remote hamlet of Lansdowne, Nova Scotia. A massive search was led by RCMP, turned up a few clues. Police have been tight-lipped about the case. However, they recently explained that the large volume of information they've gathered is helping form pictures of what may have taken place. They declined to share their theories. In the early stages of the investigation, the RCMP made 12 applications in court under the Missing Persons Act, but those applications were sealed by the court. At the request of media outlets, the RCMP consented to release some information in August, but redacted significant portions of the affidavits. The Globe and CBC went back to court to argue in favor of lifting more of the redactions, and the RCMP consented to releasing more, but not all, of the information in the records. One of the reasons cited by RCMP for maintaining the reductions is the possibility that the investigation could turn criminal, and that the release of such information could compromise an investigation. Could turn criminal. Okay. I think anyone with, like I said, that is using their thought process knows that this is still underneath the missing persons, but behind the scenes, I think most of us absolutely believe this is a criminal investigation. But again, they really do have to keep things to their vest for information, and they have to do things in order to, obviously say bring charges, stuff like that, and the stuff that's needed for in court to prosecute and that type of stuff. So, but I think that the most of us probably feel like definitely it's underneath missing persons, but that a criminal investigation is what this case is about. An I like, go ahead, DT, spin that one. Someone said, someone said, I wonder how DT is going to spin that one about the kids wandering off and hiding underneath a toadstool. Made me laugh. When an investigation is ongoing, it's difficult to know what information, if made public, would compromise future investigative steps. While at this stage we did not have reasonable grounds to believe a crime has been committed, the assessment could change as we move forward with our investigation. So that's just AKA stuff that they have to say. While at this stage we do not have reasonable grounds to believe a crime has been committed, that assessment could change as we move forward. Well, I think most of us understand that. Again, that's just word salad, to be honest with you. Wrote RCMP Corporal Charlene Curl in January 8th affidavit. Corporal Curl said in the document, the RCMP continues to explore all avenues and are leveraging technology-based investigative police techniques. That's a whole long sentence there, isn't it? Which may provide information to support criminality and uncover the whereabouts of the missing children. Exactly. The newly released information shows that investigators were focused on learning about the home life of Jack and Lily in the early stages of their disappearance. The Globe previously reported on their family situation, including alleged coercive control that affected their mother, the parents' financial struggles, as well as admitted drug use by their stepfather, multiple black eyes on the children, and a visit from provincial child protection social worker to investigate a report of abuse and neglect. Now, that all right there, you guys, summed up in a nutshell, is these are typical scenarios in a lot of households where children go missing. Okay, it's going to have always those same elements within it, and I absolutely believe that Jack and Lily, just come back here. I absolutely believe that Jack and Lily, um, paid a wrath for the people on that household that have the answers, in my personal opinion, that the family, what was happening in the relationship and things that the financial struggles, what was happening, Malaya wanting to leave Daniel, and stuff like that, that's where I believe May 2nd came to a head. And that, again, in my personal opinion, it's trying to be played out like, oh, they're missing. Oh, they're trafficked. Oh, they're hidden somewhere. I don't believe that to be the case myself. Again, I can understand why people are suspicious of Darin Geddes and his involvement and his, into the whole situation. So I can understand that line of thinking, because there has been things that can make it look that way. Absolutely. But then, realistically, I go back to what's realistic, and is that realistic that all that happened and Darin knows exactly what happened and he's trying to, point the finger exactly to the same way of something that he took part of? That kind of seems odd, stuff like that. I'm still going to stick with the Occam's razor, that the people on the property, that the family lifestyle that was going on there, the arguing, the situation, the neglect and abuse of the children, it all led up to this pretense of what supposedly happened on May 2nd, in my personal opinion. I was gonna say, regardless of whatever, say, Darin feels or does or whatever, my focus myself is just about the truth of it all and where it seems the most logical and realistic. Like I said, even though I'm not been doing lives and stuff, you guys, like I said, if you're new to true crime and you haven't spent a lot of time in it before this case, some people might be very much, unaware of stories like this. Okay. So, like I said, during my downtime, I'm always watching police interrogations, right? And there's no case like this that somehow this one's special. This one is special in the sense of it for Canada. It's one of the most effed up things I've seen happen in a case where this supposed stepfather acts like he's about to die conquering the world trying to find Jack and Lily, that he's made himself this presence on social media trying to always take away and distract, try to put blame on, like, say, Brad Wong or the neighbor and stuff like that, deflect everything back to Malaya, everyone but himself and stuff like that. So for absurdity, for berserkerness, this case does top it. But to me, again, if you follow any of the true crime investigations that are on, like I think it's EMW and stuff like that, I watch many different channels. Bottom line is, Occam's razor. It will always come back to the family involvement or somebody close to the family. It never, hardly ever veers off to a whole, random trafficking. Like, there are trafficking, don't get me wrong. Okay, there's cases for trafficking, absolutely. But in this case, when you look at what we know so far, this to me is not trafficking. It would have made sense. I could see, like, if Malaya, had no soul or heart whatsoever. I can see Daniel not having it. So, hey, let's sell Jack and Lily. What do you think? 50K for both of them type of thing. But where does that trail? Look how many times Daniel keeps saying, well, like, I don't know why the police aren't looking this way, and stuff like that. It's just, to me, you're talking about a big muddle of stuff that would need to make it by the RCMP. To think that there wouldn't have been some sort of arrest by now or stuff like that, it seems very unrealistic. Are there things that are still probable? Sure. Never say never to anything, because we don't know the answers. But what's the most probable? And the most probable is that the most probable is that something happened to Jack and Lily, because of the relationship, because of the arguments, because of the stress going on, because of Malaya wanting to leave Daniel. And that's typically the typical statistics, okay, of Occam's razor. But anyways, we'll continue with this article. And I'll come back to your guys' chat in a minute, okay, guys? Let's see here. Where is I? Leveraging the newly released information. Okay. Mrs. Brooke Murray did not respond to a request for comment. Previously, she has denied involvement in the children's disappearance. Right. Other information in the documents that is still sealed relates to the wording of questions asked of Jack and Lily's parents and others during polygraph tests. Captain Curl, or Corporal Curl, said she anticipates more people will be asked to do polygraph tests, and if the exact wording is released, it could seriously risk the integrity and results of any future tests. RCMP and Ms. Brooks Murray also opposed releasing highly personal information that pertains to Ms. Brooks Murray and Mr. Martell's relationship, parenting, and financial situation. All right. Got another issue with this one. Malaya Brooks Murray, you are the mother of these two children. You care more about what people think of you and how you're going to be portrayed and why you're trying to keep certain shit redacted. Why would you give two fucks about any of that stuff if you truly, sincerely care about Jack and Lily? Why are you fighting for the useless shit? Okay, people already know pretty much a lot of what's been going on in that household and that. So my thing is this, is that she's spending time on things, but what about searching for Jack and Lily? Because you know that they're not alive, but you're spending time with the courts fighting that you don't want personal things to make you look bad. You already look bad. Okay. There's nothing, I'm sorry, that looks good about two parents that claim that they're sleeping while the children disappear, black eyes, neglect the school CPS. So there's nothing good about that. The fact that you literally said to your own sister that Daniel's been doing meth that you know of since for the last 2 years since he was induced or since you were induced with Meadow and stuff like that, and you stayed in this coercive, abusive, controlling relationship, you put your children in harm's way. And I'm sorry. So it's one of those things. I get it. You know what? I get it from being in an abusive, controlling relationship and stuff like that. But I didn't have children that I needed to protect. Probably a different story. These children relied on you, Malaya, to be the mother to protect these children. So you knew you were in this relationship. And that's where you got to take your own accountability for what happened to Jack and Lily, you know? So that's where I don't have the sympathy, is that I have the sympathy for females, um, domestic abuse, being in relationships like this. But when you have children involved and your duty as a mother is to protect these children, and you willingly stayed in there, you willingly didn't take that U-Haul that you were supposed to move out of, you willingly stayed in, and then all of a sudden Jack and Lily go missing, you know, and you're claiming that you don't know anything about it, you know, you just want them back. No, you're not yet. You're not doing searching, but you're sitting there fighting for information about your sorry ass self that you don't want to put out there to the world. Sorry. There's no looking good in any of this, no matter how you slice or dice it, you know? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Hi, Leon. Okay. 1 second here. Let's see. Um, so oh, this is a good one, right? Okay. So Corporal Curl wrote that despite intense media coverage and social media speculation, the highly personal information, to the best of her knowledge, hasn't been made public or confirmed by either Miss Brooks Murray or Mr. Martell. We want people who may be witnesses to feel comfortable coming forward and sharing information with us to assist investigations without fear that everything they say may become public. Okay, 1 sec, guys. I just need a drink. Give me a sec. Okay. So so just to go back to that part, right? Well, let's just ask Brad Wong, Natasha Haywood, Justin Sundance Smith. Let's ask them how they feel about feeling comfortable about coming forward. And then they use the word may. And everything they say may become public, right? Without fear that everything they say may become public. Well, I think people should fear that because everyone else's names were put out there, you know? All of what was his name? Edmund, somebody or another, all these names. So, of course, you guys, just so you know, it may, you know, be fearful. Don't be fearful from the RCMP that your names will get put out there. Like, crap on that one. Okay. Those names should have been redacted. Um, it's one thing to put out information, but honestly, the names should have been redacted. So what would make people want to come forward when you're literally outing them in your documents? 2 plus 2 on that one. Okay. It's free to support and sub, help a gal out. American Justice, Melissa. If you guys are not subscribed to her channel, yes, help a gal out. Go subscribe over to Melissa's American Justice channel as well. Charmaine's, if you're not, and anyone else's, Justin's, Daph's, Shenanigans. Am I missing someone? Nova. Sorry, Nova. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. So Mrs. Brooks Murray opposed. Thanks, Carp. Appreciate that. Welcome. Shh. Yes. Don't make me take my Christmas decorations down. You're probably going to see them up there for a couple of months to come still, until I get sick of looking at them. No, we can't talk. I can't talk about that. There's no talking. There's no argument there. I win. Okay. I still like looking at my Christmas lights. Okay. Let's see here. Miss McMurray opposed releasing her personal information because it's highly personal, biographical, core information that reveals intimate details about her as a person. We want to know everything about you as a person. Absolutely. Because we want to know exactly what state that Jack and Lily lived in with these two supposed adults. Wrote her lawyers Jennifer Cox and Samantha Allen in submissions dated January 9th. Again, get over your ego. It's not about you, Malaya. All right? It's about two missing children. In fact, these are your two missing children. Miss McMurray, whose father is Micmac, is a member of the Sipnik First Nation. Her lawyers asked the court to consider harm to her dignity through an Indigenous lens, noting that an Indigenous stereotypes are pervasive or harmful. Okay, no offense, but fuck that shit. It's about two missing children, and not about freaking Indigenous shit. Releasing information about Miss McMurray causes a greater affront to her dignity, as it may breathe life into these stereotypes, wrote Miss Cox and Miss Allen. So they're trying to use that card. That's what it sounds like. Mr. Martell did not take a position in court about the release of information, which, I mean, Daniel didn't, right? I mean, Daniel already knows that he looks like a big POS, and, I mean, what more could he do to already damage his, himself, to be honest with you? I mean, honestly, can a Titanic sink lower than it already has when it comes to that? But yeah, so Malaya is obviously worrying about it, trying to use the Indigenous card, sounds like here. And yeah, let's see here. Jack and Lily. What do you guys think about that? What did you miss? What part did you miss? Let's see. Daniel, Janie, Malaya knows are involved. Hi, Patriot Girl. What did you see? Now I gotta go back here. Oh yeah. Agree, but I'm very thankful they came forward for Lily and Jack. Again, 1 second. Truly, I'm just vaping on my vape pen before I put myself back on camera as I'm reading comments. I could sit there and stare at Christmas for a long time. In fact, if my room was a Christmas village, I'd live in it all year round, to be honest with you. So, what? Is that about the Christmas decorations? So, fine. I guess I'm done vaping now. All right. Here, let me put that up there, Snarky. In my opinion, MBM has brought all this on herself. People are judging her as a mother. Absolutely. It has nothing to do with her being Indigenous or not. Absolutely. To me, this is one thing. We are allowed our opinions and we are allowed our rights to think what we want. And Malaya's actions and Daniel's actions and family members' actions to me have shown that are they really there for Jack and Lily? Or are they trying to hide stuff? Like what is going on when two children are missing? And this is what we have been witnessing, and this is going to be deemed as normal, right? I'm sorry, but again, as a mother personally, I'm going to make no excuses for bullshit. Always the thing that stands out in that piece, like that letter that came out, which I think is a crap of shit, was the fact that in there was that, you know what? Please be voices for Jack and Lily. Ha! The pot calling, the kettle black on that shit, right? Doesn't attend any vigils, any searches, anything, right? We've already heard, about the way she gets herself ready, as if she doesn't have two kids. There's more, right? Like, to me, I'm sorry. Her her actions, in my personal opinion, are matching the actions of somebody that knows, that either was part of or knows exactly that something very bad happened to Jack and Lily. And I don't think it's because they're off in a little tugboat somewhere, that they're being hidden in a basement or in somebody's home somewhere, at all. So again, people can think whatever they want themselves, whatever your theory is, you know. Again, I just deal myself with the information at hand and what seems the most, logical of any of other cases out there. And the most logical thing is that, in my personal opinion, family involvement, a cover up. Hence why we see these ridiculous actions. We see the stepfather coming out with different stories, lying, trying to create diversions. We see the mother hiding behind people, acting like she cares about Jack and Lily. And I do believe that Malaya was two different people. I think that that the Belinda a Malaya relationship was a different Malaya, and that the Daniel and Malaya relationship turned into a very toxic, detrimental relationship that has resulted now in two children missing. And of course, their fight in the courts for Meadow, right? I personally don't think that either one is going to get Meadow. So, whatever reasons that they're going to sort of any sort of treatments, or anger management stuff or all that stuff, is probably just to try to build up the themselves towards Meadow's case, and trying to make themselves look like, that they're working on themselves and doing all this and that, where, sorry, Jack and Lily disappeared underneath your guys' care. Black eyes, CPS, obviously clear neglect going on here. And yeah, they don't deserve children. They don't deserve to have children, underneath their care at all. And I think that they're living in a dream if they think that that's going to happen. I think so, my personal opinion. And it's not about right. It's not about Indigenous, but it's like trying to use an Indigenous card and all that stuff. No, it's about two missing children. It's about who gives a shit about your personal crap. Like I said, well, Daniel was like, what, I already look like a piece of shit. What's the difference? Let it show, because, he's proclaiming all his innocence and all that stuff anyway, right? But he's like, what, whatever. So commend him for that, at least. Whereas Malaya's like, no, I can't let people know that about me. I can't let them know I have these issues going on. No, I can't look like the bad mother. Too late, Malaya. So doesn't it piss you off that she's trying to sit there and fight these certain redactions coming out? How about getting your ass out there and truly searching for your kids, or the fact that you're not, because you already know what happened to the children? I thought, what? I honestly don't know about all that stuff again. And for the most part, I always want people to, of course, everyone should take care of their mental health and stuff like that. But that comes to the second side for me. I care about Jack and Lily, and Malaya needs to take care of her shit and herself when it comes to mental health. I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, boo-hoo, poor Malaya. No. Malaya left these children in a relationship with someone that was very toxic, that she knew that drugs was going on in the house, that there was black eyes happening and all this stuff. And she has to take accountability for that. Now, she might feel bad, right? And she might have mental health issues going on, which she probably had prior to meeting Daniel, but it probably even escalated or whatever, being with Daniel. I'm not saying that this whole situation, we don't know the answers, and it could have caused her a great deal of trauma. In a sense, I don't care about that. What I care about is that a mother of two missing children put herself in a situation, has to take accountability for any wrath or anything that comes to her because she left them in this situation, right? To the point that two children now are missing. So, you know, and it's not that I don't have a heart, but I care about Jack and Lily. Like, these are children that didn't have the voices. And so we have to be their voices. So Malaya can kick rocks. Daniel can kick rocks when it comes to the fact of Jack and Lily. Whatever deep-seated issues they got going on, and that, again, go fix yourselves. But I'm not here to really care about that part of it, And again, if she was in mental health ward, dealing with issues, I think a lot of it is to try to make themselves look good for freaking the CPS shit to do with Meadow, by all this self-help shit and and all that. But again, it's whatever issues she has going on, she's brought them on herself, and they're her skeletons, her demons to deal with, right? If it was a case without two missing children, right, I can understand having the sympathy and empathy for this, but that's not the focus of what's going on. The focus is Jack and Lily, and what are people doing to be voices for Jack and Lily, to care about Jack and Lily and stuff like that on there. So yeah. Oh, Belinda's in the house. Hey, Belinda, love you. Hope you're doing okay, having a good day and stuff like that. Okay. So I know that Duff and other channels have already shown those unredacted, or the exhibits, or the unredacted stuff. Stop screen, but I haven't. I barely just read them last night, but I know a lot of it's the same stuff. Again, but I thought, everyone has their own take on things and their own thoughts, with this case and stuff like that. And, for me, I love documents, because I always like having receipts, where it's kind of like, when it's an official document and stuff like that, it's better than talking out of my ass, So let's see here. So I guess the first one, Janie said Malay and Daniel are having financial difficulties. So I guess apparently the stuff in black is the stuff that was unredacted. So Janie said she is of the opinion that Malaya's side of the family had something to do with it. Of course you did, because they did not take part in the search and were not letting them see the baby. Okay. And right, she had blood work in New Glasgow in the afternoon on Thursday, and she and Daniel went with all the kids. They drove in her Pathfinder. They went to the big stop for gas, and she thought they might have gotten the kids bagels. So remember, they redacted that word. Seriously, they redacted bagels. That was so stupid. At Tim Hortons. Daniel stayed in the car with the kids when she got blood work. Then they went to Starbucks drive-through before coming home. Daniel worked every Monday at Group Savoy in Westville, which we know. They discussed what happened earlier that day. Malaya said she went to the police command post to see what was happening firsthand. She started feeling sick, personal information, and needed medical attention. Yeah, because she probably was freaking almost vomiting thinking about knowing the truth of what truly happened, in my personal opinion. Honestly, you'd probably start having an attack yourself if you knew something happened to Jack and Lily, and you're sitting there going into these conferences or stuff like that, acting like you don't know shit. They left home at 12:10 and drove for 39 minutes. Then from 12:49 to 1:27 p.m., Malaya was shown at the missing visit. Remember, we've seen that on her Google Maps timeline, which she thought was her blood work appointment. They stopped at Scotiabank in Truro. I love this sentence. They stopped at Scotiabank in Truro and then went to her grandmother's at 9:19 to drop off her bank card. Grandma Patty, the cash cow. They stopped at Scotiabank in Truro, then went to her grandmother's. You know what, Patty? Yeah, we're just gonna take out a couple $100 for ourselves because we're broke ass because we were too busy ripping off the government. So that's why we're not getting checks and that's why we're having financial issues. And then we're gonna go give Patty her bank card back. She said they moved to the trailer on Daniel's mother's property after he had a falling out with her grandmother. So after he had a falling out with her grandmother. What was Patty not giving you guys enough money? What happened there, Daniel, that you had a falling out with her around August 23rd? When asked if Daniel was physically abusive, Malaya said he would try to block her, hold her down, and once pushed her, said she would take her phone from when she tried to call her mom, which would sometimes be physical and hurt. Right. It's like Malaya, like I said, I think in those documents, again, it's their words, right? Doesn't mean it's true. It's just their words. So it's like Malaya tries to lighten Daniel. So again, whatever agreement they have going on, whatever bullshit about Jack and Lily they have going on, but it's like she keeps trying to. Does this, but yeah, no, like he wouldn't harm the kids, and it's like someone trying to lighten it, and care more about protecting some of Daniel's shit or their own shit than about Jack and Lily. Anyways, Daniel later said Malaya had to get blood work on Thursday between 12:40 to 1:40. So he thought they must have done that before they went to Truro. Obviously, that's probably when, he was probably lacking his meth or something at this point, from going into Westville. Daniel could not remember if they went to town on Wednesday or not. He said he had a conversation with somebody who was helping with the custody papers for his other children. Good fight on that one as well. But he thought that was on Tuesday, right? Daniel said that they were recently fighting about money, right? So that's why you went to Grandma Patty, the one that you had the argument with, the reason why you guys left or whatever. Believe Daniel was mistaken when he said that they went to Truro on Thursday based on Malaya's statements and their Google timeline. They went to Truro on Wednesday and she had the blood work appointment on Thursday, right? That's what drugs will do to you. Fuck you right up. Mm-hmm. Can't remember shit. Daniel said when the kids went missing, Malaya's mother showed up extremely quickly, even though she was over an hour away in Wentworth. They talked about what happened on Wednesday and Thursday. Daniel and she had the days mixed up, right? But then confirmed through online banking on his own phone that they spent Wednesday in Truro with Malaya's grandmother and went to run errands. Yeah, with Grandma Patty's bank card. That's right. License. What else? License, gas, vape juice, Thank you. Thank you, Grandma Patty, right? They all went to Malaya's blood work appointment and got there around 12:50 p.m. Malaya went to get blood work and he stayed in the car with the kids. They talked about his relationship with Malaya. He said the following. They have been together for about 3 years and it moved pretty quickly. He moved into Malaya's grandmother's house after 2 weeks. They met on Facebook dating. Yeah. Okay. He said the relationship is good. I think in his eyes, it's good. In her eyes, different story. They have ups and downs like any couple, personal information, blah, 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 blah. He said that they would yell at each other when they were fighting, but there was no physical violence. So isn't that so funny? So let's just take that statement right there. So we have Malaya telling us about the physical altercations with Daniel. We have Daniel in a screenshot saying that Malaya was the abusive one. But let's just, of course, go to this, what they told the RCMP, in this case, Daniel. But there was no physical violence in the relationship. Again, just another BS lie, right? Because both of them have now equally said that there was altercations going on. Daniel claiming Malaya being the abusive one, of course, that Daniel didn't do sweet fuck all, and that it was Malaya. And Malaya saying that Daniel held her down, pushed her up against a wall, blah, blah, blah. But yet there was no physical violence, right? So obviously that's truth out of Daniel's mouth, duh. Constable Askew requested following up with Cody by Musquodoboit Harbor, RCMP. St. Legay met with Cody at his residence at approximately 2:50 a.m. Musquodoboit Harbor. Cody said he used to be in a relationship with Malaya and that they had Jack and Lily together. He had not seen them in a couple of years, but he paid child support until he lost his job about 9 months ago. Cody, sometimes drives a blue Silverado half-ton with a turquoise hood. Edmund Dixon. See, RCMP want people to come forward because they may, don't want people to be fearful that their conversations may become public. Well, Edmund Dixon, sucks to be you as well, said he worked with Daniel at the Group Savoy Mill and saw him at the Dollarama lot between 11:30 and 12:30. So this is where that's contradictory again, because we have 11:30 to 12:30, but yet I believe we have 1:30 to 2:30 as well in the documents, right? And this is where that whole part came out about, where that we'll say witness said that that they believe that they saw Jack and Lily and Daniel Malaya at Jordan Geddes' house at somewhere around like 11 o'clock or something like that. So again, where's possibly the truth in that? Chance Lays used to work with Daniel at Group Savoy and found him to be a hard worker who was reliable. Shall produce documents. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so all account information, so do with text plus phone number. So this is obviously Malaya's text plus 902-706-3876 number. Malaya relayed that Patty checked her phone, and Malaya's text plus number was that show any contact. So I guess that was really about it. All right. Come back to you guys. What do you guys? Let's see what vehicle does Chance own? Sorry, random. You know what? Not really sure there, Marie. When I kind of looked at his Facebook, I did see a black car in one of his pictures there, but I can't say for sure. I just, whenever you get somebody's name, you kind of Facebook look at them and, see if there's anything of relevance and stuff like that. Lynn says, in my information, if people know that they are withholding information and know all the law stuff is going on, would people wait? You know what? I don't think I was literally, I was reading it, but I wasn't reading it. My information, if people know that they are withholding information and know all this law stuff is going on, would people be in more trouble? Honestly, I don't know too much about the law that way myself, about what's considering. It depends, I don't know enough about that to really talk about it, to be honest with you. Obviously, in a case, if you're, hiding the truth and answers to what happened to Jack and Lily, and you're hiding that information, you're going to be an accessory. Maybe she has been advised not to speak to the public. Yeah, no, because it's kind of like she speaks when she wants to. And not, like I said, when it comes to Malaya or Daniel, I don't really have this big, huge soft spot going on at all for either of them, because it's about Jack and Lily. And I don't give two shits, to be honest, because Malaya said stuff to me. She said stuff to Belinda. So her mouth isn't zip tied for sure. She hides behind people speaking for her, and that's pathetic enough, right? I mean, kudos for people, I guess, that want to try to maybe assist her and help her or try to find out answers through her themselves and stuff like that. I just don't have this big sympathy card for two missing children and this mother and the even, like Cindy was at the last search, but, these people should be speaking out for Jack and Lily, right? If they're so concerned, if some of them are so concerned that Jack and Lily are out there, regardless if they're alive and dead, they should be being voices for Jack and Lily, regardless. Like it's a no-brainer on this one. 2 children missing, no-brainer. Hi, Shannon. How are you? Nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah. Let's see here. Um. Okay. I think I'm. They were not. Yeah, they were not told not to talk. They've been right. Um. They were told to be mindful. Exactly. Yeah. I still personally don't believe that Malaya is sitting there with the RCMP uh, helping out. I feel like if Malaya was, I don't know, my gut feeling says if Malaya was, like they would know about a vehicle, but Malaya supposedly didn't know anything about this vehicle and was pissed off that she hadn't been told about, the vehicle at nighttime between 12 and 5 and stuff like that. I think that, like anything, they use their tactics how they need to use their tactics to try to gather information. Right? Thanks, Shannon. Thank you for the $10 super sticker. Appreciate that. Thank you. Um, actually, let's see. It's so hard to comprehend how she can just sit back and say nothing and do nothing. That's how I see it myself. I mean, we don't know the full story. We don't know exactly, but the perception from the outside looking in. And when you've watched what Malaya's done, her weird interview, not bringing up the kids, it's like when you try to disassociate from it, distract, you're trying to deflect, right? Or you're not bringing up certain things. Again, spend all your time watching interrogations and you will see that these are classic signs of deception, right? And that's all I see is Occam's razor here, is that the awkwardness, the weirdness, the manipulation, deception, the perception of everything that's going on could be wrong, could absolutely be wrong, right? But I mean, you know, it's just these type of cases always boil down to those same things. And I do not believe Jack and Lily are alive at all. I believe Jack and Lily are somewhere either buried underneath the ground, or perhaps in water, and that they're not alive, that they're not hiding somewhere, that they weren't trafficked and stuff like that. There's a reason why the RCMP obviously aren't going down that line. You can read between the lines. It's not hard to see that they've said it multiple times now about towards, we need to keep this redacted in case it turns into a criminal investigation. you know I mean, it's like how many droplets of water can they keep giving us about that fact? But where the truth lies fully in this story of Jack and Lily missing, who knows? Who knows what part, if any, that Malaya actually knew played and stuff like that. Where Daniel's truth is of, she's trying to blame everything on me so she doesn't get in trouble. It's just trying to weed through the information, read between the lines and just kind of go with what is a typical scenario for what happens in these situations. And it's typically going to boil down to that the children their lives were taken, um, and that there's family involvement. Oh, my husband's here. One sec. My husband, he brought me some hot chocolate in my Eeyore cup. Eeyore, Eeyore. Again, you guys, this is just my personal feelings, right, about the case. I'm just waiting for truly the truth, for RCMP to do what they need to do and to hopefully get us answers. I believe that this case will be solved. Again, I don't know the ins and outs of evidence and what they need or what they have. We don't know what they do have and what they don't have, as you know, in regards to Jack and Lily, but they definitely have way more knowledge than we could ever imagine or that we think. But obviously, there hasn't been any answers after 8.5 months. So they're obviously needing um, something, right? They put out a 150K reward type of thing. So there's stuff that they need, obviously, to help, you know, perpetuate this case. I think that they have probably a good understanding, the picture of the case, but they need to support the evidence to back anything up, of course. And I think that's what we're waiting on here. Um, okay. Okay. Um, People wanted me to play. Actually, I'll play that little tidbit again from that. From so tomorrow I'll go over the second conversation of mine and Darin's. Apparently, that one didn't get out there. Don't know, but whatever. The only thing that would have bugged me about the second one getting out there is that it had my phone number. Because part of the conversation had been me calling the RCMP to ask about Darin Geddes, as if he did actually, you know, give a statement and stuff like that. And within it, my phone number was on there. So, you know, which would have sucked. Obviously, I don't want my phone number out there, but at the end of the day, that's what block and ignore is all about as well. So, I mean, if it happens to ever make it out that way, so be it, whatever. You know, I've had that phone number for like 25 years. So kiss my ass if you think I'm changing it. And let's see here. So I'm going to, only because I have to go to the washroom really quick. Okay, guys. So this is the one that someone released already. And like I said, I guess I'll release it in its like full form properly, this first one. But this little tidbit was from the second conversation. Now, the second conversation is way more juicier than that one that you guys heard. Just saying. Let's see here. Stop screen. Share screen. Window. Okay. So I think I have to go back again. Let's see. What part am I at?
Really? But if James... Because Daniel, all right, Daniel's abusive. Right. There's an abuse problem there. Yeah. He does have
Daniel.
A temper because I fucking tried it. I heard he had a temper, and I bugged him a few times and got him lit up. And he does have a very quick temper.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I do believe there was abuse. I do believe there was neglect. I know there was, but that's not. I wasn't getting into that. That's not what my family asked me to prove. And besides that, like I said, when the abuse was going on, Lily was still voluntarily living there, and staying there.
Well, it just doesn't make sense if Janie heard the kids, and with Malaya. So it just what I'm trying.
Oh, that's all you get to hear from that one right now. No, that one's pretty much an hour long. But it is good. A lot better. Anyways, and again, this isn't about say trying to. I mean, these conversations, like I said, were sent originally to Lana. That's supposed to send them off to the RCMP. Okay. Again. When you're trusting in someone, you're just trusting that they're doing it for the right reasons and stuff like that. Now, obviously, she shared it. She apologized, but, I find it no different than me sharing something with DT. And it was done privately. And then, of course, DT goes and puts all those clips out there, right? Being a douche, but whatever. So I still have to accept accountability because I was the one that shared those private conversations in the first place. So I'd be very much of a hypocrite if I was upset at Lana for trying to do something for, the reasons of, is there something in there, or sharing them and stuff like that. Again, it was the fact that Wolfie lied his ass off to me and tried to say that, that he accidentally put them out there. Just tell the truth. Be accountable. But instead he basically tried to twist the shit back on me as if I was responsible for releasing it and stuff like that, and then tried to apologize. No, have a cup of go fuck yourself. all you had to do was just tell me, yes, Sonny, it was, I did put it out there, not try to bullshit me on that. So in saying that, with these two direct conversations, again, I guess the first one's out there, so that's fine, whatever. The second one, again, some of it might be some stuff definitely you might not have heard, or you'll hear it better, perhaps, because remember, this was near the start. So I always believe in that the closest lines to the truth is at the start of a case, not when, say, Daniel tries to insert all these other things along the way, when you have time to sit back and think, and then all of a sudden insert things to try to make it seem like, the puzzle piece is forming now for us, Daniel, and have all these different versions, of the events of what happened that day. So the closest line is to the truth. Now, again, these conversations were 6 to 7 months ago. Okay. Remember that. And at that time, again, I'm just simply looking for information. Darin wanted to talk to me. I'm going to let him talk to me. I'm going to let him say whatever he wants. Right. And again, along the way too, our feelings ourselves have changed about this case, with regards to maybe certain things. Cause there was a point where I was kind of like, well, okay, could they be hidden? Like, does this have potential? But once I went down that whole rabbit hole, I was like, yeah, no, that's not happening. So again, it's 6 to 7 months old conversations from myself and Darin to it. And so the second one, like I said, it's almost an hour long. And there's especially the one thing, especially because I've only listened to part of it again. I haven't listened to the whole thing. But there's that time when he's talking about what Daniel and Janie had said about Malaya, because I knew that there was more to it than what he's kind of said out there. But that's very interesting as well, about not just the hushing, but there was more to that as well. Anyway, so no, I'm not going to play that tonight, because as much as I love you guys, I'm probably not going to stay on the live for that long, as much as I can. Okay, so so some people wanted me to play and put context to the first one. So for anyone that's already bored, just because you've already listened to other people bring this on to their channels, you guys know exactly where the door is that you came in. If this will bore you, I need to go to the washroom, but I will pull up the first one. And Durwood, if you guys are lucky, we'll see how this goes. 1 second. Okay, so Durwood. Okay, 1 second. Is this the right one? Whoops, looks like that file doesn't have a video track. Wait, what? Is that just the audio one? Huh. Okay, well, no big deal. I can play it from here. Let me just go into my Wondershare. This one.
We're not online or anything right now, right?
No, we're not.
Okay. I'll come back to this one. That was at the 19. Yeah, I'll just delete that one.
We're not online or anything right
The
now,
heck.
right?
No, we're
Come on now. The heck.
not online at all.
Just fine.
Hello, why aren't you coming? There you are. Okay. I'll put it up as high as I can. Okay.
We're not online or anything right now, right?
No, we're not online at all.
Okay,
Just private conversation right now, right?
Yeah,
I'll be back.
I was just at my computer working on screenshots.
Rob can kiss my ass.
I would appreciate it.
I'll just say this quickly. I was recording him. I was pretending that I was writing down what he was telling me. I was like, so I was just doodling, but I was making it sound like, yeah, I got my paper here. I think I had a sticky note thing I was doodling on. Anyways, be right back. Oh, shit. Shit.
Absolutely, I know the games.
Oh, mine's so bad because I muted myself. You guys couldn't hear this? Oh, that sucks to be you guys for like 5 minutes there, didn't it? Oh, well, shit. That's, I'll tell you what here. Let me quickly do something here. Let's see here. What is wrong with you today, mouse? Come on. 1 second. Get over there. What do you mean log in? What the hell? Hold on. I'm going to put up Jack and Lily's picture for a sec while I log in. Log in. Second. Hate it when it does this. Should be that. Okay. So, 1 second. Logged in now. But what I'll do is I'll just export it. Okay. So I'll just let that export that way. Because when I was doing it before, it was just audio. So if I put a picture to it, then I'll turn it into a MP3 or MP4. Wait, MP4. Yeah, MP4. Wait, yeah, MP4, right? Shit, all of a sudden I got stupid for a second. MP3. Yeah, MP3 is a wave. Okay. Anyways, you guys give Belinda a lot of hugs and kisses, and of course, prayers for finding out answers for Jack and Lily and stuff like that. And I know Chelsea, has been a big support with her mom on the case and in a lot of the chats and stuff like that as well on there. But we'll let this thing come up. And it's at 67%, so it's getting there. Yeah. Think about the second conversation is that there was something that Darin was talking about that I don't know that I want you guys to hear, because it doesn't look good on a different family member. That's not really, to me, relevant to Jack and Lily's case. And I don't really feel like putting that person on blast because he's, he maybe is a little bit of a fuckface. Okay, should be done. Okay. So, stop screen, video file.
Not online or anything right now, right?
No, we're not online at all.
This private conversation right now, right?
Yeah, I was just at my computer working on screenshots.
I would appreciate it if do you have a pen and paper?
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
1 second, let me get paper. I know I got paper. Don't really use that. What is that anymore? Using paper.
No, I told you I'm the dinosaur and I'm never going to change.
Okay, I got a pen and paper now.
So again, I'll put this video out as a separate clip so that it's non-interrupted for people that want a non-interrupted version. So again, this is a conversation from whatever date it was, 6 or 7, about 6 months ago, perhaps. I think sometime back, was it July? I think July or something like that. But anyways, I think it was July. But anyways, so again, to put a little bit of context to this, again, it was at the time. I'm willing to listen to whatever Darin Geddes has to say, right? You catch more bees with honey than you do with vinegar. And then, of course, I'll give people vinegar once they deserve it. And Darin deserved a lot of vinegar after his, all his mouth and abusive crap going around that he's been doing and stuff like that. So he said a lot of this stuff out there. Again, Wolfie put this out there to the public. And it is what it is at the end of the day. And so I don't care. To be honest, I don't care when I put the second one out either. Darin has said a lot of shit over this time. And I don't think that this, in a sense, needs to be, there's some stuff, maybe how he says it is different, but it's still going to be kind of like the gist of stuff that he says in the second conversation. Okay. Again, that one's to me, well, they're both interesting, but the other one seems to me is more interesting. And it's one of those things. It's like, it's not because I'm sitting here buying into Darin stuff. I'm listening. I'd be a fool to sit there and not listen to what he has to say, even if I don't agree with it. I'm just wanting him to talk. Simple as that. I'm not here to use people for the sake of doing it because, with ill will intention. My point with this whole case is it doesn't matter which family member is speaking. When they're talking, we should listen. If they want to talk and they want to put out information. So it's never with the intent to be like, oh, yes, I'm trying to be, sneaky and sly and use and abuse you and stuff like that. No, I simply was wanting information about Jack and Lily. And in this case, when somebody's talking, I don't have memory to remember all this shit at my age anymore, So most times, unless somebody specifically says, please don't record me, chances are if it's a conversation, I will record you. Most of it is because I just need to simply remember about what the conversation was. Do I do it all the time? No. I do it when, in this case, it's like, yeah, I'm going to have a conversation with Darin, and this one, I'm going to record him because I want to remember. Again, it's not with the intent of, oh, let me just share this stuff around. These were, there was 2 recordings I have of mine and Darin's conversations. And Lana wanted them for the RCMP. And so it is what it is. If they got out, it's because you put your trust there. And, trust was obviously broken, right? And so it is what it is. And we all make mistakes. I make mistakes. And but I'm always willing to own up to my mistakes. I'm not willing to hide behind shit. And right, Wolfie? Right, Wolfie? And then say that I accidentally put it out there. No. So anyways, I will put this out by itself as well, but some people ask me for context to it, and well, I wasn't the one that put it out there, as people were trying to say. I put it out there to Lana, but I didn't put it out there to the public. But it is what it is. Don't care.
Okay.
Yeah.
Write my name now. This is my real name, Darin, D-A-R-I-N.
Is that how you spell it? Okay.
D-A-R-I-N is
Yeah.
my first name.
Yeah.
My last name is Geddes, G-E-D-D-E-S.
Geddes. Okay.
Get it.
Yep. Date it.
Okay.
The date is 20th, right?
Yeah.
Date it. And
Okay.
what time is it? It's 20 after 10 here.
Yeah.
Put the time on it.
Yeah. 10:20
Now,
a.m. Go ahead.
okay. Now, please write this down as a private statement from me to you, and you do not put this out, please.
I won't. If you ask me not to, I will not.
Okay. I trust you.
Well, I trust myself, and I'm not one of those people. I don't do stuff like that. I don't play games with people, and I don't throw them underneath the bus. So,
Okay.
Trust me on my word on this, please.
I've been saying for a few hours now that I hit a dead end,
Right.
and that I'm done.
Yeah, I know.
Can't go any further. Well, it's not done, and you can write that down. This is not over.
Mm-hmm.
But what I have to say is I've been defending Daniel quite a bit because of things I found out about him, and I've corresponded things
Yeah.
with him. So you can if you can write, I've been defending Daniel.
Yeah.
And promoting Daniel.
Yeah. I know.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
To gain someone's trust, you have to get close to them, right?
Absolutely. I know the games. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe there's going to be a huge turn in the road soon.
Okay.
And it's going to go almost exactly the opposite of the way that I've been saying online.
Absolutely. I agree.
Because I've been trying to get the trust of people
Yeah.
that are not good people.
Right.
And I've got their trust, and now I'm going to go after them.
Okay.
And this is going to turn.
Yeah, and this is going to turn on Daniel.
Pardon?
This is going to turn on Daniel, you mean?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Now, this is just my statement, and tell the people I apologize for some lies that I've had to tell
Yeah.
to catch these people off guard.
I Trust me, on Darin, I totally understand 100,000% where you're coming from.
Okay.
We have to do
Okay.
the same thing at times, you know?
Now the reason, and the reason I'm making this statement to you is because when this does come out, there's going to be a lot of people turn against me for what I've been saying
Right.
online.
Absolutely. Okay.
And I want to have some proof
Mm-hmm.
that I think you understand now.
I absolutely do. I absolutely do.
Okay. And now I so regretfully have to say that I'm now if you'll write this down word for word for me, this is how it is.
Okay.
If Daniel Martell is guilty
Mm-hmm.
in the involvement of the disappearance of Jack and Lily,
Mm-hmm.
they are dead.
Absolutely. I know that they will be if he has any involvement, for sure. They are dead.
And I so apologize to my cousins Debbie, Patty, Cindy,
Mm-hmm.
Malaya, and Hayden. I'm so sorry.
Right.
Now, did you get that okay?
Yeah. So let's see.
Now the second part of that, please.
Yeah.
If you got that okay. If Daniel Martell is innocent
Mm-hmm.
of the involvement of disappearing Jack and Lily,
Mm-hmm.
then the kids are alive.
Right.
And Malaya Brooks Murray is a goddamn hero.
Okay. If Daniel is innocent and the children are and the kids are alive.
And the kids are alive.
Yeah.
And Malaya is a
Mhm.
hero, and she really is, if that's the case. Now, third point, this may turn out to be that they're both involved.
Right.
That Daniel did something, and Malaya is so scared of him that she's scared to open her mouth against him.
It doesn't make sense though at all, Darin, for the sense of if two people are involved in a crime, they usually stick together up until the police crack them and break them down.
Yep.
But
Yep.
in this case, she took off. So that
and I offered her protection from Daniel too.
yeah.
So that's all. That's what I just want you to know that information and to be able
Okay.
to put that out if I believe Daniel's going to get nailed for this. And I'm going to find out more information today, believe it or not, because people, even my family and people here, they think I'm beat, and I'm not quite yet.
You know, now let me ask you this, and so don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm a wise person. I'm very intuitive, and so I get what you're saying, because I was literally, just before you called, I was literally going through all his messages and all he, like, basically from this perspective, an outsider's perspective, this is how it looks. He's the hero. He's done everything. He did this. He did that. Malaya's bad. Malaya's bad. Malaya's bad. Malaya's bad. Oh, I'm not trying to talk down about Malaya, but I'm so great. I'm the knight in shining armor that she, you know, and it's almost like an obsession or something.
Is that not the perfect characteristics of a psychopath?
Absolutely. And then he said that Cindy Murray, I have it in a message that I was actually going to show in the text messages. He calls, says, I was waiting. She's a psychopath. I was waiting to see one trait, and that day I saw it when there was no tears. I almost think that so I usually look into someone's eyes and soul of who they are. Malaya actually has quite a very soft eyes, like, meaning when you look at her eyes, she just seems like a very kind, warm-hearted type of person for the most part.
Very mild-mannered person.
Yeah. He, on the other hand, when I look into his eyes, I almost feel like I'm talking to the devil to be honest with you. Like, but somebody that is so good at portraying to be something that they actually kind of fool people, because, like, in a sense with him. But when I look into his eyes, I don't trust him at all. But I want to. But when I look at his eyes, it's like it's not one of those people that I go, this is a nice guy. But anyways, so
he believes his own lies.
He believes his own lies. He believes his own shit. And all his messages are in accordance with somebody that's almost like a full-blown narcissistic liar, you know, or a sociopath, or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A psychopath can be narcissist as well.
Absolutely.
And they love grandeur. That's where he's making his mistake. He loves the attention and he loves the grandeur, and that's why I totally befriended Daniel, to open him up, to stroke his ego,
right,
to let him go,
sink himself,
get him to go.
Yeah. Did you see that smirk on his face as he was talking about the polygraph test? That, like, when someone has a smirk like that, it's almost like kind of like falls in line with the typical narcissist, that they're so proud of their work that he couldn't help but smirk during when he was like, you know, talking. Anyways, bottom line is, now, so that's why it even got me about, I want to ask you quickly, if you don't mind, about this whole two sweater thing.
You can ask me all this, but right now we have to keep it private. I'll tell you anything.
We're just having a private convo. That's all we're having right now.
Yeah.
So
now you can release this later
if shit turns.
This,
yeah.
But not now.
No, of course not.
Go ahead.
No. So so this whole two sweater shit, as I was like, wait, if you find the kids and your sweaters happen to be there that are missing, then somehow that was all planted and you again are innocent of everything? Like, this is weird. Like, who even...
He's claiming people are setting him up.
Right.
To make it look like he abducted the kids, right?
Right. Because he
What
did.
if he's setting it up to make it look like the kids were abducted by somebody else?
Well, that's how I see it, to be honest with you. Like, okay, so if we look at the reality of the situation, truly, if we do, realistically, like, a risk assessment would absolutely put Malaya in the position that she's actually been traumatized, and that
she's a victim.
Right.
Partially a victim.
Right. Now, if we look at it logically, and again in the risk assessment, Daniel's everything he's doing points to, like, these are typical crimes that usually a jealous person would do, a jealous other half partner, whatever, that
psychopathic
right,
control freak. Yes.
Right, exactly. Because when I seen Malaya's messages to Belinda, I mean, obviously I've been in a very I have suffered from like a 12-year or 11-year abusive relationship, absolutely controlling. My ex, so I've been married 3 times. One, I was with him from 15 to 26. That one was extremely abusive. That was a learning curve for me. I never felt sorry for myself, and I just learned from it. But in saying that, so I can absolutely associate with somebody that's trying to control me, that's trying to manipulate me, the narcissist. I smell them a mile freaking way, those people. And but anyway, so yeah, so he has. So if we look at it like realistically, the chances that these kids have been hidden and can't be found is more to the far stretch side. It is. Versus a person that's controlling psychopath that took out the lives of Jack and Lily because they were interfering in the relationship or something. Again, just trying to have full control. You know, meaning that's a typical scenario that happens all the time, and he falls in that line of it. You know,
keep help away from Malaya. Keep to herself.
Well, look what Malaya said in those messages, right? I mean that he didn't want her to do this, and again, that's just a control freak. So, if that's the situation, the chances are that this is a Daniel involvement versus a hidden. By Malaya involvement. But
and think about this for me. Okay, the scenario on the side of the road that Daniel told me,
Right.
and I tried to confirm it, but the only people who were there was Janie, Daniel,
Right.
and Malaya.
Yeah.
So the only way I couldn't really confirm that too tight as far as the kids getting loaded into a vehicle.
Right.
But I went along with what Daniel told me, and because the only way I could even partially confirm that is Daniel told his cousin Logan the same thing over and over.
Right.
And Logan believes Daniel.
Of
but
course.
That's not a confirmation. That's not a full confirmation.
Nope.
Now, what would happen? The other scenario on that. What would we say, or what would happen if Malaya went out on the side of the road. The kids were already gone. Malaya went out on the side of the road to privately use her phone. Daniel was sleeping.
Right.
Maybe to tell somebody to fucking come and help me and get me the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's...
And then Janie caught her on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
So Malaya couldn't... What could Malaya do or say then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then Daniel came out screaming. And here's the other scenario.
Yeah.
Okay. Daniel told me over and over and over, and I got it out of him over and over and over, what he believes about them being abducted by Malaya's family members, that Malaya was in on it, that Cindy was in on it, and even Cindy's great-grandmother, Patty. I know Patty definitely wasn't in on anything like that.
Right, I know.
But, explain this to me. Right off the start, the two theories were abduction, which actually I believe Malaya brought up. And I believe she was subconsciously trying to say that Daniel maybe abducted the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I think subconsciously she was trying to fucking get it out there, but just couldn't. Now, and then the second, her story changed off the start too, and then it was they got out the back door, the silent sliding back door, and got into the woods.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, the silent door.
Explain this to me.
Mm-hmm.
If Daniel's full version of this is that he was sleeping, Malaya went out on the side of the road with the kids, transferred them into a vehicle to ship them out of there. Malaya didn't know that Janie was in the trailer that was living in back there. She didn't know. She didn't think she was supposed to be home. That Janie came out and almost caught her shipping the kids out of there. Well, explain this to me. If Daniel knew that Malaya had shipped the kids out of there, and that Janie had almost caught her ship, why would Daniel search the fucking woods for weeks?
Absolutely.
So there's where I start. See, there's where I started smelling this now.
Yeah.
I won't go talk to his mother because my woman knows, and my woman's getting pretty upset over all this.
I bet. Mm-hmm.
But she also knows I'm an OCD. When I lock onto something, I especially something to support, and I can't let it go.
I know. I'm the same way, Darin. You know, but
so there's my real theory.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say
what I'm doing right now, is just shortly here. I'm calling Daniel.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I thought I dialed his number because I wanted to talk to you after Daniel.
Oh, okay.
I'm calling Daniel, and I'm going to press him a little bit because that's exactly what I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask him, okay, Daniel, you've told me half a dozen times that Janie caught Malaya on the side of the road, and you're so sure that she had taken those kids out, put them in a vehicle, and they were getting shipped down the road, and that Janie just about caught it. And that's what you're telling me happened, that Malaya shipped those kids down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Malaya shipped, and I'm going to confront him hard on it now.
Yeah.
I'm going to confront him and say, okay, Daniel, I want you to explain to me, if those kids got shipped down the road in a vehicle and you caught it happening, why the fuck were you searching the woods?
Right.
Running ahead of the helicopters and water up here, wasting, screaming, you lost your voice. And explain that to me. And then I think he's going to get pretty dirty at me. Because he has the ability.
Right.
He has the ability to get very, very.
You can see it.
Dirty.
You can see it. You can see it.
I've seen it twice, yeah.
Yeah. You know, I mean, like I said, I'm just, although I have been tossed and flip-flopping because I'm like, okay, hold on a second. Like, these people are lying. But where's the truth in all of this? And I was looking at it two ways. The hidden one and the other one. But the thing that made the most sense once I actually thought about it, once this information has been coming out more, than once I actually thought about it, Malaya literally left the next day. She knew that Daniel did something to those children. She wanted the fuck out of there. And that's why when her mom said that, like that. So when I looked at the timeline of Daniel, it made sense to what that Bella person was saying, because I was thinking that. I was like, but it seemed like a far stretch. And I don't usually do the far stretched ideas, but knowing that there's fucked up cases out there. But then when one of the viewers put it all nicely, I instantly, right at the start of reading that 6 or 7 page thing that she wrote, because she's some sort of therapist or some sort of psychologist. Anyways, so when I started reading at the start, I knew exactly what was going to be said throughout the rest of that piece that she wrote. And it falls absolutely in line when you think about it. A victim that she knew Daniel did something. And like I said, the reason why someone would leave like that, and he even said that she wouldn't even look at him. Well, women don't look at men because they're so fucking disgusted in you for whatever reason. Now, so that makes sense why she left and why she's kind of been more hidden and not saying anything. She told Belinda, that Malaya told Belinda that she has 100% faith in the RCMP, what they're doing and all that stuff like that. But anyways, it's the most logical line, and I think Daniel is an absolute fucking lie. He's a pathological liar is what he is.
We're on him.
Yeah.
We're on it. He doesn't know I'm on.
No. He's so fucking caught up in his own world.
I had it. You keep your friends close, your enemies closer.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So
now, and the other thing too, see where Daniel fucked up here. And I'm meeting with Cindy later on today after she gets off work. I want to verify something.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Is the meeting? Daniel told me about the meeting in the ambulance where Malaya went into the ambulance because it was a place where they could talk privately, and Cindy went in with her. Daniel's version of this is that Cindy told Malaya, listen, stop talking about the Amber Alert because we've got the kids. Well, that's bullshit.
Right.
That's another fabricated lie. What Cindy told Malaya, I believe, was, listen, Malaya, you don't have to be scared right now. There's a lot of people around to protect you. Come with me and we'll get you the fuck out of here right now.
Yeah, something like that.
And they never even finished talking to the cops or anybody. It was a U-turn in the middle of the street. They told Logan to get the baby seat mat out of the car and load their car, load Patty's car and Cindy's car, and get the fuck out of here. And that's exactly what they did.
Mm-hmm.
And then Daniel made it look like Malaya ran away from that halfway through questioning and halfway through everything.
Right.
Well, that's what really had a while. I thought it was my... See, it took me a while. When I looked at this, Malaya shut down. She wasn't talking right off the start after her first interview, right? So I couldn't get to Malaya. And so I even suspected that Cindy might be involved in this, her mother, strongly suspected, because I just couldn't understand how your daughter could be involved in this and how Malaya could be complaining to Cindy for months about Daniel and wanting out of there.
Right.
Cindy.
Right.
And then when this thing happened, I just could not believe that Cindy didn't know anything about this.
Right.
So I had to go through the family and talk to other people in that just to verify that Cindy was clean in this.
Mm-hmm.
And she is. It's totally, Malaya shut down out of total fear of Daniel.
Mm.
And fear of don't forget, and fear of repercussions from her lying off the start, her claiming abduction off the start, and then her claim of going, the kids going into the woods. Because when she did that, when she said those falsities off the start, and that's what I mean when I say mistakes she made. Through all the search, throughout the Mounties were going to be laying a lot of charges on her, regardless of whether Daniel hurt the kids or not, because of the shit that she caused with her statements in the beginning.
Right. Yeah.
So she, don't get me wrong, she's in a lot of shit.
Yeah. Well, you reap what you sow at the end of the day, right? Meaning.
What's that?
I said you reap what you sow. At the end of the day, you have to be accountable for all your choices. Got nobody else to blame.
You have to pay for your own mistakes, even if they're mistakes.
Yes, absolutely.
So somebody else will decide. Somebody else will decide that as far as Malaya once the kids are found. Like I said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whether we get them at the table eating ice cream, which I don't think is ever going to happen. I think we're going to get bones in a box, but at least we'll get them. And then someone else is going to have to decide. I think we can take care of Daniel when that happens, but then something else is going to decide what happens with Malaya, because I'll certainly help Malaya all I can, but I will walk away from the punishment. I will not put punishment on Malaya.
Right. Well, you know,
because I
go ahead.
I think she's mostly a victim in this.
You know what? And chances are, rightfully so. And, you know, and we do the damnedest things sometimes. You know, women especially do the damnedest things for men. For whatever reason, sometimes we do stupid shit in sake of whatever, love or what fear or whatever on this. Now, just to ask you one last question, if you don't mind, because I know you want to call Daniel.
How come when we start talking together, we never seem to stop?
Well, I'm a talker. You're a talker. I've been in customer service for 40 years almost. Okay.
Okay.
I can listen as well as I can talk, type of thing. So although I'm a talker, like people's sometimes get the wrong idea about that, because just because I'm a talker doesn't mean I tell. Right? I'm very good at talking, but I'm also very good at keeping secrets. When somebody says don't say something, right, I can absolutely do that, because I'm not a drama person like that. I don't like to say, but so in saying that, like I said, I've just spent all my life being a very deep empath, and very much when I say I care about people, that's the reason why I've been in customer service for almost 40 years, because it's truly what I can do to help people. And although true crime is not the place that I ever pictured myself being, it's just the reward from helping families to bring awareness to their cases. But my thing to you would be, so let's say Daniel did something to Lily and Jack. Where are they, do you think? Because he knows those woods good, and he knows good.
Where are they?
Where would you think that they would be?
Well, they're in the ground. A lot farther away than the search went on.
Sure, yeah, you know, and that's where, because Daniel's not a dumbass. Like,
no, he's just stupid enough to think he's smart.
Yes.
But he is mildly smart. He's mildly intelligent.
You know,
he's no fucking genius, but he's mildly intelligent.
Mm-hmm. Like he would probably.
I'm no genius. Yeah, I'm only mildly intelligent myself, so I know.
Well, he would probably know to leave his cell phone at home, right? I mean, if somebody watches enough true crime or has any two brains about them, they would know that you do not take your tracking device with you, unless there's.
By the way, the cops are still on him heavy.
Oh yes. Yes.
And I believe the cops are on the same premise I go.
Yes.
I believe the cops know he did it.
Yep.
But they need the bodies or the kids to lay charges.
Yeah.
You can't charge a guy with murder until you have a body.
Yeah. That's why they gave him, I guarantee you, Darin, that's why they gave him a phone. That's not normal that they hand you a phone when they take yours. Usually, most times, you have to actually, wait till you get your phone back. We see this in...
That's interesting. I never knew that happened.
Yeah, they gave him a phone to use, right? So I'm thinking that they gave him a phone right away just to fucking, again, if he wants to hang himself, hang himself.
I don't think he's stupid enough to do that. But another thing I'm getting, and I got to watch for, I think along the line at times over the last couple of days, Daniel is almost thinking of trying to frame me into this. I think he's trying to make it look like I was the guy that picked the kids up at the side of the road. Because he's given me information.
Yeah.
Weird information that sort of, if somebody else listened to that. Yeah. As a matter of fact, one YouTuber already went that direction. That means.
Oh yeah. Right.
I mean, she literally blamed me. She literally said right on her program that she was calling the cops because she was sure I had something to do with it. And I'm sure she even wrote in a comment that I was probably the driver.
But trust me when I say that those Fruit Loops live There are a ton of those people. But in saying that, Darin, when we did that live after Daniel said that Charmaine could share messages, right? Well, there wasn't really anything that was good said about Malaya, but Charmaine's like, well, he said I could share, so I'm going to share what I think is whatever. Now, she did rush it, however, granted, when we first put them out, because I'm usually the one that does the work on the live and cut and crop and do whatever. But anyways, she totally believes, and I wouldn't doubt it if this was true, because it was right after somebody pretending to be Daniel was saying that those messages were fake. It's almost like he had someone go out there and say that those messages were fake.
I get where you're going. And do you know that right before she blamed me, she put on her post or video the interview with Belinda Gray, Sullivan's mother.
Yeah.
And she was blaming that before she blamed me. She was saying, "Oh, there's something wrong with this woman. She's involved in this." She blamed her, then she blamed the son, and then she blamed me right after that. And my woman and I were watching her. My woman was getting a little wild. She was saying, "Boy, oh boy, I think I'd like to get a hold of this one by the throat. She's a real nutball."
Oh,
so anyway, look, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking that down.
Okay, so let me know what he says about coming on the live. Like, just let me know what happens or whatever, and just keep me posted on whatever. Okay.
Yep, sure.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. All right.
Bye-bye. No, thank you for yours, too.
Thanks so much, Darin. Bye-bye.
I think it might be a good thing to say. If you want to say on your next broadcast that Logan, Daniel's cousin, is going for custody of Meadow from CPS.
Okay.
That would be fine.
Okay.
And you could say where you got it from. You could say where you got that information from too, and that would be fine.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. Did you end up talking to Daniel?
I haven't talked to Daniel yet. I tried his number, but he's out there. His cell phone doesn't work for a bit, so I left a message for him to call me.
Yeah.
And I've got a couple errands to run here right now, and when I do my errands, if he doesn't call me by then, I'm going to go out and see him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey.
Okay.
Darin, if you can remember this, just try to see what actually one day he worked on. Just if you can get that. Okay. Like if
I can get that easily. I know the boys that run the mill.
Oh, okay. Because I'm just curious what that. I just kind of want to get that one answer out of my head. What day was it that he worked one day a week?
I think I understand. I think I understand the connection you might be looking for. Too.
Yeah, if it's there. Okay.
He'd know that area up there very well too, wouldn't he?
Yes, he would. Yes. So,
okay, good enough.
Okay. All right.
Bye-bye.
Well, thank you for calling. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, so I decided not to interrupt that one. That way, if people want to listen to the whole clip, I don't actually need to put it out singularly. Again, just to remember, like, this was back like 6 to 7 months ago, this conversation. And Melissa, you're correct. He said I could put it out later. So no matter how much digs Durwood took at me, I still, as much as I was tempted to at times, I was just like, is it going to benefit the case, or is it, not type of idea. So I, just never did kind of put it out. It was always in the back of my head though. But anyways, again, so these are thoughts back then, say maybe versus now, even though for the most part, I would say that it's still the same thing, I think, about this. And Durwood, to me, was, this is what I'm going to say. So when it comes to Darin, okay, when he came at this, I still, in my heart of hearts, believe that, to some, he can definitely suck an egg. I know he has bashed me, Charmaine, others, along the way. Darin's type of person that, so this is the night. So this was the morning talking to him. Me and Charmaine and that were doing a live. That's when Darin came on the live, and he started going on about, like everything was opposite of pretty much what he was saying here. Like everything was opposite. All of a sudden, he knew the truth. He was going to wash his hands of everything, that the children were hidden, and he knew the answers. And he didn't like the fact that I was, first of all, like, what the fuck? Like, you just did a whole 180 here, dude. And it was crazy. So it went from this conversation to, next thing you know, I believe Daniel, got Janie as my source over there, that, come to find out and stuff like that. And he totally went off in this whole hidden thing and da-da-da. Now, for me personally, again, the truth is near the beginning, and all we've seen is Durwood and Daniel muddy the waters, change their stories, change where the children are, etc. Say that they know where they are for certainty. So I can understand people going down this line of, hey, what was Durwood involved? Was Jordan Geddes involved? Somehow did these people? I personally don't believe that. I think that Darin came into this with the whatever. Maybe he's a busybody in real life as well, right? Before this, I believe that from the beginning, that his intent was to find out answers for Jack and Lily. I believe that this is what he thought at the time. I don't believe that he was part of this whole, let me just involve myself and let me go, be part of the missing two children as a result of Patty asking him to, get Malaya out of this relationship and stuff like that. I personally, in my heart of hearts, because I'm the one that had been speaking with Darin, just my own gut feeling on this. So Darin spoke to me a second time after, basically he said, if we ever get into an argument again, type of thing. Because I was pissed. I was pissed because I was pissed, and me and Charmaine were both, because like how do you do this to Belinda? Like, how do you just come on this live without and saying that you're going to wash your hands of it, that you know the answers, and then do that to people of two missing children? And, so that made me mad that we didn't know what he was going to say, but we certainly didn't expect him to do a whole 180. And then ever since then, he kind of went on, he's been on this kick of hidden, he knows answers and stuff like that. So again, he said, if we ever, get into an argument again, type of thing, whatever it was, that we're not gonna take it seriously or whatever. And that didn't happen. Instead, after the next conversation, he just kept going on to try to trash me, try to trash YouTubers. And yet he's like a Daniel. His mouth doesn't shut up. He likes to talk. He wants to talk. But the thing is all his different versions about, well, I guess maybe that didn't quite work out, that storyline, but I still think that they're hidden. So now this happened and this happened and that happened. But I do believe that Darin truly was like, what the hell's going on here? Whatever happened. But I still believe that his intent to find Jack and Lily and answers, I still believe in my heart of hearts that underneath his layers of, bullshit and stuff like that, that he does want to find answers for Jack and Lily. I just think that after he came back from Daniel's, that's where it became clear that instead of looking at it down the middle road and having both sides of the fence to try to work with, he started going, basically believing everything Daniel said and Janie and all that stuff, and that Janie would never say a lie. But we all know that that's not true, isn't it? Because Durwood came out and Darin came out and said that, what Janie did say about hushing the kids and stuff like that. So even though, he's been quite the fuckface with his words about people, he needs to look in his own fucking mirror and garden before slinging shit, because these people created their own havoc. Daniel, Malaya, and Durwood, they've created their own chaos around themselves and trying to blame it on other people or other creators and stuff like that. And it's kind of like, look, when you come, like I said, when you're a little fish and you come into a pond of sharks that have been in true crime and stuff like that, like I was cringing because I know for a fact that when he put out his name and all that, it's like, dude, you have no clue what you're freaking doing by doing all this to yourself, but his sailor mouth, and his ignorance towards other people. If he doesn't like what you say, he starts bashing you. Now, so the minute that me and Charmaine were taken aback by his 180, again, it just sent off his temper. He's a very temperamental person, obviously. You can see that it runs in the family, with Jordan Geddes as well, and it just kind of like Janie and Daniel. The apples don't fall far from the tree because they're a product of their environments and stuff like that. So however you feel about Darin or whatever, his shit, besides trying to understand what happened to Jack and Lily, that's all with amongst any of this I search for. Like, if Darin had information from Janie or whatever to say, I'm going to listen, right? And like, it's not like, obviously you have to play people to a point, okay? But I'm never in it with ill will intentions, is the difference. I'm not there to try to be this deceiving, conniving person that I recorded these and that these recordings were going to go out. Okay. They haven't gone out, in a sense, at the hands of me, besides to Lana, that was supposed to give them to the RCMP. But again, that was giving it to another party, right? But, kind of like Darin said, well, put it out later type of idea. Okay, well, now I guess is later. So, he said a lot of shit and stuff like that. So I have no problem now sharing these. For me personally, I'm not, so for any of you guys out there, for me personally, I like to have the information, whether it's shareable or not shareable. If it's something that can help me understand this case and it's a private conversation or something like that, right? It's stuff that I earned the right to have because I'm the one that was talking to them either privately and stuff like that. And again, it's not about anything besides trying to understand what truly happened to Jack and Lily and trying to use every bit of information at your disposal to try to make sense of it, But of course you have to sometimes play nice like I did with Darin, right? I mean, at that point, I didn't know much about Darin. Regardless, I just wanted him to give me whatever information he was willing to share, and stuff like that. And because I knew I was recording him, I was just doodling on paper as I was pretending that I was writing it down just because I was recording it. So what would I need to write it down for, right? But anyways, we're going to play part. I'll play part of the second conversation out there. I'll play it up until the part that he starts saying that Daniel's abusive, like, meaning I'll play it before that, up until that point, and then you guys will have to just wait till tomorrow until I will release it all. Okay, so again, however you guys feel about anybody, that's your choice. However I feel about anybody is my choice. Obviously, it's my channel, so I'm going to voice kind of my thoughts and my own opinions. But always remember that, again, these conversations were from 6 to 7 months ago. And people's mindsets can change, whether it's yours or mine or stuff like that. So the one thing at the time that I noticed I was, I will say that I was more sympathetic towards Malaya because I was confused, because I always figured if one was involved, they all had to be involved. But I couldn't understand, I think even to this day, the more that we've seen of what Malaya hasn't done, the more aggravated in this case I've become, because as a mother, there's no holds bar when it comes to your kids, and that's not what we're seeing. So my attitude, of course, is more shifted and a lot more anger or animosity, in a sense, towards Malaya because of her actions since that time of this conversation. But back then I was thinking, okay, I can understand the relationship she's in and stuff like that, but like what happened to Jack and Lily at that time? Like, was she involved? Was she the one that did something? Was it all of them? Do all of them know? Stuff like that. Anyway, hey Zach. Thank you very much. I appreciate the people that see the genuineness of this channel and how I personally do things. Again, I can't live my life. I can only live my life the way that I feel when I'm doing things right. And even if some people might think I'm doing something wrong, you know, I have to be always good with myself. And I couldn't be good with myself if I tried to be shady, tried to embellish stuff, tried to, deceive thumbnails and stuff like that. I can't, I could sit here and probably double, triple my subscribers if I wanted to play those type of games, but I refuse to, so either you like this channel or you don't. You come to it for information or you don't. That part, it's up to you. That's your right to watch this channel, not watch this channel, sub, unsub, all that stuff. That's perfectly fine. I'm not in it for my millions and billions of dollars coming my way and stuff like that. I do it because I truly, genuinely care and try to be as transparent with people as I can. And maybe I'm too direct sometimes, but it's me. It's from taking a lot of control and abusive shit through my life that makes me the stronger person that I am. And some people think, as a female that you're too strong. And I don't care. I know who I am. I don't need anyone else to tell me who I am. I think I know who I am. So I appreciate the people that understand who I am and see my heart and stuff and the reasons why I do things. And to the people that don't see that, again, go fuck yourself. Don't care. Okay. So I'm going to play, like I said, part of 2. So let me do that. And I see you, Zach. Thank you, Shannon. Shannon, prayers for you. And thank you for being a really good friend in Messenger and on here as well. I appreciate that. Okay, so this should be Dickwood 2.
To me.
Right, I know. Yeah, I know you did.
Well,
I just want to start off by saying I think that I was just getting up and because it starts off a little funny like that, I'm pretty sure that I probably hit record like right near the start I did. So it just kind of starts off a little, but this is the second conversation. I can't remember what day. I know he was mad at me because we didn't take his side about the whole Daniel hidden thing and believing him. And he got all pissy about that. But we ended up talking again, maybe a couple weeks later, I think it was.
Malaya decided to talk to me, but then she talked to her lawyer and her Indian family, and they stopped her from talking to me.
Right.
So she changed her mind. So I went to the only other person. There was a girl at the break during the morning of the search and everything that landed with Cindy and them.
Okay.
And this girl stated that she knew the kids were in. Now she was supposed to be a psychic, so-called. She said she right in front of the cops, the Mounties, right in front of. Now the big difference that's going on here, Sonny, is Janie McKenzie, Daniel's mother.
Right.
Won't talk to anybody.
Which you see.
She made an interview. She gave the police a sworn statement, but she won't talk to anybody publicly or in the news or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, Janie McKenzie's been talking to me all along.
Oh.
And yes. And it was Janie McKenzie, and now she just gave me permission to say, I promised her, the first time I went in the yard to talk to Daniel, it was this week. See, there's no phone reception right along there.
Okay.
So he's got to go up the road 500 yards one way or up a hill the other way to get phone reception. So when I have to see him, I'd have to go out. So I went out to confront Daniel about one thing that really bothered me the last time. I said to Daniel, you stated on television and everywhere Now I can tell you don't believe me, and that's all right. I'm going to say
No,
I got to get get this out.
Darin, it's not that I don't believe you. It's not. I apologize if the other day hurt you. It was just a matter of when we're saying something that somebody's saying and we don't have proof. It's just then we call it speculation. And
I know, but you called it more than speculation. You said when I talked to you the day before that it went over the line. It became absurd, and then you kept saying bullshit, and then Charmaine kept chiming in that was impossible and that didn't happen.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it sound like that. I was just meaning, it's just that it's hard for anyone to believe. Even, it's not that you're not doing your best. I know you're doing your best for Lily and Jack. I do. I know you're sincere in your intentions. It's just hard to believe that a month and a half later that all this is like you know.
I think we're over 2 months now, aren't we?
The second will be 2 months, but it's more that this case is so wacky that it's not a normal case. So that's the point of when I say it's going into orbit.
I guess.
Yeah. So it's not that I don't think that you're not doing everything. I know you're trying to do what's best for these children.
All right, we'll get this one. Now, this is my family I'm talking about, right? When I first headed into this, my cousin Patty requested me to look into this because she knew I knew Daniel, she knew I knew his family, the Mackenzies and all them over here. And she asked me if I heard anything, and if I did, I won't go into all the small particulars of it. I will at a later date.
Sure.
But it was Patty that requested I look into this, and this even before the kids disappeared. Patty asked me if I'd go over there and take Malay out of there with the kids, and I told her because she said Daniel was abusing her,
right?
And I said Patty, I can't do that. If Malaya calls me and says, look, Darin, he's hurting me and the kids, I want out. If Malaya herself did that, I would have.
Right.
But I told Patty I wasn't getting into their relationship without Malaya consenting for me to do it. No way. They were still living together, and if there was abuse, there's nothing I could do about it. But bottom line is here. All right, I already told you, and you already knew the part about Malaya going to meet with me and then backed out, and that's fine. The only other person that I could get a lead out of for who was driving the vehicle that supposedly transported the kids was Cindy, and I'll tell you why. Because the girl that was there, she was they're a very close friend of Malaya's other family, Haley Ferdinand, and this Shelby and Cheryl, other girls that are involved. There was a girl with them, and she claimed she was a psychic. Now this came from Logan. There was 5 people in on this conversation, plus Mounties standing right there. Why weren't they recording these conversations?
Right.
I don't get it.
Right.
So anyway, this girl stated that the kids were just being put in bed in New Brunswick, that they'd be safe, and that she was going to go up and visit them in a couple of days.
Oh.
Now, this is the testimony I got directly, ready, sworn testimony that went into the Mounties from Janie McKenzie, from Logan McKenzie, and from a couple other girls, but they never made statements to the Mounties about it, but they told me about it. So it all cooperated with me what they were saying. Now the Mounties, here's my deal. And oh, by the way, Cindy, I called Cindy.
Yeah.
She told me the first, I called her 2 days in a row. The first day she was right, she bawled and screamed and cried. She didn't care what I had to do. She said I was on the right track. If you could just get me those kids back, she said, do whatever I had to do.
Yeah.
I said okay, and I knew what I had to do then was press Malaya harder. Anyway, I called her back the second day, and all I wanted to tell her was, listen, Malaya backed out on me. Malaya was going to talk to me, but then she refused. Cindy wouldn't even let me talk. She said, Darin, I don't want you to say another word. I'm going to tell you right now, whatever Malaya did is all Malaya's fault, all Malaya's responsibility, and she'll have to pay the price for it. I'm washing my hands of it.
Right.
Now, that's her mother.
Yeah. I remember you saying that.
So that's my family that I'm going against here.
Yeah.
And when I was first called in there to look at this, I was sure for the first few weeks that Daniel was the killer. That he did away. At least he did away with those kids. I was sure of it.
Right.
But it took a few weeks for Janie McKenzie to trust me enough, and all of a sudden, she broke loose last week. And told me that she was in the trailer, that she wasn't supposed to be home, that she heard Malaya come out the back door with all 3 kids.
Oh.
And yes, all 3 kids, because she heard Jack babbling. She heard Lily started her little bit of screaming. And when Lily used to start screaming, Janie has a dog in the trailer that she keeps with her in her fenced-in yard.
Right.
And when Lily screams, the dog bites her.
Oh.
So the dog lit up. They heard Lily doing her little screaming thing. They heard Jack babbling. Then she said when the dog barked, all of a sudden, you could hear Malaya. She said she could hear Malaya going shush, shush, shush. So she quieted the kids down. She took them out the fucking drive. Excuse me, I didn't mean to swear. She took them out. I get excited. She took them out the driveway, and she still didn't know that Janie was home because Janie was supposed to be on a trip with her boyfriend. Oh. And by the way, now there's all kinds of speculation that I'm her boyfriend. Well, no, Janie's too dangerous for me. So anyway, Janie pulled her pants and boots on and wrestled with the dog.
Okay, so I will stop this right there. So, right, like I said, so yeah, we hear about the hushing, but again, this is coming from, Durwood at the time. Again, this is near the start of the case. And so this is the thing, right? Is that, remember, Janie denies saying that to Belinda. And Darin has come out and said, no, she said that. But she also, like Darin is saying, had said that, well, what was it? That Jack was screaming or little Lily was screaming something about the dog barking and stuff like that. Actually, I got to play that part back again because so it's that added extra in there. It's not just about the hushing, right? It was about the other things that Janie apparently told Darin about that morning. So let me go back to that for a second. Is that here?
But they told me about it. So it all cooperated with me, what they were saying. I'll tell you why. Because the girl that was there, she was they're a very close friend of Malaya's other family. They were saying. Now, the Mounties, here's my deal. And oh, by the way, Cindy, I called Cindy.
Yeah.
She told me I called her 2 days in a row. The first day she was raped, she bawled and screamed and cried. She didn't care what I had to do. She said I was on the right track. If you could just give me those kids back, she said, do whatever I had to do.
Yeah.
I said okay, and I knew what I had to do then was press Malaya harder. Anyway, I called her back the second day, and all I wanted to tell her was, listen, Malaya backed out on me. Malaya was going to talk to me, but then she refused. Cindy wouldn't even let me talk. She said, Darin, I don't want you to say another word. I'm going to tell you right now, whatever Malaya did is all Malaya's fault, all Malaya's responsibility, and she'll have to pay the price for it. I'm washing my hands of it.
Right.
Now, I just want to say this. So you guys can take these words however you like them, okay? Again, the way I kind of was taking that when Darin was talking about this was the actions that we've seen from, say, Cindy today. I personally believe that Cindy is letting RCMP do their job. And wherever the cards lie, they lie. In a sense, with Cindy, I believe that, like she said, what he was saying about what Cindy had said about, basically, Malaya is responsible for his own shit. I'm sick and tired of this, kind of thing, washing my hands of it. So I believe that personally, Cindy has not been speaking out and all this stuff. She probably knows the truth to what happened here. Like, she probably has definitely a good motherly instinct about what's happened to Jack and Lily, knows that say bullshit's going on between Malaya, Daniel, Jack and Lily missing, but I believe that she's mostly like, she's one of those ones that's just in the background and not coming say forward and letting the RCMP doing the job. And like someone had shown a screenshot before. Oh, that's a
Just the facts, Mom.
Thank you, Just the Facts.
27 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. You're awesome. Thank you. From all of us here. We all. Pink heart emoji. You send me. I think DG is full of poop emoji.
Thank you very much, Just the Facts. Appreciate that. Sometimes when the sound goes off, because I haven't done live in a while, I was like, wait, what? But anyways, thank you. Appreciate that very much. So, and you guys, again, I want, like, whatever you take away from this is totally up to you. Again, you know, I'm the one that had the conversation. So, you know, for me, it's only right to obviously, you know, if somebody's going to drop a conversation like the first one, you know, obviously I had the conversation, so probably makes sense that Sunny talks about it because Sunny was the one talking with Darin Geddes. I'm giving you guys a glimpse of part 2 of a conversation that was close to an hour long about it. And I want you guys to hear these words now. Darin Geddes has said a lot, but I want you to hear about what Darin is saying. Regardless, remember, it's third party, so it's Darin saying that Cindy said this. Now, I have no reason, to be honest with you, even if I don't agree with his thoughts and about what happened to Jack and Lily, I don't have a reason, especially at this point, 6 or 7 months ago, to not really put some weight into what Darin was saying, what he was trying to do. Talking like there was no, it wasn't like I felt like I was being deceived by Darin speaking. I feel like mostly, regardless of what the thoughts are, I believe that he is actually relaying the information that he was relaying it to me privately about talking to Cindy, about talking with Janie and what Janie had said at the time. It's only later on, like Daniel's been doing, when muddying the water and when a narrative isn't quite going this way. See, Daniel's doing it for purposes for Daniel. You know, I believe that Darin, I think he's maybe starting to see the light, definitely with Daniel and Janie and stuff now. You know, but again, whatever his thinking is now, wherever how he sees it, that's his own theories and whatever. But the part that I'm looking for is, okay, do I believe that what Cindy said to him is factual? Do I more believe that than I don't? Yes, I do. You know, again, because this is near the start. This is when he's kind of coming into it. It's only now, especially because of the way that Darin's been acting and talking and seeing Daniel and all that stuff, that now we start, you know, I can understand why people don't like Darin Geddes. I mean, he should understand why people don't like him, you know, but this is when, again, things start changing, right? Narratives start changing. But this is towards the start. So I do believe in the conversations. I'm listening only to what he has to say, even if I don't agree with his thinking process. All I'm looking for is answers for Jack and Lily. Is any of this information that helps me think out about, you know, some truth? Why is, say, Cindy, you know, saying these words perhaps to Darin, you know, would tell me if I was just, like I said, mostly believing exactly what he's saying that Cindy said. And Cindy has shown that she was at the search of the last one, but that she doesn't come out publicly. And I believe that, like I said, we would expect the grandmother to come out and you know, make her presence known and to say, you know, please help find Jack and Lily. But I don't believe that she believes that they're alive. And I believe that she's letting the system play out. And whatever is my husband Ben here? My God, Ben, it's been a minute. And he's my online husband. My husband, my real husband, he says, I'm perfectly fine with all that, you know. But anyways, so, you know, so a mother, most mothers typically are not going to want to believe that their daughter had any involvement or did something to the children. You know, maybe Cindy believes that perhaps that Daniel had something to do with it, but Malaya's been mixed up with drugs and bullshit and different boyfriends. And, you know, Malaya's been riding off of Grandma Patty. Like, Malaya's worked one job for 6 months at 15 years old, okay? So Malaya is not this poor me. Malaya has used people as she's needed them for herself, right? And even if they're detrimental to her own, the relationships and stuff like that, okay? Malaya is someone that uses people for her own self, right? To basically support her along the way, to basically, well, she be's the lazy ass fucking mom, so that other people take care of her. But she has picked these choices. And I've made choices where I've picked people because I think I can fix them. Malaya has shown over and over again that she keeps choosing these wrong relationships. Now that's her accountability, but it seems like Malaya just keeps falling into her own traps all the time, in a sense, until she realizes one day that she literally attracts these people. And maybe that's because she does have a very sweet heart inside of this person. I don't know. All I know is, again, Jack and Lily are missing, and whatever relationship choices Malaya made, a bottom line still becomes it's on her. But I think that her mom knows a lot about her own daughter, and I'm pretty sure that your mother is going to know when you're bullshitting or when you're not being truthful or you're acting differently and stuff like that. But I think that Cindy is just honestly letting the RCMP handle the case. That's how I kind of see this. And that's why we don't necessarily see her, shouting from the rooftops herself as a grandmother.
No, that's her mother. That's her mother.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
So that's my family that I'm going against here.
Yeah.
And when I was first called in there to look at this, I was sure for the first few weeks that Daniel was the killer. At least he did away with those kids. I was sure of it.
Right.
But it took a few weeks for Janie McKenzie to trust me enough, and all of a sudden, she broke loose last week and told me that she was in the trailer, that she wasn't supposed to be home, that she heard Malaya come out the back door with all 3 kids.
Oh.
And yes, all 3 kids, because she heard Jack babbling. She heard Lily started her little bit of screaming, and when Lily used to start screaming, Janie has a dog in the trailer that she keeps with her in her fenced-in yard.
Right.
And when Lily screams, the dog bites her.
Oh.
So yes. So the dog lit up. They heard Lily doing her little screaming thing. They heard Jack babbling. Then she said when the dog barked, all of a sudden, you could hear Malaya. She said she could hear Malaya going shush, shush, shush.
So I don't believe that Darin is making this up. Myself, I believe, because if we look in hindsight, Janie is denying saying anything about hushing the kids. I don't think that Darin pulled this out of his ass to sit there and say that Janie, and this isn't a private conversation to me, right? That Janie said that Jack was babbling, that Lily was screaming and she heard Malaya hush the kids. Okay. So again, there was more to it than just hushing, but I believe myself, regardless of how we feel about Darin Geddes and not, or blah, 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 I believe myself that he's being honest here, that he's literally saying what was told to him. I don't think that he's trying to insert this and that, as part of his involvement in all of this and, stuff like that. I just think that Darin believes his own stuff, and if anyone contradicts him, he goes off the walls and and goes off on people and stuff. But to me, that's more tidbit to me. Take it however you want, but I personally believe Darin when he's saying that Janie said this to me, and then Janie's the one backtracking, right? Belinda had a conversation with Janie. Okay, again, the police, don't forget this part. Okay. When the case was happening, right, it was overheard by somebody on the property, on the ground. They heard the police saying to Janie that we don't believe you. Why? Because the story's shit, just like Daniel's story is shit too, in my personal opinion. And their whole alibi of that whole freaking night, right? So Janie, of course, if she's like lying, right? So she's denying that. She said that to Belinda. I literally talked to Belinda right after she spoke with Janie. She didn't mention anything to anybody about putting a pool up, to no reporter, to nobody. Okay. It was about potholes and about hushing the kids. Okay. So I had that conversation with Belinda after she got off the phone, basically, with talking with Janie on there. And then Janie doesn't want to admit to that now. So who's lying? Is it Janie or Darin? I don't think it's Darin lying, because Darin came back out and said, Janie did say that to me. So I believe this conversation happened where Jack was babbling, Lily was giving her scream, and Malay was hushing the kids, because it was part of their story about hearing the kids, part of the alibi about putting preference on hearing these children, even though they only used the last video from Dollarama, I think it was, or whatever place it was that they were captured on video, right? Because they're not believing Janie here or whatever like that. If the police have said to Janie, we're not buying your shit, there's a reason for that. There's a reason that this seeing or hearing the kids was put into this timeline, right? Because again, to me, it's just BS. And this was Janie's way, or Janie and Daniel's way, of trying to insert the fact, well, that the kids were heard that morning. So, obviously it must be from that point on that they suddenly disappeared at the hands of Malaya's family, Cindy, Patty, Haley, and all that stuff. All right. Thanks for subscribing, Kai, on there. Night, Melissa. Okay. So we'll listen to some more. So again, take with it what you want. Again, for anyone coming in, this is part 2 of a conversation that is not out there, that I'm putting out there now, but I'm not playing the whole thing today. Okay. Because I know that there's some pieces that I need to go just edit out, because it's not what it's not what I deem as relevant to Jack and Lily. This stuff I deem as relevant, that you guys are hearing this, because it gives you more insight, however you want to take it, about Janie hushing the kids, Lily screaming, and Jack babbling, supposedly. And I say loosely, supposedly.
Quieted the kids down. She took them out the fucking drive. Excuse me, I didn't mean to swear. She took them out. I get excited. She took them out the driveway, and she still didn't know that Janie was home, because Janie was supposed to be on a trip with her boyfriend.
Oh.
And by the way, now there's all kinds of speculation that I'm her boyfriend. Well, no, Janie's too dangerous for me.
Did you hear that? No, Janie's too dangerous for me. Darin.
So anyway, Janie pulled her pants and boots on and wrestled with the dog for a minute to tie. She had to tie the dog up to her bed before she could get out of the trailer. By the time she got out of the trailer, she jumped out onto the driveway and walked right up behind Malaya. And Malaya was standing there with Meadow. Now, Meadow was in her arms this whole time.
Right, like you said.
Yep, and she walked right up behind Malaya, and Malaya looked at her right stunned, and you know my story. I think I told you that, the rest of the story from there on in.
Yeah.
Now,
go ahead.
Now, and by the way, my family was pretty dirty at me for a while when I proved, see, with Janie's testimony, and I didn't trust Daniel off the start when he told me this, and his version about how. And oh, by the way, that's when Janie was questioning Malaya at the end of the driveway. That's when Daniel was what fell back asleep, and that's when Daniel came out.
Okay.
Did you guys hear that part that he said? Again, remember, this is third-hand information. Take with it what you will. But did you hear that part right there? So that's 9:10. So let's go to, is it here where he says it?
Oh, and oh, by the way, that's when Janie was questioning Malaya at the end of the driveway. That's when Daniel was what fell back asleep, and that's when Daniel came out.
So I don't know if Darin got it wrong there, but as you can see, Janie's talking to Malay in the driveway type of thing. And that's when Daniel woke up and came out. But Daniel has about 4 different versions or 5 different versions of that whole time himself, because Daniel puts himself with coming out with Malaya at the same time. So I'm not sure if this is a repeat thing and he got it wrong a bit, or if that's what was said. Again, it just goes with the BS of it all, right? It depends on how you look at this. I look at this as creating an alibi and creating lies myself. Okay. So at the end of it, I feel like the whole timeline that they're trying to tell is a bunch of BS, in my opinion.
Okay.
When Daniel came out, Janie was standing there questioning Malaya. Malaya had the kid in her arms, and Daniel said, "What's going on?" Her Janie, and he said, "Well, where's the kids?" Malaya looked at him and said, "They're in the woods." Daniel ran up in the woods, just like where their little play cabin is and their tree house is. He ran right through there, and that was what he said. He ran through the woods for 30 seconds because it just took him that 3
Right.
and that would be okay.
Yeah.
He said he can run back in. He said, "The kids, where's the kid? The kids aren't there." And then Janie said to Malaya, "How long they've been gone?" Malaya said 20 minutes. So then it was Janie that sent Daniel out on the road with his van. She said, "You go cover the road, Daniel. I'm going through the woods." Janie headed up through the woods behind the little playhouse and that. Janie headed up through the woods. Daniel headed down the road, and they went all the way through to the next road. I think it's the Laird Road.
Right.
And Janie met Daniel at that road, and Daniel said, "Well, you know, they both asked, 'Did you see them?" "No, we never saw them." And Daniel said, "Do you want to get in? I'll drive you back home." And Janie still wouldn't. She went closer to the pavement and followed the Lansdowne Road all the way back again.
Oh. Well, so she only heard the kids, but she didn't realize that they were put into a vehicle at the time?
No, Janie never. This is why I told you this before. I think Janie missed that vehicle by about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And I told you about me bluffing Hayden with the name of the person that I was pretty sure was in that vehicle.
Right.
And by the way, the reason I'm not contacting through Facebook is I've been cursing the Mounties activity in this pretty hard. And by the way, Jordan, I don't know if I should tell you this one.
Who's Jordan?
So, he's the head investigator for the major crime unit.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Well, if this one's private, then it just stays private, if it is.
This conversation better stay private then, and I'll tell you one more thing.
Yeah, I won't put that out there.
I've been sitting all along in this. Jordan has been all over Daniel like a sheet, except for the last few weeks.
Right.
I've been sitting on conversations. Jordan gave Daniel his personal home number to call anytime he wants. I've been twice now. I've been trying to get a hold of anybody in major crimes. Now is the 4th day. This is the 2nd time I tried to get a hold of them to give them something. And it's been since about 5 o'clock Saturday morning. Late Friday night, I got a message, and it was from a girl, and she said she wanted to contact me because she had information that would help me fix this.
Okay.
So, okay.
Yeah.
She said she had people around on the message. She was, for some reason, she didn't want to call right now, but that she was going to call her later when she was free, is what she said. "Give me your phone number." I said, "Great." I give her the thumbs up, and I said, "Please do help me." So I waited and waited. No call. So after a few hours, I sent her my phone number back to her saying, "Look, here's my number. You don't got to message me your number. You can call me anytime, okay?"
Mm-hmm.
Well, she never called back. But this I wanted to give because her first name is the same and the same age and everything as one of Malaya's very good friends. So I wanted to give this. I wanted to, after Cindy threw me under the bus, told me, "Nope, whatever happens, happens." Malaya wouldn't talk to me. That's when I said, "Okay, good enough." And that's when I said I'd give everything from now on. Cindy, everything goes to the Mounties first.
Yeah.
That was Saturday morning at 5 o'clock. They have not called me back yet. But I did do this report Saturday morning, and I wanted this report that I was trying to get a hold of them because Jordan's been threatening me with charges, with withholding evidence, interfering with the investigation, and all that shit.
Oh, has he?
So I wanted this, and I had some more information there that I wanted this documented, that I was trying to get a hold of somebody from the major crime unit.
Right.
I called the major crime unit. Oh no, there's nobody here on Saturdays and Sundays. I said, so there's no major crimes get committed on Saturdays and Sundays. I was a little snotty with her. She said, well, what's it about? I said, it's about Lily and Jack Sullivan. I might have a little information here I'm trying to give them information I was warned if I got any information to give it to them, so I'm trying to give them some information. She says, oh, well, they're not in. I said, well, I need to speak to at least a Mountie because I need this documented that I'm trying to get a hold of them at this time with some information. She said, okay, I'll put you through to the Pictou detachment of the RCMP. I said, great. Right on the same phone call, girl says, hello, Pictou detachment, RCMP. I said, my name is Darin. I said, I'm trying to give a member some information, a tip, or whatever you want to call it, on the Lily and Jack thing. She says, oh, okay. She took my name, address, birth date, phone number. She says, there'll be a member in contact with you just in a few minutes, she said. I said, okay. 4 hours later, I'm sitting there, no phone call. So I thought to myself, all right, I'll grab my phone, keep it with me. I'll go find a Mountie. I drove around these 4 towns for 3 hours trying to find a Mountie. Not a sign of life out of the Stellarton detachment. No lights on, nobody in the windows, not a sign of life. So anyway, the last time I circled the Stellarton detachment, I was going up the road, didn't know what to do, towards Stellarton. About 400 yards up the road from the Stellarton detachment is the Sailor's Galley restaurant. There was 2 Stellarton cops, town cops, sitting in the restaurant. I pull in. I said, listen, boys, I got to get a statement. I want to get a statement verified here. I want to make a statement. I said, the main thing is I just need any cop to take a statement off me that I'm trying to give information about Lily and Jack Sullivan at this time. Because what I was scared of was that Malaya was starting to break. She was starting to send messages to people again. She was starting to communicate with Daniel again.
Was she?
And what I was scared of is that she was going to break.
Right.
And if she broke first,
right.
Well, I didn't want to be sitting there stuck with information, or I didn't want Jordan to be able to say they broke it first and then charge me with withholding evidence.
Right.
That's why I wanted to document it. I'm getting too loud, probably, am I?
Oh, it's fine.
Let me calm down.
No, I get it. I know you're doing.
I'll stop it there for a minute on there. So again, so what I was saying, so after the first conversation, me and Charmaine had done a live that night, right? And that's when Darin flipped and did a 180. And he came back from Daniels and Janie over there and came back with this whole, you know what, I've talked to a source. I know exactly what happened to the kids, and basically 1,000% clad alibi and stuff like that. And this is where Darin changed. All of a sudden he went from what I thought was the middle ground. Now, again, to put this in perspective, is that Darin, okay, and again, this is just going by my own thoughts, but Darin had also said that, he's trying to talk to Cindy Malaya, and then Malaya ditches him, and he believes it's because people are saying, you know what, don't do it, putting stuff in her ears. And then his, next thing was, okay, well, maybe I still have a chance of figuring this out. I'm going to talk to Cindy, meet up with Cindy. Then basically that's why he says Cindy threw him underneath the bus, because Cindy's like, look, Darin, whatever Malaya did and whatever is responsible for, whatever, I'm washing my hands of it and blah, 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 blah. Right. And so Darin was pissed at this, because he's trying to get information, but yet the family's not really saying anything. Right. And so that's kind of when the plot twist kind of happened, that he goes over to Janie's and Daniel's, and next thing comes out of it as if what they're saying is gospel and truthful in a sense. And that's when this whole freaking hidden theory, taking Daniel's side, Janie's side, believing everything that they're saying is like gospel, that Janie wouldn't lie, that, that she's truthful, like kiss, like, right. And I think he's learning is a little bit of a lesson now, in hindsight, which, for us at the beginning, like from not being as attached or as close to the case like family members are. And that's kind of when he came back and was like, basically Janie's telling me this and that, and Daniel's telling me that Malay is at the end of the driveway and all this stuff. And then for him, it's kind of like, okay, well, my side of the family, they're not saying shit. Why aren't they saying shit? How come they're like, they're supposed to meet up with me, then they're not, Cindy doesn't want to talk to him and stuff like that. Like I said, I'm just talking about the surface, whatever's happening in the family, behind the scenes with the family, about Darin Geddes, how they feel about him, and all this. But from what Darin was saying is that basically Malaya Brooks' side, his side, isn't saying shit. Why aren't they saying shit? And that's why I think for him, this is when this whole hidden thing that Malaya, is hiding them, has them on the reserve and blah, 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 and all this stuff. It's kind of like, this is when he kind of goes over there, starts believing what they're saying and going kind of like, to me, aha, like, this is why Malaya's side's not saying shit, because they know exactly what happened with Jack and Lily, and these kids are hidden. So that's kind of, to me, where all this kind of took that twist with Darin and his narrative, and why his own family's not speaking up, talking about Jack and Lily and stuff like that. So I get it. Like, I get it. I get why and I get why you guys, or whoever believes in the whole hidden thing and whatever, I get why people would kind of think something like that. Like, especially if you're a family member, you're trying to get information, they're not saying shit, they're not meeting up with you, they don't want to talk and stuff like that. So if two children are missing, why aren't you talking? So then of course he has Janie and Daniel, especially Daniel, who's more than willing to talk, right? More than willing to slew his whatever BS out there and his storyline and his narrative to the news and my personal opinion and stuff like that, right? So that's, like I said, this is where he basically did this 180, and that's where we sit to this day, is that, he's saying that, I think him and Daniel are at odds now, and him and Janie and stuff like that, because he's probably, realizing that they were BSing. So now, regardless to me how you guys feel about Darin, and if you believe him or don't believe him and stuff like that, that's kind of how I've seen it, from being, in this case, from the start, talking with family members, but Darin Geddes' conversation here about how he's talked about how Malaya, so we can see ourselves clearly that besides some family members of Malaya, remember how long it took for people to start speaking out a little bit. And that's because Darin Geddes, right, talked about this whole hidden thing, which started creating some of the family members to come out and, start saying stuff, right? So he did stir the pot. He, and that's where I can't take away stuff that he's done that way, because he did stir the pot regardless, even if it is far-fetched and out of orbit, and to a lot of people. He still stirred the pot, got people talking. That's what we wanted. We wanted more information, right? And that's what he did by creating this. So again, people can shit on Darin, and I can shit on Darin for how he has been and the things that he has said and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, is it relevant to Jack and Lily missing? But what I'm searching for through all of this is answers, right? Okay, Janie. So did Janie say that Jack was babbling, that Lily was screaming, and that she heard Malaya hushing the kids? Yeah, I believe she did, as part of the alibi, as part of the alibi and stuff like that. But again, that's just speculation about it all, because up until the RCMP, again, figure this case out, and it, there's some arrests perhaps to be made and stuff like that. we don't know the answers, so we can only take this information. So this is why I'm very appreciative. Like I said, we can feel however we want about Darin, but you sit there and take the information and take the stuff that makes sense, barring the fact if you don't believe that the children are hidden. But you can understand perhaps why he has gone down that line. If his own family members are not talking about Jack and Lily, it's just that his way about going about things, obviously he's been a dick face, right? About it all. Instead of just being, a normal, decent human being that's truly caring about Jack and Lily, he just goes on the attack. That's his personality. That's the way he does things. But, it doesn't do him any favors.
Doing this because you just want, you're doing it for the kids. Simple as that.
First I wanted to nail Daniel Martell because I wanted him nailed. If he hurt those fucking kids, I wanted him done.
Yeah.
And as I dug into it more and more and more, everything I found out cleared him.
Right.
More and more and more.
So
and so it came to the point with me that I had shown that people that are going to make sworn.
I'm just going to stop that for a sec. P.S. Spice. Yes, but he distracted from what really happened. Okay. A lot of cases, people try to distract from what really happened. And yes, this takes a whole new level of distraction. I'll grant you that. But in saying that, on the positive side, what also it is created. Because at the end of the day, no matter what we feel, if we feel that the children are hidden, if we feel like they were trafficked, if we feel like the children aren't alive, bottom line is it's the RCMP that's going to solve this case based on the information they have or based on information that someone with knowledge is going to come forward with that's going to propagate this case. So granted, it's caused a lot of drama. But the thing is that this stuff is exactly what keeps cases out in the public by all this stuff. Just like Sebastian Rogers, right? Took a big deep dive after, but it's reviving itself again. For any parent or family members that truly want answers for Jack and Lily, right? They want the story out there about Jack and Lily regardless. I know that it's, we wish that it wasn't that way, but that's just not reality. Reality is that drama is going to be involved in high profile cases. And so without Darin's kind of, theory about hidden and all that stuff, these other people wouldn't start becoming on the platform for you guys to hear other information from other family members, regardless how we feel versus the information that's been coming out because of all of this, right? So that's, again, I just try to, with all the information, you take out the BS or the things that you don't believe to be true, and you try to look at the, the straight of it in a sense. And, so does it seem likely that Janie said that to Darin? Yes, absolutely it does, right? And then she backtracks. Why? Why would somebody create the fact that they heard children? Well, their alibi doesn't make sense. The timeline doesn't make sense to sit there and throw in this whole hidden thing by Malaya and all that stuff, because the timeline that they created themselves doesn't kind of permit for that to have happened, right? Based on their own words. So does it make sense that they're trying to throw in this BS of hearing Jack and Lily and trying to get us to believe that that is the last time that these children were alive, or that they knew that they had heard them last, right? To create that to us, that's, well, Janie, you're 100% telling the truth. So obviously you did hear the kids that day, or you're smart enough to understand that that's just a bunch of BS so that we believe that the kids were still alive perhaps at that point.
Statements under oath in court are going to say that. And I always said I thought the kids were alive, but I know they were alive when they left Lansdowne that morning.
I really truly hope so.
Because if they weren't, the only time Daniel would have killed them would have been standing right in front of his mother and Malaya with the kid in her arms on the driveway.
Right.
Because that's the last time Janie heard and even probably saw them. I should have clarified. So, that's the last time Janie proved that they were there. Now, why would the cops know this and keep...
Well, that's just it, Darin. Like, I don't understand. If there's all this information, how come the fucking RCMP can't find the damn kids?
That's why I'm calling the RCMP down to the fucking lowest. This should have been settled. This should have been settled within 2 days.
Yeah.
With the testimony they had, if they'd have been recording the fucking people that were testifying, all the people, especially the arguments that were going back and forth between family and family there. Especially when you've got a fucking girl there saying the kids are going to be in bed shortly, a nice warm bed, tucked in their nice warm beds in New Brunswick, and it was Janie that got right in her face, is, what the hell do you know about this? And she smirked at Janie, said, well, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there.
So obviously that was derived probably from Malaya trying to divert that Cody had something to do with it, about the whole New Brunswick thing. So for someone to make that comment about they're going to be tucked into bed, that would have, to me, had to been propelled by Malaya trying to direct again. Like, you know what? Maybe Cody did something to these children that he hasn't seen in a couple of years, right? Again, to me, it's just diversions, BS and stuff like that. That's how I see that about, but I mean, Darin's just repeating the stuff that he heard and stuff like that. But in order for someone to say something like that about them being tucked into bed, that's because somebody, Malaya, is blaming Cody as if he did something to take away from themselves.
Visit them in a couple of days, and that's when Janie said, you guys get the fuck off my property, get out of here.
Well, why did Daniel say, Darin, that Malaya's family's blaming me for having something to do with it, and I want to take a polygraph? Because
they did all along. Because they did blame him all along. They did. They were sure it was him right from the start.
Okay. Really? But if
they
Janie...
were sure, because Daniel's abusive.
Right.
There's an abuse problem there.
Yeah.
He does have a temper, because I fucking tried it. I heard he had a temper, and I bugged him a few times and got him lit up. And he does have a very quick temper.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe there was abuse. I do believe there was neglect. I know there was. But that's not, I wasn't getting into that. That's not what my family asked me to prove. And besides that, like I said, when the abuse was going on, Malaya was still voluntarily living there, and staying there.
Well, it just doesn't make sense if Janie heard the kids, and with Malaya. So it just, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, then why would they accuse Daniel of having something to do with it if Janie knew full well that Malaya was just with the kids?
Malaya never once said, and I don't believe even yet, Malaya has stated that Daniel has hurt the kids, and Malaya has stated that Daniel has acted strange around the kids. I challenge you to show me something where Malaya herself says Daniel killed the kids.
Right.
There's other family members that are sure, yes, Daniel killed the kids. But Malaya has never said it once, and because she knows it's not true.
She knows. Now.
Yes.
Now
I'm pressuring. Now I'm putting messages on Malaya, and I can't do it properly. And I'm telling you why. I'm sitting at Walmart right now because I wanted to hit Dolly Vision first and tell them.
So I've gone past the part just a little bit of where he talks about Daniel being abusive and stuff like that. I said I would play a little bit of part 2 tonight, but there's things in there that don't need to be in there, I think. Particularly, I think this next piece of the conversation. Because he was saying he wanted to do Dolly Vision first and something like that. And I was like, no. Hold on here. Canadian, hello. Because remember, he was on Dolly Vision first because he just wanted to speak or whatever. And then, like I said, I mean, obviously, I wanted to, being Canadian, it's like, dude, if you're going to talk, I want to have that freaking thing first, to be honest with you, if you're going to put out shit. But anyway, not to take away from Dolly Vision, but obviously, sorry, Dolly, but you're American. This is a Canadian case. And it's kind of like, stay back on this land there, Darin. But anyways, I'm going to stop that there. So that is, let me see here. Wow. on the screen. It's like this much of this long of a clip, type of thing. So let's see here. And Dolly one was chaotic. I know. Man, that Orrin and Orson case makes me sad. Absolutely. I've played you guys the Orrin and Orson, with the parents there, the adoptive parents, that, to this day, Orrin and Orson, but it's again, they're standing there just lying their faces off. They act like the kids just disappeared out of the backyard. They did the classic go up and drive around pretense, right? Again, another parallel case where family involvement, in a sense, or well, we don't know that this one is for sure, but obviously speculation. But in that case, they ended up being charged, and they still haven't found Orrin and Orson. Now, that case definitely did have a by chance, perhaps, thing of being trafficked. That case was more likely to have could have turned that way. They don't know what happened, but they ended up being charged for the murders of Orrin and Orson. But chances are, again, their lives were taken, and the parents ended up getting charged. But it is very parallel in a lot of ways to this case, to Sebastian Rogers' case, when it's like the truth is being told, it's being muddied up, it's weirdness, it's the things that people you would think would do versus what they're doing, and it just falls in line. Like I said, we're talking about, to me, Occam's razor. Okay, so for anyone that wants to believe in the whole hidden and that they're still alive, idea, you have every right to think that way, obviously. It's just that it's never gonna usually turn out that way. The likelihood, that happened, the likelihood that these two children wandered off, like, DT has tried to portray and stuff like that, is it plausible? Plausibly ridiculous, that it happened that way, right? Never say never, regardless. But it's just like, what are the chances that two children are gonna wander off? Like, again, it depends. Do you believe Janie hearing the children that morning, or do you believe that it's just a bunch of alibis and stuff like that? I don't know how many times that the RCMP have talked about, basically, if this turns into a criminal investigation. I think, again, most of us are smart enough to understand that, and even like police officers or experts that have talked about in this case, they're all portraying that same thing, that missing persons case, but yet they're looking into the criminality that's behind all of this. And that's what's gonna, to me, rear its nasty head, and always remembering that two beautiful children, Jack and Lily, is who we are always speaking about. And these children deserved so much more than those two pieces of shit, of so-called parents on the property, from the CPS, from what we've learned, from the actions, from the BS. These children deserve so much more. Children in general deserve, again, they're innocent. They're victims. They're victims of circumstance, unfortunately. And that's what I'll never forget, is that the children matter the most here. Not Daniel, not Malaya. If there's involvement on their part, the RCMP, they'll be taken care of. It might not happen tomorrow, might not happen in 2 months or 3 months. But to me, again, we have to wait for the answers to come from their evidence of what they're doing behind the scenes for answers for Jack and Lily. But I believe myself that the sad truth is that Jack and Lily are not alive. It falls right in line with these type of situations: financial, jealousy, affairs, all this stuff going on, drugs. Like it has everything in it, this case, for, unfortunately, children were living underneath the roofs, of these two pieces of shits. Okay, that's what they are to me. They're two pieces of shit. And that's how I see that, because if truth is being told, from Malaya and Daniel, we wouldn't have all these inconsistencies, this bullshit, this trying to hide, behind people talking for Malaya and all that stuff. And it's just absurd. It is absurd. And you guys all know in your heart of hearts, when you guys know something is off and you know that, there's people that can make excuses all day long for their actions and stuff like that. For me, when you have 2 children missing, you're going to be out there. You're going to be out there. There's no excuse for Malaya not to be out there asking for the help of the people to help find Jack and Lily. Okay. There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for any family member. Like, granted, not everyone's going to be in the forefront, but when you're the mother of these children and your ass is hiding behind people, nah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to have that sympathy. You got mental issues going on and just shit like that. Great. Fix your fucking self. But you know what? Be truthful, or at least show that you're actually looking for your own 2 kids, Jack and Lily. Daniel, again, he's just that, that side, he's not even stepfather, but Malaya did say that the children did call him dad, and Daniel's out there acting like this whole, like I said, he's going to go to the ends of the world for Malaya, and all this stuff. Daniel, to me, has this obsession, in a sense, with Malaya. I think it's the fact of losing control. When she left his butt that day, the day after, I'm sure he couldn't believe that that happened to Jack and Lily. I'm sure he can't believe. And that's why when the Globe and Mail, again, that Daniel was more super focused on the fact that Malaya left him than talking about Jack and Lily, right? Again, that's where he made this weird statement of, she's trying to blame everything on me, and so she doesn't get in trouble. And when asked what that meant, all of a sudden it's just like, what? Nothing, type of thing, And so I think that just shows you what Daniel truly cared about. And that was the fact of Malaya left his ass, and his ego couldn't handle it, because he already knows, to me, in my opinion, what happened to Jack and Lily. So now he's worried about the relationship end. What the fuck? She left me in the midst of this shit going on that, we know about. She left me. And the community won't stop no matter what. We will fight forever if needed. Look at how long it took for Michael Vaughn. Yeah, absolutely. But nobody ever stopped trying. And Jack and Lily have an army of soldiers. Yeah, voices for Jack and Lily. Justice will come. Justice will come, Belinda. Again, I'm just so sorry that, it is what it is. Hindsight is life and stuff like that. At certain things or certain people, people come across and whatever. But Belinda has been fighting for answers for Jack and Lily for 8.5 months. But I'm just sorry with all the BS that has come along with that, and stuff like that, or people that have, say, turned on you and, or backstabbed you and stuff like that. You'll always have my heart for this case as a person, as someone that I personally know. No matter what, say, side family members from an opposite thing think, and stuff like that. To me, Belinda has shown that she has been fighting religiously for these children, for answers. And to take that away from Belinda is just disgusting to me. Again, some people might not have liked certain things from the family members, like, oh, she didn't visit enough, or, she didn't care about Jack and Lily up until they went missing and stuff like that. Bullshit. There's 2 sides, and then there's the truth to every story and stuff like that. Malaya pushed people away, as we well know, for 2 years. That Daniel let her have one friend. Now, again, Malaya could have laughed. She could have done a lot of things, and she chose not to. Sunny, I'm taking a break from YouTube. I've changed jobs and no more working from home for me. Don't worry, my work from home job for 3 days out of the week too. I have to go in full time now, right? And stuff like that. So we all have to work from the office now. So I feel you, buddy. Love you. No matter what, no matter when I see you or not. You're an awesome, amazing person, Ben. So I get it. Belinda says many blessings. But what time is it anyway? So it's 9:13 my time. Okay. So I'm gonna go finish in a few minutes here listening to that audio and just taking out things that wouldn't apply, like things that you just don't need to know because they're not in relevance to it and stuff like that. And I believe that the next part coming up is not really a bunch of a little bit of relevance to that. I think it was just me basically saying for the next part, like, no, come on my channel and talk, and I'm grateful for that. I am. I'm grateful for the information regardless. And I'll always be grateful for any information from family members that have spoken out, and Darin is a family member, cousin to Patty and Malaya and, and Patty and that. So it's one of those things. If there's information that can help you understand this case and you try to put truth to it, stuff like that, I'm grateful. I know, I joke about the wrench, but I appreciate you trusting me with it. No, what I appreciate, Ben, I want to say this because Ben was always dropping me links. Sometimes he would always find them so fast for like news stories and stuff. And then I forced Ben to take a wrench. He was like, no, take it back. And I'm like, no, Ben, you have been an amazing mod. And whenever you are in here, just totally know how much I appreciate you. And Sharon, you guys have been two of the most religious mods and stuff like that when it comes to this channel. So just know, for whatever your life path is taking you or whatever, or whenever I see you or don't see you, buddy, I appreciate you and always wish the best for you. Yeah. And maybe one day, we'll marry online or something like that. And if not, then I'll just marry an AI person instead, do one of those crazy things going on that people do. Anyways, love you, buddy. I think Malay is closer to Cheryl, so she would know more. Cheryl and Angeline, eh? So, and again, whatever the feelings are there, whatever information, they know or don't know and stuff like that, whatever is all I can say. All I can say is Malaya should be doing her own effing talking. And I can understand people helping to support, but, from the side of Malaya, you're the mother of these two children, not Cheryl, okay, not Angeline, whoever I think her name is, and stuff like that. Malaya is the mother of these two children. So I can understand having support systems, but to not have the mother literally come out and be proactive in the disappearance of her own two children, to ask people to help search and stuff like that. She can have she can have a bowl of come kiss my ass. Because to me, that just shows exactly, again, it just makes her look really bad. It makes her look truly bad. Malaya was actually closer friends to Cheryl's sister, Shelby, right, which Haley had said. Right. Welcome, Ben. Sharon. They will only come forward when they have something to lose. Otherwise, who would give any info and go to jail, since they are getting away with it so far? So no one is. That's how I see it. See, legal myself, in my personal opinion, is that when you have so much to lose, if you tell the truth, which obviously would mean that it's selfish because they would care more about themselves. When you know that you're perhaps just culpable, both parties are just culpable, and you think about that you have to do even a fucking day in jail and prison and stuff like that, and there's, like I said, a reward out there not being claimed. Nobody has seen a visual of Jack or Lily. Nobody has come forward to say that they know where they were hidden. Those are, again, clear signs that the truth is, chances are, is going to be from that property, and why we're not going to know any of the true truth until the RCMP comes out with it. Because, again, just go watch the interrogation videos. They're going to try to save their ass as much as they can. They're going to lie, deceive, try to say it's nothing to do with them, that they were only there to, help assist, to try to bring awareness to Jack and Lily, right, Daniel, on there, and try to act like they're giving their all and stuff like that. Again, I just call BS on the whole stuff like that. It's just trying to have self-preservation, trying to distract from the truth, trying to direct towards other people, except for at themselves. And I believe that that's a huge part myself, okay, and why Malaya's interview was the way it was. I believe because she absolutely had knowledge of what happened to Jack and Lily, and that's why she couldn't say their names, and that's why she didn't. At least I know it's edited, don't get me wrong, but at some point we would have heard in that interview their names if she would have said it. But again, they're trying to do Amber Alert, they're trying to direct, but again, to me, that's just trying to disassociate yourself because you know the truth, and it's like you would feel guilty saying kind of like their names, knowing that you know the truth, right? So you instantly try to avoid certain things that you're saying, which is common amongst liars or people that are trying to deceive. So that's how I see all of this myself. And if it comes to fruition to be true, then, like I said, the RCMP do their jobs. And if somebody has information that they can give, then give it. Maybe somebody else holds the key because obviously they're looking for, they need something. They need something. And it could be simply that they need Daniel or Malaya, just one of them to turn, to speak up, to get answers for where Jack and Lily are. I don't think you guys are going to know it's coming from Daniel. Daniel's too much of a freaking ass liar and stuff like that. The thing with Daniel is I can appreciate from Daniel versus Malaya is that Daniel literally made himself look like a piece of shit all on his own, right? His own words sunk him like a Titanic to his BS and his lies and stuff. Regardless how you feel about what happened to Jack and Lily, Daniel has shown his true colors. We've seen it through the Taylor messages, and we've seen it with his inconsistencies, his own screenshots, his own words. Daniel sunk his own battleship when it comes to his personality and who he is as a person. And so it's too little too late for Daniel to start being quiet now. He can be quiet all he wants, but the damage is done. The damage of who he is as a person is done. And as for Malaya, like I said, for all those people that are having these, poor little hearts for Malaya, why? I don't understand it. Why? Why? These two children disappeared underneath their watch, right? Again, we have a person that's worked one job for 6 months when she was 15 years old. Other than that, she's rode off the coattails of everyone for help, right? That have literally sat there, supplied her with money, relationships where Malaya, didn't have to work, right? She put herself in this situation. She could have left Daniel a long time ago, many times over, but she chose not to. And then something like this happens. And then all of a sudden it's right. Like what, they were all sleeping. So even if their alibis are bullshit, they still put themselves as all pretty much sleeping, they're all in a daze sleeping and stuff like that. The BS shit, she hasn't come out and overly spoken out about her children missing just to even ask for the help and stuff like that. So am I going to really sit here and feel sorry for Malaya? No. Or am I more going to be angry at her for allowing her to continue on a relationship that she knew was controlled? Obviously, she said it herself. Daniel only let her speak to basically one person. He didn't let her talk to anyone, didn't let her go over to Belinda's and stuff like that. Again, granted, Malaya's her own person, but she's the one that allowed all that stuff to continue and go on. She had options to leave, and she didn't. So the reason why we sit here today with 2 missing children is because of them. And it's easier to go at Daniel because he's been vocal versus Malaya, because there's a lot of what ifs with Malaya in all of this. But bottom line is, it started with both of them, and it's continued to watch these 2 parents act so strange and odd during the disappearance of 2 children. That I have no forgiveness for anyone for. Your 2 children are missing. And as a mother, you're sitting there to barely put up a freaking search sign for Jack and Lily, you know, getting dolled up, acting like 2 children doesn't disappear. You get into a relationship right soon after Jack and Lily disappeared. Daniel's off, fucking people and stuff like that after, Jack and Lily disappear. And you're going to tell me that they got their priorities and shit in a row? Fuck no. To me, they're equally just as culpable for the disappearance of Jack and Lily, and again, that's just the bottom minimal part of it. When the truth comes out, we'll see. They are not acting right in the head. No. Maybe we should go knock some sense into them, eh? Malaya needs to woman up, in my opinion. To me, Malaya reminds me personally of somebody that, whatever she is, what is she, 27, 28? She might be that old in age, but she reminds me of someone that's a teenager still. The mindset of a teenager, that might be offensive to her, but honestly, adulting isn't sitting there working one job and then riding off of everybody else to fulfill your needs in your life and all that shit. It's fucking called lazy, using people, self-centered, and you obviously seem to be neglecting Jack and Lily, which is evident, right? She's the mother. She is the biological mother, regardless. Daniel is just a step, father to the side of all this, but regardless, she is the mother. It was her responsibility to protect her fucking children and nobody else's. It was her responsibility to protect Jack and Lily. And she stayed in a household that she's claiming that Daniel did meth and abusive and all that stuff. She put her children in harm's way, regardless of the answers for what happened to Jack and Lily. And so, no, sorry. That's where my sympathetic heart, ends, because I'm not here for Malaya's health or mental health. I'm not here for Daniel's mental health, right? We're here for answers for Jack and Lily and what happened to them. Fuck those 2, They can do all the BS in the world and all that stuff. And RCMP is the one that needs to, bring us the answers. But they're still never going to take away from the fact that she's the mother, her responsibility to protect her children. She did not protect her children. And you think that the courts are going to put a child like Meadow in Daniel's or her hands and stuff like that again? When 2 children go disappearing because of their own negligence, as they call it, disappearing, wandered off, abducted, Amber Alert, all that stuff. Apparently it's 6 hours. I also don't believe MBM is talking to RCMP to throw DM under the bus. I don't think so. I just don't. I don't believe that at all. I've seen something to contradict that. I don't believe that that's the case myself. It's just my own thoughts, but I used to struggle with that a lot. Is she talking to the RCMP? Is she not? But it just boils down to, if she was talking to the RCMP, like, if we believe that a vehicle was heard between 12 and 5, and one of them, Justin, heard about 1:30, right? And I mean, the children got off the property somehow. And I don't think it was because they walked all the way down to where the pink blanket was and stuff like that. Remember things like the Darin has said, like the Daniel, he lied about this, right? About the blanket, or, because of this reason, or he lied about the shirts, to protect, protect Malaya from the blanket and blah, 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 right? And stuff like that. I mean, This case is absurd that way, but it's because people are trying to, of course, like any case, right? Theories, different reasons, what possibly could have happened, and all this stuff. But when you take a straight line look at Daniel and you see all his BS and the different stories and all these narratives about the blanket and how the blanket got there, blaming it on Malaya's family and stuff like, or Haley and Hayden. Well, not even Hayden, just Haley, right? Everything's always about Haley, trying to say that those car keys and those bathroom picture was hers, right? Just stuff like that. Why is he lying? Why are you lying? Two children are missing, and you're coming out in front of like freaking true crime here and portraying all this bullshit. Again, why would anyone do that if they're telling the truth? Right? So if they're not telling the truth and their stories are inconsistent, that tells you that's because they got involvement and know what happened. And they're trying to BS and they're trying to distract and divert us and stuff like that. So they can with some people. For me, I have my own thinking. But again, I'm realistic to know that RCMP need answers. And when they finally get those answers, that's when we'll have some nominal, not even justice for Jack and Lily, because it won't be justice. Unless the kids are found alive somewhere, which is so astronomically low. It'd be a hope and a miracle for that. But chances are these two children aren't alive. So is it really justice? No, but answers at least. DM has spent 8 months talking about social media, about being a victim. Yeah, I know. I mean, you guys know that him and Janie care more about how they look than actually talking about Jack and Lily. Right, it's illegal. Yeah, it's hurting his case. What case, dude? You're never gonna get custody, you or Malaya, of Meadow. You understand? Meadow needs to be in a safe, protective environment of people that aren't doing drugs, that actually care, that actually don't get black eyes and stuff like that. Meadow needs to be protected from pieces of shit like them. She's a poor excuse for a mother. Daniel's a poor excuse for a father's. When you think about even his own kids along with Meadow. I mean, yeah, look at the reality of it. Like, he can't even see his own kids. Why is that? Why is that? Right, Daniel? Remember, you're the one, Daniel, that let loose that your own other two kids claim that you abused Jack and Lily. You put that out there, right? Because you're a dumbass that way. You're so stupid that way, right? You might be smart enough to leave your phone at home, but you think with your dick. You think with your wrong head. And that's what, dude, besides your own freaking narcissistic personality, that's what gets you in trouble. It's because you're thinking with your dick, your wrong head. And then you're starting to send these messages. And then those messages may end up making it out. Right? All Taylor's messages. I'm amazed you didn't take more wrath off of those messages, to be honest. But at this point, I mean, you're already a lying bag of shit. Everyone knows, in my opinion. And that just made you even look like a even bigger piece of shit, and you trying to say that Malaya was the abusive one in the relationship and you've never done anything. Again, you're just so full of shit. How high do you possibly stack it? So I don't fall for Daniel's games or bullshit. I tried to listen to Daniel. I tried to look at different ways. You try to look at his information and see if it's believable and stuff like that. But then the shit just keeps coming. You're always trying to, okay, well, let me just look at this, from this standpoint, or, is there involvement, but then it becomes so thick. Then his words become so thick and his lies become so thick and his inconsistencies become so thick. You're just like, no, I'm sorry, but you have shown enough. This is more than just you trying to act like you're being transparent to us and stuff like that. When you're lying and you're trying to change your stories up and you're adding information as the months have gone by. and you're trying to keep portraying that it's everybody but you, and it's Malaya and this and her family, and Malaya kept the laundry over there, and you're trying to get us. It's like the blind leading the blind here, that he's so full of himself, because every normal person during the case decides to take an online course to be a criminal investigator or something like that. Yeah, that's pretty normal that every day somebody just does that. Or Daniel, is that your way of trying to figure out the minds of how things work? You know what I mean? It's just it's BS. This whole case is BS. MBM will only break the cycle of funny bad guys if she gets therapy. Well, she needs a lot of fucking therapy. Makes me wonder about her dad, since he's the first man in every girl's life. Was he an example in her? No, I don't. I mean, I think Malaya probably, if I was myself, just to think, I think Malaya had probably the worst between Daniel's and Malaya's upbringing. We already know, I think, that her dad was in jail and stuff like that. And, I don't think Malaya had the most secure, loving upbringing going around, different stepfathers, different, like I said, situations and stuff like that. And then you got, there's, from Daniel's side of it, you got a fucking mom like Janie, like, can you imagine listening to that voice? Is there a reason why I keep thinking of the Bates Motel? When he got his mom up dead in the freaking rocking chair, as he's running that Bates Motel shit. I mean, imagine Daniel having to listen, because Janie's not this soft-spoken woman, right? She's that one that, she reminds me of, like I said, a little bit of my grandma. Rah, 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 rah. Imagine if you had to listen to that fucking shit all the time, like, meaning seriously, as a child, that you have to listen to this voice, this person's, as a mother and stuff like that. I'd probably do my own head in if I had to listen to that fucking voice all the time, and her butting her nose into shit and stuff like. And then you've seen the way that Earl went off, on Tint. And you have to ask yourself, what exact, like, you know what I mean? It's not like, I can see that Earl and Janie bickering at each other, obviously, Janie, did something to create hers and Earl's relationship to end and stuff like that. But can you just imagine being a child or children in that relationship of these fucking angry birds, and just having to be around that type of atmosphere? I mean, I'm just talking about the whole aura feeling of children, and stuff like that. And then if you grow up fucked up, to me, like Daniel, I can't speak for Justin because I don't know enough about Justin. But as for Daniel, when you see how fucked up he is, you're just like, what the fuck all happened to you, dude? That created this narcissistic, lying, manipulated person, learned from, as a child, listening to your mother and that arguing, and, all those dynamics could be happening. I don't give a fuck, though, still, because it's Jack and Lily. These are the two children that are missing. So whatever shit was going on in their lives, it's their responsibility to take care of Jack and Lily. But first and foremost, it's the mother's responsibility, since she is a biological mother. And I think Daniel is a pathological liar. And that's why he can make it easy pass a polygraph test. I think there's good reasons why they're not showing those questions as well. Like, obviously they don't want other people to see what questions that they were asked in case they do other polygraphs, and stuff like that, so I can understand them keeping the questions redacted for that stuff, especially if we're looking at a criminal case. Why can't Janie see her grandkids? Well, she can't see them because of the whole situation with Jack and Lily and two missing children, right? Obviously, what's her name? Christy, the ex of Daniel, right? She ain't gonna fucking let those kids go anywhere freaking near the property or have anything to do with Janie or Daniel and stuff. Absolutely not, right? Wouldn't you be freaking out if, you know, like if the kids could be brought over there and stuff like that, and Janie be able to see them? No, fuck no, right? And with the case of 2 missing children, fuck no, that mother's gonna fight tooth and nail, and probably have her own ass good reasons. That would drive me insane too, right? So yeah, so fuck Janie, fuck Daniel, fuck Malaya, and all this shit. These people do not deserve to have kids in their care. No. Mm-mm. Uh-uh. I can see Earl saying that, yo, his boys, be a man, come fight me. Same way Sebastian Rogers was taken off the property is the way Jack and Lily were. Yeah. Something very similar, probably, for that. What she is doing till the case is over. Absolutely. Like any decent mother would be doing. Protect your children. She don't forget, Daniel was with Christy for a long time. She's got his number. She was with Daniel when he was doing his drugs and all that shit. She's got his number. She knows the truth. She, again, like, why should she put herself out in the limelight, in the true crime and stuff like that? She's best just to keep quiet, let the RCMP do their shit, and her protect her kids at all costs, right? Like I said, to me, Malaya and Daniel can do whatever the fuck they want, whatever courses they want to take. I don't see them ever getting custody of Meadow at all. Nope. They don't deserve it. They don't have a right to Meadow at all. But, the courts will decide everything, right? But, hey, let them have their wishful thinking, Yes, according to GM, his older children told on him. Right. Not saying it's wrong, just pointing out that there is good enough reason for them not to see his kids. Then how the fuck are they not suspects? Well, the thing is that, this is it, right? Is that it's one of those things. It's not that they're not, say, suspects to the RCMP, but are the RCMP going to say that they are suspects, even if they are? And I think that there's a darn good chance that they are. But they're not going to say that because it's underneath of a missing persons investigation. And again, they're going to do what they need to do to preserve the case the best that they can. Again, right? Maybe they don't have enough evidence against them right now. Or at least one of them, both of them, whatever, let's just say, right? So obviously, are you going to label them a suspect? Are they a person of interest and stuff like that? Sure. But again, remember, they're claiming it underneath of a missing persons right now. Why is that? Obviously, because behind the scenes, to me, they're absolutely know the fuck what's going down here. So that becomes word salad with the police, really, about that stuff. Right? They have to say certain things to us, right? They have to say that they're looking at all avenues, that there's no option off the table, right? They have to say that. That's just 101 script for RCMP to say something like that. What they're thinking behind the scenes could absolutely will be different than that. Like I said, one of the things that was said, remember, in the article, from the Globe and Mail from the last one, was that they basically have a picture of what they believe has happened, right? But they need to complete that picture with evidence, right? And then hopefully one day, I mean, I won't be shocked if one day, the news comes out and it's like people have been arrested in the case of Jack and Lily, because that's how it's really going to happen there. But they obviously need, the case would be, we would have been given answers if they didn't need information to obviously, say, put a case forward, right? Because you only got one kick at the bucket. You understand? You got one kick at the bucket to get this right. So this isn't going to be one of those things that they're going to go in on a hope and a prayer and whatever. No, they got one chance to get it right. Right? And they're not gonna sit there and try to give anything away in a sense of what they have, of stuff that we don't know that they have already. They're not going to sit there and give that privy information to us. Because again, what we know is this. What they know is way more. And I truly just believe it's just a matter that they need either someone to give up the information, someone to squeal about it, find the bodies of Jack and Lily. I think that they, again, are in a little bit of a rock and a hard place because of the ruralness of the area and the lack of digital. But I do believe that they have a picture painted for sure. All right. Good night, Belinda. Love you very much. I'm going to be getting off here in a minute myself. Let's see here. Something needs to change in missing children cases. If there isn't enough evidence found in a certain amount of time, it needs to become a criminal, or whoever was the last with the children needs to be locked up. I would love for to see Malaya and Daniel sitting in a jail cell, just for the neglect of Jack and Lily, and then see if anyone fesses up a little bit more there, and stuff like that. But not the RCMP, but it's always my pretty picture in my head is like, hey, why aren't they sitting in jail? And you know what? Maybe, who knows? Maybe because I don't know. Maybe there's just the charges are too lightweight, but I don't know. I think both of their asses need to be behind a jail cell. Telling them the truth. They need a bit of truth serum put into their butts. I just noticed your banner says Merry Christmas. Where does my banner say Merry Christmas? Does it say Merry Christmas on my banner? Huh. I'm waiting for it to say Merry Christmas. Huh. Oh, there it is. Merry Christmas, everyone. Guess I'll have to do that. All right. Good night, Belinda, though. Love you very much. Tinker, if you have any connections and heard stuff, did you share on this one? It would be great if they could bring back sodium benethol. Anybody says. Okay. What time is it? It's 9:47. Give me a second. You know what? I think what I'll do right now is I'm gonna go drop 5 memberships here quickly, and then I'm just gonna take a small. I'm gonna be here for till 10 o'clock. That's 13 minutes. But I got to go to my own darn channel here, and I'll let these memberships play out here. Let's see. 1 second. Where's my channel? View channel. Okay. Well, Ben. Wow, that was unexpected. I'm like going, how is that going off? I haven't even clicked it yet. So you guys get to hear Rick roll 9 more times. So let's see. I know it's going to go off. Who got all those? Let's just take a look here quickly. Thank you, Ben. Okay, so C Legal, JLYS, got one. Anne, Sailor Moon, Stella, Belinda Sutherland, Carla, Paige My Rick, Tammy Phillips, DEA, all got one. I think I got everybody there. Okay, so you guys, I'll be right back. And I'm going to let these Rick rolls go off. So thank you, Ben. So you guys say thank you to Ben for anyone that's in the chat right now and all that stuff. But give me a couple minutes on there. But love you, Ben. You didn't have to do that. Ben, make me. Just because you gifted 10 memberships doesn't mean I have to do a membership live. We'll see. Um, maybe next weekend. I don't want to make a promise, but I'll do one. I'll do a members one. Just not sure exactly when. I hate making promises if I'm unsure, because I know next Friday I have to meet up with a friend at like later in my time in a sense, so it would be really late to try to do a live, but we'll see. We'll see. Thank you again, Ben, for the 10 gifted memberships. That was an unexpected pleasure, and thank you for paying it forward to the others, because regardless if I don't do say a members live, for instance, it's still, you don't have to deal with the slow mode and stuff like that, and you got to use the emoticons, for Jack and Lily and different things like that. Sunny, Melissa got a membership. Did Melissa get one? I didn't see that. And oh, right, there it is. Okay, finally it showed up. There it is. And American Justice, Melissa. There you go, Ben. Anyways, okay. So, thank you again for everyone for joining the live. Please make sure you just hit the like and share, at least for Jack and Lily. Get it out into the algorithm. Keep it out there. Keep our voices out there for Jack and Lily. Absolutely. And but I'm kind of curious about your thoughts. So, on the bit that I've played from the part 2 conversation so far, is there anything at all that well, obviously you wouldn't have probably heard at any point about the babbling of Jack and the screaming of Lily coming supposedly from Janie, along with the hushing of the kids and stuff like that. Do any of you guys believe that Janie heard the children that morning? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you guys believe that Janie heard the kids, regardless at all, that morning? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Thank you, TJ. Yeah. Like I said, I know that there's been, lots of stuff going on and stuff like that. And, different drama and different shit going on. I just look for the truth of all this. What seems realistic and what seems far-fetched, And I think personally, again, that that's part of an alibi. It's one of those things, is that it's 10 o'clock. I could sit here for another few hours if I truly wanted to. But by the same token, I also need to go listen to the audio of the rest of this one and just see, because I know that there's a couple things that they don't need to be in there because they're not really, they're relevant. And yeah, one of them doesn't look really good on a person, but does it have anything to do with Jack and Lily? Or is it just putting somebody out there to make them look like, a piece of shit, even though they possibly might be, but it doesn't really have any, is it really beneficial to sit there and kind of out somebody if it's not relevant to, say, Jack and Lily, but makes them look bad as a person, type of thing? Well, exactly. When the story keeps changing, you can't believe any of it, And it really, I guess, just boils down to, from A to B, were those children, did something happen to those children on the property that night, and it's a cover-up, Did these children get put into a vehicle and be hidden somewhere, right? So, again, for me personally, looking at the information, no, they're not trafficked. I mean, if that ever comes to fruition, so be it. It's really, it boils down to the answers for Jack and Lily. Out of all of this case, it boils down to answers for Jack and Lily. So whether people believe that they're alive somewhere or that they're deceased somewhere, it still just boils down to the truth and answers, for Jack and Lily. And so, people arguing, and all that stuff, and doesn't do Jack and Lily any good, you know, and stuff like that. And, people being snakes or hiding behind false accounts and different stuff. You ask yourself why, why they're so pussy ass that they need to make up fake accounts to try to put out information and shit, right? It's all that bullshit that plays into these type of cases, whereas me, I just, that crap means nothing to me, unless it's like viable, somewhat information, that might contribute to some answers. That shit doesn't mean anything to me. It's just noise. It's just noise. Yeah. So sorry about your job, Ben, that you have to go to actual working one instead of sitting at home. I feel sorry for myself a little bit that way too. Actually, I'm on two minds on that one, because sitting at home working, it's like I don't listen to music and stuff while I'm working or watch YouTube videos and stuff like that. But it's boring sometimes. It's just like, at least at work, I'm around people and stuff. And I did 6 paintings. While I was on Christmas vacation for people at work. And when I handed out 5 of the paintings, I had only done 5. Then one person said, if I had a request, it would be cherry blossom trees, like a Japanese theme. So I ended up going home that night, painting cherry blossoms in a Japanese type of vibe. And I was really excited actually to give to her, because I didn't plan on doing it that night, but I ended up doing it that night. I was like, look, I got 1 bigger canvas left and 1 smaller canvas left. What's your poison? Anyway, so I did 6 paintings during Christmas time for people that it was more of things that they requested versus me just painting to paint type of idea. But anyways, those can take hours, sometimes a couple of days, depending. Daniel is only worried. Okay, so most of you said 2. I don't think anyone did it. Oh, Tracy. I mean, based on your earlier comment, I understand why you're saying 1, because I know that you're on a different thought process about this case. So that one was an expected one. Gracious too. And again, the truth will come out for Jack and Lily. I just call a spade a spade. I call what I see. And being in true crime for 5 years, I'm not to say I didn't follow true crime before this. I did, 48 hours all the time and different things. But like I said, you spend your time all the time watching interrogations, how cases go all the time, and what the likelihood is, and watching these parents lie or these husbands lie, about doing something to their wife. Sonny, they won't pay me to watch YouTube. That's gotta suck, man. I get it. Right? I know that's what's hard, because when I'm working, my phone could be blowing up, and I really don't have the time to pay attention to it. I'm not there to sit there on my phone at work, and stuff like that. Like, you try to get some messages in here and there, on my breaks and lunches and stuff. But I'm one of those people that I'm paid to work. That's what I'm paid to do. I'm not paid to sit there on my phone and sit there and do it as much as I want to. The old school growing up is that's not how you do it. Maybe in the younger generation, but I didn't grow up to sit there and take advantage of my work time and shit like that. As much as I, that's what I'm saying. As much as I want to, it's like I could abuse it, but it doesn't make me feel morally correct doing that. while I'm supposed to be working. So even if my phone's beside me and messages are going off and stuff like that, it's only on my break and my lunch that I typically look at something. Just because it's like I got my work priorities. I don't want to be, I want to be known that I work hard, not that I'm sitting on my ass getting paid to, that wouldn't look too good. And even when was working from home, same thing, yeah, maybe there was a little bit more time to try to look at something, but just it doesn't make me feel right as a person. Yeah, like you said, you're paid to do your job, not to abuse your privileges and stuff like that. It's just the old school thinking. I know the young ones grew up with phones in their hand and they think it's right. It's not the way we grew up, most of us. Ben, you will be missed in chat for sure, but congratulations on your new job. I wish you the very best. I know, right? That's right. Everything, things come to a change, right, Ben? Everybody, right? Sometimes our life is going this way, and the next thing you know, it goes a little bit left or right and stuff like that, right? Just kind of like me doing lives. It's not because I don't care about Jack and Lily or cases. I just, I need, like I said, you spend 5 years. I'm a Cancer, the crab through and through, right? July birthday. I totally go into a shell when I want to, and I'll stay away from doing lives and stuff like that because I got a lot of stuff going on in my real life, or maybe I just simply need a mental break from the constant working full time, trying to do lives and stuff like that, because you have to find the balance of your own limits. So, again, there was probably about 100 that unsubbed during that time in the last couple weeks. Oh, well, it is what it is. Again, obviously if I'm not doing lives or people are just following me for a certain reason or people, for whatever reason, unsub. Like I said, I'm not here to sit there and go, ooh, how many subs can I get today? How many dollars can I get today? It's not my way of thinking and it never will be. Just staying true to myself. But, yeah, Ben, I love seeing you though, bud. So whenever I can see you, obviously it's always a pleasure. Tinker, tinker, bell straight. Welcome back. I guess. Oh, I'm staying past my time. I said I was. F you, mouse. My mouse is being stupid for whatever reason. And I don't know why. I don't know what it is either. And it's been doing it for a few months, but for some reason my volume control on my computer, it just doesn't want to pop up. It does when I reboot, but then after a little bit of time, I click on it. Normally, I don't know what it is. Little freaking, freaking leeches in the computer, taking over. I don't know. These stupid little issues, but it's irritating when you try to click on your volume here and it's like, okay, come up. Even when I went to go reboot today, right? I'm clicking on my little window sign to, just to restart my computer. Nope. Had to fucking hard crash it on the button and do it that way because it just wouldn't come up. So I was like, there you go. Hard crash. Why is... my stupid mouse. Thanks, gracious. Nice to see you back, Sunny. We're in with so much information to think about too. Yeah. I just, I would like everyone just to remember, again, it's not about, we're not supposed to really be arguing, and trying to take away from Jack and Lily, because this person's doing this or this person's doing that and stuff like that. Every now and again, I like to poke the bear once in a while. Obviously, Drunk Turkey, Daniel from the Drunk Turkey showed what a, underhanded friend he was to me. And that's fine. It is what it is. Move on. Thank you, piece of shit, for doing that, and stuff like that. But hey, you keep riding that high horse of yours and whatever. And, go ahead and fuck off and go live your life in your YouTube channel type of thing, right? Obviously, weren't a trusted, very true friend of mine at all. Come to learn that, but whatever is what it is. Wolfie said he put out this conversation and it was a mistake and it was an accident. Have a cup of go fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. Thanks, Tatal. Not sure how to pronounce that, but let's just say Tatal. Like I said, I'm one of those people that you fuck me over, and to ever usually get me to change my mind about you or to trust you again, forget that. So, block. Have a good day. I'm not here for that purpose. We're here to fight for answers and bring awareness to the missing and the murdered, not play games, not embellish, not take advantage of people and stuff like that. And again, if you do something and you're accountable, own up to it. I figure if I have something out there and I've said it, and if I sit there and try to deny it and make fucking a bunch of bullshit excuses for it, then obviously I would be accountable for that. So I figure if it's out there and I put it out there, it's because I didn't care type of idea. But still, obviously it would be pretty hard to not talk to people about this case, and have some sort of trusted relationships in there and stuff like that. But, your mouse needs cheese. It's hungry. Tell you, if I see the day that Daniel's arrested, walking over to fucking KFC right there. Yeah. And I'm going to celebrate. And those KFC on the bucket bars, the red and white ones, that's me going to be picturing Daniel behind those bar cells. Because I don't know. I think one day that might happen. In my personal opinion. We'll see. Hi, Detective Tim. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's like I know I should be leaving the live, but yet I'm still sitting there going, not quite yet. I noticed there was a few little buttons though to play with. That I saw. Media. What's this? I noticed that there was these. Sounds like a horse galloping, that one. Daniel, you're a joke, bing. The fuck is that? Bounce. All right, just playing for a second there. This is thank you guys. Yeah. So just know, like I said, my shifts, they're very different than the Nova Scotia time and stuff when I'm working, because for instance, this week coming up, Sunday 8 to 4, then the rest of the week is 9:30 to 5:30. Wow. That's just me getting off. It's nothing to do with even trying to do a live and stuff like that. And, half the time I want to face plant when I get home myself for a couple of hours, so we'll see. I'm just, sometimes when you just go, and then you just kind of run out of steam, and then Christmas came along basically. And I was like, I'm just kind of just going to take my days off, enjoy every 18 days that I had off from work, soak them up, and I know about bringing awareness, but there was also a lot of nothingness in relation. Like, I have to say, I have to want to do a live for the purpose of, because I have something that I want to say, or information. But when there's no information and it's just going to regurgitate the same stuff over and over, to me, that's not uplifting to me to want to do a live. I have to feel like I want to do a live always for the reasons of, right? I don't come and do a live because how much money can someone donate to me or how many subs are going to get subbed. I do lives because because I want to do them, not for the sake of anything else, right? So just been enjoying myself and some time off and stuff like that. That doesn't mean I don't miss you guys and doing lives. I appreciate, the people that are like, Sunny, I miss you. When are you doing a next live and stuff like that? And I'm like, not sure, thank you though. Love you, miss you too. Do you have a Jaws noise on there? No, those were just StreamYard ones that were there. So glad you took some off and recharged. But I'm really glad you're back. Definitely needed to recharge. Like I said, I got my own personal stuff going on as well. And the reason why I won't say it on here is because it's nothing to do with like anything too deep. It's just because, how do I say that? I can't probably even say that. Anyways, let me just say this. It's trying to work towards a goal, in a sense, and it's very frustrating that the government makes you jump over hoops and everything and stuff like that. So it's trying to do a good thing for me and my husband, but it's just that it's not easy and it hurts the brain and it mentally exhausts you. Thinking about massive, like different changes and stuff like that, right? So it's kind of like, so just like my husband, he's just like, well, when I'm in my computer world gaming, I don't have to deal with reality and stuff like that. And it's same thing, right? Sometimes you just, get so overwhelmed with other things in your life that you have to work on and to do things that it's exhausting. So going to my job is dealing with issues, right? People's issues. Doing missing and murdered is, again, this is negativity. This isn't positivity. It's a dark world of true crime. And you try to have these moments during lives where, again, I don't have to take everything seriously, but when it comes to the cases and the victims, absolutely. But yet we can still have laughs about KFC buckets or different stuff like that, right? But never taking away from any of the victims and stuff like that. So for a personality like myself that goes always to work, very happy and jovial, but then you have to deal with issues from customers and that all day, and then you deal with missing and murdered. So it's like a spot that I don't like to be in because it's very heavy and draining to deal with what you deem as negativity, in a sense, because it's just very hard on the heart, very hard mentally. And so, yeah, so it's like it's a lot of stuff to do, working full time and then trying to do lives and stuff like that. And I went hard at it for how many months, like 6-7 months there. And then it just is, you just need to take a break. Like I said, got other stuff to do as well. I'll agree. DT is an asshole. Yeah, but whatever. He can be an asshole. All he wants is his right. Like I said, ego gets in the way and shit like that. And I know he tried to throw shade at me and stuff like that, but he could have a couple go fuck himself with that narcissistic bullshit too. Trying to sit there and say shit about, what's wrong? You're not getting as much views as I am now. Here, let me just leak out Haley's tapes and, and stuff like that. Let me just try to, why is Brad Wong even talking to you? And stuff like that. Fuck off, dude. But it's just the fact that he has to say that shit. But whatever. I don't care. Like, I literally, I don't care. Because once his true colors came out, it's like, hey, go fuck yourself. Like, you're literally going to try to twist this that you don't want to talk to me? No, dude. I just literally told you, have a great life. Like, fuck off. You know, you live, you learn, stuff like that. So, so probably him and Daniel make a great pair, too busy fucking stroking their own egos along the way. Thank you, TJ. Wolfie, you can have a cup of go fuck yourself too. Telling me that you accidentally put out the first audio. It's the fact that you lied. Don't try to sell me your bullshit, accident my ass, and then literally I should, if I was a bitch, I'd play that message that you sent to me. If I was a true bitch, but I won't, like I said, you're dabbling your fingers with everyone. When you dabble your fingers with everyone and you keep, sharing information and shit like that and acting like you're doing it for the sake of Jack and Lily and stuff. No, what that's called is fucking that you're sick and twisted and you're invested way too much into the case, because that's not normal that people get so invested. That's like the Cindy Beavers, the Lori McFucking Nuts, and there's a few other ones too, but it's when they get so invested in a case that they're part of everything, every Facebook group. They're trying to talk to everyone. They're trying to get their information. Like, what fucking information, honestly, for the most part? What information can someone give me that has spoken to pretty much most of the family members of, and stuff like that? So if I've literally talked to these people, what more information truly can be out there that I need from you, Wolfie? Do I need a fucking Google map? Like, you're telling me shit that I already know anyway. I'm sorry to go off on you, but dude, you know what? It's one of those things. You want to play cat and mouse, you want to play with fire, and then your fucking ass gets burnt and you get called out for it. Right? Don't sit there and try to twist that shit back on me. Like fucking cuckoo clock. That sit there and say that I'm somehow made you put out that conversation, that I need to take responsibility and accountability for you putting out the conversation, you fuck face. Fuck off with that fucking twisted shit, and then to bawl like a little bitch on a message to sit there and say you're sorry. No, go get yourself some fucking mental help, these people. Because when people get that invested into a case and they start losing sight of their own reality because they spend their life living, eating, breathing every inch of this case, okay, you've gone too far. You need to have balance. Balance is just trying to look at the information, doing normal average thing like anyone else following a case, but not so that you get so fucking invested in it that you need to go around like, the McNuts, because I blocked the bitch, right? She basically was bashing Belinda, right? I was sent the screenshot. And so I blocked the bitch from a membership the one day. She's the one that promised to make 2 benches for Jack and Lily. Guess what, Lori McNutt? You're a fucking nutcase, and you didn't make those benches, and you didn't keep your promise to Jack and Lily. So because I blocked her, all the people that I block go around bashing me and stuff like that. Ask me if I care, because I don't. It's funny and comical to watch it, because I've seen it happen most times. But it's like these Fruit Loops get all pissy when they're caught up in their own shit, and then go, yeah, that means Sunny, she blocked me. No, I didn't give 2 shits a fuck about ya, because you guys are just fucking psycho. You guys are fucking not normal. You're investing your lives too heavily into a case. It's one thing to care about a case, but then when you go fucking like psychoid and shit like that, and make it your whole life, like every minute of every day being in a Facebook group and stuff like that, fucking crazies come out, Oh no, Wolfie and Kent, I have a lot to catch up on there. I'm just, like I said, I'm here, call a spade on this one, Like I said, I'm not here to try to BS, but, I'm also not going to sit there and let these little backstabbing people try to act like they're these good people and stuff like that. So if Wolfie's getting his feelings hurt right now, don't care. You deserve it. You know? Fucking put out a conversation and then claim that it was an accident. Like, do you think I just fell off the goddamn turnip truck or something, that I'm actually going to believe that happened that way, versus you just telling the truth, that you put it out there instead of trying to make up bullshit, you know? So fuck it. No, Kent. No, I don't know. Like, I talk to Kent a little bit here and there. I have nothing against Kent, you know, myself. You know, he has his own line of thinking and his own thoughts and stuff like that, you know. But Kent, you know, it's not like Kent's sitting there like backstabbing me and stuff like that, you know. You know, it started off, like I said, with me, Charmaine, and Kent at some point, you know, and Kent helping, giving information. To me, Kent's still a friend of mine. I respect Kent. You know, I don't agree with maybe his thoughts on the case and stuff like that, you know, and he can do whatever he wants to. You know, we talk very little, but, you know, but he's still a friend. It's just that, you know, again, things changed, right? He was more veering off to the whole Darin, and he has his, you know, groups of people and stuff that he has now, and, you know, going on lives, and Kent can do what he wants. But, you know, but I'll never forget, you know, our friendship and stuff like that. So, you know, I have no issues with Kent. Like I said, you know, I know his mother passed away recently at Christmas time, December 20th, and stuff like that. And, but we don't really talk that much, just every now and again, maybe every week, once a week, or once every 2 weeks, perhaps, you know, because again, he's going down his whole line of thinking and stuff like that. And yeah, you know, so I don't personally have anything against Kent. Wolfie is Rob. His name is Rob. If anyone ever gets emails or messages from Rob H, that's Wolfie on there. Yeah, Wolfie started his own YouTube channel. Yeah. He was trying to start his, you know, what was crazy was that, so, after I was told, who it was, right? So Lana admitted that she had put out the audio. It was to share for, you know, for reasons of listening and to see if there was anything missed by Darin. You know, Wolfie tried to basically blame the fact that she shared them, but it was my fault, right? So my fault because I sent them to Lana to give to the RCMP, type of thing. But when he got caught in his own bullshit about who released it, then he thought, of course, he was getting thrown underneath the bus, you know. But anyway, so I basically told him off. And it was actually, basically I just said, so you're the one that released the thing, right? Then he came back to me with this fucking twisted narcissistic bullshit about that it's my fault that he released these things, that they should have never been sent to him, you know, by Lana or whatever like that. And it was my fault. Like, what planet are you fucking living on? And then he says, and we don't need this more bullshit and drama to the case. You released the clip, you little fuck face. And then, but anyway, so after all that, then I block his ass, right? And I'm just, because I'm like telling him off, like, go have a cup of, go fuck yourself, you little fucking face. Then I block him. And then all of a sudden I get a message from a friend saying, hey, a friend of mine, Wolfie, is trying to do a live stream, and do I know anything about the 24-hour thing? Well, YouTube has a thing for, you know, before you've done a live, you have to click the go live so that you have 24 hours, right? So you have to wait 24 hours. So the friend that was asking me didn't know that, but I knew that answer. But then of course it happened to be like, so I'm going like, not only did this fuckface just lie to me, now I'm getting a message from another person with his name in this thing asking about, you know, this 24-hour thing. And I'm just like, really? Like, that ironicness of sitting here dealing with this, and then a message comes in about the same fucktard starting to do a live stream or, type of thing. And I'm just like, yeah, and it was just like, it was just like, sometimes when it rains, it pours a name, stuff like that. And I'm just like, no, don't fucking care. I don't know. Like, bullying, tell them, Sunny. But as like I said, for me, so yeah, if he wants to do lives, but I just wanted it out there, because bottom line is that no, some people were trying to say that I released this clip out. I guess technically you could say I did privately to Lana, but I didn't release it out there for you guys to hear it. Wolfie did that, and other people that were sent that got it as well. So anyway, who cares? It is what it is. But as for him, he can go have a cup of go fuck himself. Don't ask Sunny. Google it. Don't ask Sunny. But anyways, let's see here. Drama. So, probably after Wolfie hears it, he's gonna do a live on me. Sunny, fuck all off, dude. Jack and Lily. That's why we're here. Answers for Jack and Lily, not the drama bullshit. So tomorrow, I will play the rest of this. Do you guys want to listen to still the first portion of this clip again, or are you guys good? Because I can play that and then I can head off if people want to listen to the first part that I played here. But other than that, there's probably a good. That's 20 minutes. So there's probably a good 40 minutes left of this audio, but I still gotta take out a few pieces. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna call a spade there. The Kush, whatever your other name used to be. But yeah, just calling a spade. Like I said, own up to it if you did something. I had to own up to it to Haley because I had sent DT 7 clips. Type of thing. And once I realized that I had sent them to him, I had to basically go apologize and say I did it. Yeah, I did. It wasn't for ill purposes at all. It was simply for insight into Jack and Lily's case and the state a little bit of Malaya there and, and having his thoughts about it. But, but bottom line is I shouldn't have sent those. But I did. So Haley forgave me. She was a little bit pissed, of course. But she forgave me, and me and her continue to talk. And I think that Haley, regardless of what anyone says, I've spoken to Haley since July or something like that. And she has done nothing but care about the answers for Jack and Lily. And so I'm not going to take that away from her because, I wouldn't have a friendship, in a sense, with somebody that didn't care about answers for Jack and Lily. But I know that Haley does, right? It might be Malaya's stepsister, but she's looking for answers herself. And she's, being a mom herself, she just wants to, what happened to Jack and Lily? When you have children, you look at your children. And you know how precious they are. Most people do, right? So she has every right to be pissed off herself for how this case has transpired and her just trying to understand what happened to Jack and Lily and the truth behind it, Who is Dee Dee? Who is Dee Dee? Oh, the truth. Did she know she was recorded at the time? She wasn't recorded. These were voice clips that me and the Haley were sending back. We would send messages and recordings. So these were messages that me and Haley had between us, right? So this is back in August, is when August 30th. The conversation was August 14th and 16th, the clips that DT had. The 7, I think it was 6 or 7 clips, I think 6 or 7. But anyways, so yeah, I mean, they were her recordings to me. But my mistake was having absolute trust and privacy. So yeah, Haley didn't want those shared, right? Um, when I had asked DT to look into the case, I sent him pretty much, not like everything I had, but pretty much, like I sent all Malaya's messages, Charmaine's messages, and Daniel's messages and stuff like that, right? I just wanted to give him insight into the case, and I wanted him to have the aspect of Haley's thoughts on how Malaya was acting like a single Pringle and stuff like that. It was totally a private conversation. At that point, DT and myself had a great relationship, right? There was trust. I never played anything of his. He never showed or played anything of mine up until this case. His ego got in the way, Then, like I said, he played a little clip the one day. I don't know why he ever played that piece of the first clip, but he made this comment, I remember, like, well, I got clips too. And I was like, what? Like that, like, what? I didn't understand what he was even meaning by that to this day, because it reminded me of a little 2-year-old going, well, I got clips too. And I'm like, and then he said he's something about having to prove something to his viewers. So you're going to throw me under the bus, play a piece of a private clip because you need to prove something to your viewers. And I was like pissed, of course, because I'm like, you knew that these are private. Why would you even do that to me? And then he tried doing the same thing, like I said, with Brad Wong, right? I mean, the only thing I had said about Brad Wong was about, well, he's not the brightest bulb or something like that. Because when I said that particular piece, it was because Brad had been coming into the chat, right, underneath the name Bossman. And I knew he was the neighbor months before that, because his wording was, although he was trying not to portray that he was the neighbor, there was dead giveaways that he was the neighbor. You know how somebody comes in underneath a pseudonym and they're giving themselves away, right? And then so during some of Brad's conversations, he would reference as if it was third party, but really he was also giving himself away as the neighbor. And now we all know that boss man is Brad Wong, right? And that's when I had made that comment about not bringing the brightest bulb, because obviously he's giving himself away about the fact that he is the neighbor. Because when you're not used to having to BS and then you come into a chat and then you're coming in there and you're talking, but you're trying not to let people know it's you, but yet the things that he would say, you could tell it was him. I could tell it was him from months ago. So that's what that was off of, that comment. And so, but when DT showed it, he showed it without the context, but he tried to basically sound like, well, at least me and Sonny are on the same page and think that, Brad's stupid type of thing and blah, 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 blah. And he was totally twisting it to what it was really about, right? So that was number 2. And that's when I was like, and that's when he apologized, and he kept, apologize. I feel really bad. I did that to you, Sonny, in his messages and messenger back to me, I just really can't stand that guy. He gets underneath my skin, meaning Brad Wong, and I'm sorry and blah, blah, blah. And that's really when I was like, I can't even trust you anymore. Like, I've never showed anything of yours you sent to me. So like, what the fuck? This is 2 times now. And then of course the third time being that obviously he shared the rest of those clips, with Cheryl and Angeline and whoever else, and they put them out there, right? Now, again, Haley had already known that I had shared clips with DT, but they hadn't been out there. But that's why Haley joined the live, because it was like, no, you guys are trying to put the shit out there, whatever, privately. I said what I said. And that's why she came on the live, because those were her words. And she just wanted to she didn't basically want the shit fox putting that shit out there first, in a sense, even though they were sending it amongst other people. So it's just best to always get ahead of something. So Haley knew that those clips were out there. So she's like, do a live and I'll come on it. And I was like, really? Okay. Thank you. So it was my fault that those clips even made it to DT, and so when you have that type of trust, because there was no reason to at all, me and DT had this relationship that way, that, we just talked about things behind the scenes and just wanted him to look at the different, aspects of the case. And I was just sending him a bunch of, so there was no ill will to do that. And so, but I still had to backpedal in a sense and say to Haley, well, she found out first that those clips were out there. And at first I was just like, well, whatever, what are you talking about, type of thing. Come to realize, obviously those had to come from DT, because he's the only one that had those on there. But, I had to be accountable and responsible, because I was trying to do it for a good reason, but that still didn't mean I didn't break the trust of Haley by sending him those, right? But it was months later, and I totally didn't remember up until he played a piece of one. I was like, how the fuck did he get that? And I was like, he only could have got it from me. It's the only way that DT could be playing that is because it was something that I'd given him, right? So just like I said, so Lana and Lindsay, someone named Lindsay, and Wolfie, and whoever else, Lana shared this clip. Okay, granted it was private, but it's what it is. You risk that when you do share stuff. So I can't be a hypocrite and be upset at Lana for something that I did the same thing with Haley, because I know that Lana wasn't doing it to be evil towards me, whereas DT releasing those audios, that was, you can tell, like, fuck it, Sonny, I'm gonna put these out too, type of thing. That was with ill intent, whereas I didn't do mine to Haley with ill intent. I know Lana didn't do it to me with ill intent, but Wolfie, little fuckface, lied and said that he accidentally shared it, right? And that was the difference. If little fuckface would have said, and it's okay because Wolfie's like a drama bitch anyway, but if Wolfie would have said to me, like, yeah, Sonny, I did, and just acknowledged it instead of trying to cover it up with a lie, then I would have been fine with that, because then at least I appreciate the truthfulness of that. But when you're going to sit there and try to bullshit me, someone who's wise to that bullshit, then yeah, like, fuck you then. Because now you've just shown me that you're a fucking little liar, and that you're going to lie to wiggle worm your ass out of the situation. And I was like, not having it. And then you hit my block list, because you just showed me that, regardless, you just wanted to lie to me instead of being honest. So fuck off. Haley is genuine. Honestly. Because I have conversations with her, like I said, multiple times. Sometimes it maybe goes weeks that we haven't talked, but I always check in with Haley, see how she's doing and stuff like that. Or if I have something that I want to share with her, when articles come out that she, whatever, or a video or something and that. But I can honestly say to you, because like I said, I wasn't born yesterday, people. I didn't fall off no turnip truck. Sometimes I make mistakes, like with DT, and come to realize that he wasn't a true friend after all, right? Live and learn. But I am very particular, about people and who my friends are, who I trust and who I don't trust and stuff. Am I perfect at picking everybody out? No. But do I have a good sense of vibes off of people and what they stand for and who they are? Absolutely. Right. So I know from my conversations with Haley is that, there's nothing in anything that Haley has ever done that hasn't been just answers for Jack and Lily, you know, just answers for Jack and Lily. She's not there to play games with me and stuff like that. You know, she tells me whatever she can. And I'm sure there's stuff that she's not told me, perhaps. I don't know. But I know when someone's being genuine about a situation. And Haley definitely is genuine about her fight for answers for Jack and Lily, you know, but she, like any of them, right? Like, I'm sure that Haley wishes she could say more to the public in a sense, or she wants to. But what good's that going to do her if it causes a bunch of drama in her family? And that was the point. So when DT was sent those clips, right? You know, again, it was said like she's not there to try to start a war within her family. She wants answers. But imagine being, say, in someone's shoes and you know the wrath that you're going to take, you know, if you're saying shit publicly and the wrath that you're going to take. Are you really going to want to put yourself out there to deal with people of the internet that you don't really know and to take the wrath of all of that by, you know, outing family members and all that shit, you know, and stuff like that, or just saying, you know, again, these conversations? No, right? I don't think most people would want to do that, knowing full well that they're going to take a wrath and stuff. But those clips came out. She said what she said, obviously, and she owned up to those clips, you know, but it was because of me that she had to, of course, own up to those clips because they were a private conversation between me and Haley, you know. Timu, Didi. I respect Haley. It took guts to speak out. Yeah. I mean, I personally, like I said, love it when she speaks out and stuff like that. You guys, and I do want to say this. When Haley was on the live with me, okay, that was not a live that I was there to get you guys to ask her a bunch of questions and stuff like that. That live, like, I noticed that Ninchi had made comments like missed opportunities, and there was a few things that Ninchi said that were completely wrong. But that's, again, because that was her own observation. A lot of these answers that, say, you guys might have, I already don't know the answers to because of our conversations. So that particular live was not there to, or it wasn't a Haley, ask Haley a bunch of questions. It was simply for those particular voice clips and those voice clips only. There was no missed opportunities. I already know the answers to the things that I want to know, but I wasn't there to try to get her to talk a lot about, if she, you know, I knew her time was limited, but I also was there. That live was just about those voice clips. It wasn't a question and answer thing for Haley and stuff like that. So that's where Ninchi was wrong. There was no missed opportunity. Some of the answers that Ninchi was saying that, oh, Sunny, you know, too bad she didn't ask this or that. No, I already know the answers to those. But it wasn't a live about that. So I just want to explain that. It wasn't a live to questions and answers for Haley, as much as maybe somebody would like that. That's not what that live was about. It was just simply about her wanting to get ahead of those clips coming out. And because she's the one that said them, then she wanted to be the one to say, yeah, I mean, I said it, and this is, you know, kind of thing, like it's self-explanatory and stuff like that. Yes. Yeah. In Messenger, Sadie, just back and forth. So it wasn't, yeah, like I was secretly recording her or nothing like that. No. Well, loose lips sink ships. Yeah. You know, and in some ways they also give answers. Who's Haley? Oh, the clips of, I thought you were calling her Haley Marie. And I'm like, but I get what you're saying. There should have been probably a comma there. So I write that as her middle name or something. And I'm like, I think Hernandez suits him better than Davis. I think Hernandez. Oh, suits him better than Davis. Oh, you're talking about DT. Somebody put out that his last name was Hernandez, and someone said no, his last name's Davis. And again, personally, um, don't care if DT was a cop, wasn't a cop, and all this shit. Like I said, for me, um, you know, um, whatever, whatever, he wants to put out there and say about himself or not say or embellish or all that shit. Personally, don't care about it. That part of it. Um, Bottom line is that it's about answers for Jack and Lily. If people want to, bullshit about their personal lives and stuff like that, or this and that, don't care. But I mean, DT already showed his true colors to me, so you know, uh, don't care about that side of his life and stuff like that. Whether he was or wasn't, don't care. It's his from his lips to God's ears. Whatever the truth is about himself. Was there a clear message relayed to the person you sent them that the message would? Absolutely, Sadie. Yes, there was a clear message. You guys can kind of see a portion of it underneath the thing. It said that this was a private conversation between me and Haley. I think there was something else, but bottom line is, absolutely, there was. So, mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah. So yeah, there was definitely a clear boundary about that was private information, for sure. Ironclad. Yeah, 1000% ironclad. We just want the truth. I'm past 5 hours, man. Shannon, you still here? Shannon probably had freaking lunch and breakfast during this whole entire live. All I can think of is Timu Pool with DD and Iton Man water rings and flippers on that. Probably was. You think Janie ordered a Timu Pool to put up there? I would buy the Ironclad T-shirt. I was having withdrawal symptoms for Sunny's live. Shannon, I appreciate you very much. Shannon's a great person. Um, we speak on Messenger behind the scenes there, and I love it. I love it really, truly when I meet just genuine hearts. You know, um, just genuine people that in this case, Shannon and Rhonda does the same thing. They send me messages about how much they appreciate, me, love me, miss my lives and stuff like that. And in turn, I can see the person they are in their heart, and they're just great people in their own hearts, So I know when they're saying certain words to me, that tells me that they're a very compassionate, caring person themselves. And those are the people that I love the most, is when you look through it, usually in females, you'll see that type of stuff more. But when you look through them and you can tell by their words and read between the lines who they are as a person, What? Oh, people are laughing about Sadie's comment. Anyone here in design ironclad? Yeah. All you have to do is go to fourth wall. Yeah. Create. maybe I should create one of those on my page, on my fourth wall page. Where what's it called? The hats, t-shirts, and all that shit. Maybe I should make 1,000 ironclad. Love Darin on it with his freaking KFC. I love RCMP. You have a kind heart, Sonny. Soul bravo for you. You see bullshit, lies, deceit, fake juice. Justice for Jack and Lily. Oh, thank you so much. Tatal. I want to say tatal. I'm going to say that tatal. I'm going to make it sound. I'm not sure if it's tattle or Tatal, but we're going to make it Tatal. Huh. Durwood and Chaps. Want to be a cowboy? Wait, is that my husband? Husband. Heard a door open. Durwood. I probably am I way far? Oh no, am I too far down? No, I don't think so. DM is the Timu version of Durwood. I'm back. TG is. Oh, thank you. You're a beautiful person. Yeah, Shannon's great. Tell her unblock me. Yeah, Shannon's great. Tell her to unblock me. Who blocked you? On there? Yep, Marie, him and all his coworkers all have CPAP machines. They are the sock. Not sure what that means, to be honest with you. Yeah, we'll get Shannon when she's up for it or something like that. We can try to schedule a live to do one. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that recently, but obviously, Shannon, has been going through some personal stuff and stuff like that, and whenever she's ready, we could easily set up a time whenever she's ready. But I don't like to, when people are kind of like Melissa too, right? When they're going through health issues and different stuff like that, I try to be respectful of that stuff, and yeah. And plus, it's not like I've been doing many lives, but maybe sometime soon Shannon will be up for doing one. We'll see. She is a great person. I'm sure there's a lot of great people that are in here that I don't know personally, or more so personally and stuff like that. But I do want to say truly from the bottom of my heart for the people that are that truly have, the kindness and empathy in their heart and compassion, and see good people when they come across them and stuff like that. Those are the people I appreciate. I might have a bit of a tongue when it comes to, people trying to shit talk or trying to take away from me and stuff like that. Obviously I'm going to sit there and say like, go fuck yourself type of idea, and some people don't like maybe my bluntness as much and stuff like that, but it's just, it's who I am pretty much. It's like, I don't filter this too much, but I do like about myself that I don't take people's bullshit, or threats or anything like that. But yet on the flip side, I have one of the deepest, most caring, compassionate hearts out there. And I appreciate the people that have that type of kindness in their heart. I wasn't, I'm not put on this earth to be insulted, abused, used, and stuff like that by other people, and sometimes people think that that's a ego thing and stuff. No, it's I don't have to deal with that in my life, because, if you need to do all that shit to me to make yourself feel better, then, I don't want you in my life. I don't need to talk to you. You're a piece of shit to me, because I don't value you as a person. I value people with giving hearts, care, deep empathy, that truly care about others. So I know online it can be construed, because like in my real life, you don't see me flipping off people and telling people to fuck off and stuff at all. I will if I have to in my life, but online, the people get thick with their bullshit and their ignorance and stuff like that. And like I said, I don't really have a filter, so it just, whatever I'm feeling comes out. Sometimes I've made mistakes where I've read something and read it wrong, and kind of jumped it down a throat here and there, a couple times, and it's because it's sometimes when you read something, you just, you get so used to people trying to attack you all the time or take away from you all the time, put up photos of you as if you got Down syndrome or some sort of fucking, abusive black eyes going on and shit like that. And you get tired sometimes of just the bullshit of it all, like how low people got to stoop to sit there and try to take others down, So, yeah, those people I have no respect for, so they can have a cup of go fuck themselves all day long, Do you like people of India here? What kind of stupid comment is that? Redo that I've never seen before. Do you like people of India here? Some of my best friends are from India. But why are you so stupid to come into this chat and put that? Like, seriously? What fucking planet did you just come from? I guess who's stupid? Shannon, did Sunny not very nice? I did no wrong. Shannon, did Sunny not very nice? I did no wrong. You'd have to tell me what you're talking about, to be honest with you. Did you do something wrong underneath a different name or something? Shannon, did Sunny not very nice? I did no wrong. I don't know what you're talking about. Shh. How dear. We like people from everywhere. Absolutely. I don't care where anybody's from. You can be from frickin' a different planet as long as you're a good, decent person. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. So somebody coming in here, though, that's saying that that's not the normal vibe of a person coming in, But don't troll because, yeah, exactly. You get caught trolling. Yeah, well, I'll just tell you right now, you got already, like I said, nobody normally comes into somewhere going, do you like people from India here? Okay, that's not a normal thing. No, won't change. Like I said, how do those comments not hit your radar, right? Oh my God, imagine Sunny telling people off in her... No, absolutely not. See, like I said, somebody made a comment like that, like, how the fuck is Sunny in customer service? I've done it for almost 40 years, okay? I'm good at customer service. It's because I care. On here, I have to deal with a bunch of fuck faces that I don't have to care about, In customer service, you have to be compassionate, caring, and understanding, right? That's why those people have no use in my life, because they're trying to attack me. They're trying to take away from me. So they can sit there all day long and think, how the hell did Sunny get in customer service for, 40 years? Like I said, because I know who Sunny is. Sunny would not be in customer service if I was going to be a bitch to customers. I'm damn good at what I do. And it's because I care and am compassionate and have empathy and want to help people. Right? I know that about myself. These fucktards that are trying to make up shit about me and stuff like that know nothing about that, Sunny. They just see, Sunny's getting mad at me. Sunny blocked me. Sunny whatever. Yeah, I do. To the fucking ignorant people, absolutely. Again, that's what I'm telling you. People that are kind, caring, and compassionate, I care about. And some people think that they are, but they're not. And or if I didn't answer them fast enough or didn't put up their comment enough, and then they get pissy or something at me. I don't have time for those type of fucking immature games, right? You're trying to run a channel and you don't have time to read everyone's comments or highlight their shit, and then they get pissy at you and stuff like that because of it. I don't have time for that crap. Shit, no. It only matters that you're kind and polite. I'm not sure what that's writing off of, but in general speaking, absolutely. If you're spoken to a certain way, ignorant way, then expect to have it back at you. If you're kind, then you would expect someone to be kind back to you, but I ride off of people's auras or whatever you want to call it. If you're going to talk to me ignorantly, chances are I'm going to give it right back to you. Because if I feel like I didn't deserve you to speak to me like that because there was no reason for it, and then you're going to get it right back. Because if you think that you're going to get away with that shit with me, well, heck no. Heck no. If you want to talk to people, like I said, you catch more bees with honey than you do with vinegar. So if you're going to ask me something or say something to me, it better dang right be said in somewhat of a decent or respectful manner. And if it's not, then I got no use for you. So then has to check if she likes people from India. I feel like it's trolling too. Yeah. Oh, so it's time to get rid of you, right? Because obviously you're a moron and you're just coming in here to be a trolling. You're stupid. And you didn't think your first comment led people that way. Like, seriously, take your 2-year-old ass and I'll help you get out of here. How's that sound? Ban block user? Yeah, there we go. I can't type, Sonny. Forget it. Already know she. I know. I think we all knew that was a troll. It's just a moron coming in here. We all knew that. On there, I just like to keep it real. You know, like I said, if I did something, I'll own up to it. You know, but the pureness of this channel is about missing and the murdered. You know, and so anyone that wants to take away from that, try to belittle me, go right ahead. You guys, I can't tell you enough. I have an armor of dragon shield when it comes to people. You guys don't know how many times I read stuff sometimes about me, or I see somebody saying something in a chat and I'm literally dying laughing. You know, I'm dying laughing that McNutt or whatever is trying to put me down and whatever. Like, this shit laughs. Like when Wolfie sent this clip of him bawling his eyes out, basically, right, to send to Sonny, I literally was sitting on the bench and sorry, Wolfie, but fuck off. But anyways, so I hit play and this is what I hear. I'm sitting there rolling my fucking eyes, right? Going, what the fuck? And then I hear, I'll be right back. I just need a second to myself. What? Seriously, so you fucking recorded yourself to go, I need a moment, give me a moment. And then I get back to, I'm so sorry, I was just caught off guard. And, you know, I'm sorry I went on the attack on you. And blah, 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 blah. Okay, I laughed my way through that whole fucking message. Sorry, Wolfie. It had no impact on me. Your tears, your BS, no impact. I was too busy fucking. I couldn't believe I was actually listening to that, to be honest with you. Oh my God. Anyways, and it was like I said, seriously. So you're going to go bipolar on me and sit there and accuse me of forcing you to somehow drop that conversation. And then you're going to fucking give me crocodile tears, you know, about it. And Sonny blocked me. Who cares? Who cares if I blocked you, right? Like I said, who cares? Maybe you care. I don't care. Yeah, already can fuck off. Yeah. But anyway, so yeah. But honestly, you guys, like I said, that all that stuff that people keep wanting to say and stuff like about me, it gets old and boring. But it just really shows, like, to me who they are. And that's fine. Like, they can live their miserable lives. They can live their lives on Facebook fucking all the time and shit like that. And, you know, fucking their wives or husbands are out there working while some of these wives are sitting there all day long on Facebook fucking groups acting like that they're important and shit like that. And it has no impact on me, right? All I care about is who I am, what I represent as a person. You know, that's what I care about. You know, and either people see it for who Sonny is or they don't. right? But I'm not here to sit there and go, "Oh, I want everyone to like Sunny today." You know, as long as most people understand that everything I do is from the sincerity of my heart, and if you don't, who cares? Don't care. You know, not here to sit there and try to bullshit people. But if people want to say stuff about me, I just find it very laughable, to be honest. Like, I don't take offense to it. It's just laughable. Um, yep, take it to the complaint department, Sonny. You cracked me up, Sonny. You know that saying? Confucius say, woman upside down have crack up. Think about that. That's what Confucius said. Had water wings over my eyes. What recording I want to hear? Eh? My husband's been going to bed at like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm looking at the time going, well, maybe my husband wants to go to bed. Wait, no. He's living the hobo life right now. Play what? Play what? Oh, play his recording? Ah. Mm. Oh, that's tempting. It is tempting. It is tempting. Oh, it is tempting. Yeah, but then that's just creating more drama on there. Okay. Okay. Don't do it, Sonny. Jesse. There's a piece of me that wants to, and then there's a piece of me that's like, yeah, you know, you know, do it, vote, vote, vote. Right? Maybe I'll play a few seconds of it. Maybe I will. Just because. Yeah. Maybe I will. Sometimes it's okay to poke a bear. Sometimes. Um, Give me a second. Give me a second here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just a start. Just a start. Okay. Just a start. I'll be right back. Okay. I had to find it. Send it to myself. Should I? What did Shenanigans thank you? Sunny, what did Shenanigans thank you for? Why did Shenanigans thank you for releasing DW clip? Was she told? Yeah, I believe that she was told that I was the one that released it or something like that. You know, and you know, not out to the public. I hadn't. So, you know, if people were trying to say that I did that, right, then of course they were just trying to take away from themselves. So yeah. It wasn't true. I didn't release it to the public. Share screen, messenger. Wolfie, 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 Wolfie. Hey, Wolfie, don't take any offense to this, okay? Okay, hold on. Is this it? Hold on.
I'm sorry for this morning.
Can you hear that?
Give me a minute. I was in a chat with Lana and with Lindsay, and she mentioned something about.
I'll leave it there, actually. Maybe I was remembering it longer in my head of his crying. Well, no, it was.
I'm sorry for this morning. Give me a minute.
Yeah, it's a 3.5 minute clip. You know, like listening to the full thing. Sorry, but it just made me fucking roll my eyes and be like, am I fucking really listening to this? Like, seriously, you fucking literally just accused me why you dropped the conversation and about it creating more drama, and you went off on me, and then you fucking want me to hear you cry and sniveling and apologizing and saying that it was an accident. No, not gonna happen. Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't play that, but Wolfie, maybe I should play it, Wolfie, a little bit of payback to you. Can't remember what. I'm sure. What was my message? I'm sure I had a message there, but whatever. All I remember was me saying, fuck you, go fuck yourself, you fucking liar. Well, he's the one that leaked this clip to the public, the Durwood first conversation. So I said to Lana, I didn't know at the time because there was 2 clips, right? So I said to Lana, well, did you release both of them? Because the second one has my phone number on it. And then she's like, second conversation? I'm like, yeah, I sent you 2. But, you know, obviously I don't want my phone number out there. I mean, if it happens, it happens. Whatever, it is what it is. Fucking, they got blocked for a reason, people. But, you know, the first part of the conversation I was calling in this second conversation here, I was calling the RCMP, and I was leaving a message. So I tried calling the Stellarton one. This person said it's not part of their thing. I was asking about Darin Geddes, as if he actually did come in, give a statement on there. And so, you know, I left my, name and phone number on there. So I was like, oh, great. So my fucking phone number's out there now. Okay. Well, is what it is if it happened. But, you know, obviously the trolls get pretty thick and they'll be calling and stuff like that. But anyways, so she was like, 2 conversations? And I'm like, yeah, you know, so apparently it was just the one. I don't know. The other one ever comes out, it comes out. But I mean, I'll be putting it out regardless. I've already played a portion of that second conversation out there on there. But yeah, so, but Wolfie was the one that shared it. And some people thought that it was me that had dropped the conversation. But, I had kept my promise to Darin, that I wasn't not going to be playing them public. But, as he said in the first one, you can play it later. It just was, just the clips I had. So now I think tonight, this is the appropriate time to, if the first one's out there, so be it. Don't care. Didn't bug me about that. It was the shadiness and the lying and the bullshit that gets to me, about it and stuff like that. So like I said, if you're going to drop it, don't act like it was an accident and try to sell me your bullshit. Okay. That's like fucking, I can understand if people pocket dial, but you're fucking dropping a clip, so fuck off with that shit. But anyway, so, since the first one's out and these clips, conversations were between me and Darin, I think it's only right that, with all Darin's talking and stuff that he's done, most of the stuff he's said out loud at some point of his talking and all that shit. So I don't really feel like it's, I feel like it's just, I guess, the time, might as well hear conversation 1 and conversation 2, and take from what they will. And, is what it is. If Darin wants to be pissy about it, well, why? Dude, you've been trashing me for how many months now, and I've still never played them, and stuff like that. Save a lung and go inside. Bring Jack and Lily home. Absolutely. You chain smoking? Damn, Grandos. I'm literally coming up to 6 hours. Whoa. I guess we can, if we broke this down, I'm still not even like a week. Even if I did an hour for a week, we're only at 6 days pretty much. Marie, I can burn one. Haven't said that in years. Let's see here. 1 second. Thanks, Anthony. Give me a second. I decided just for a minute that I took it down. 1 second. Had to stay.
Me.
Okay, let me see if I play here.
At times, and she called me back and she said, "Are you the guy I met over at Patty's there a few times?" And I said,
I'm just going to randomly go here about why.
Well, I said, I don't like the fact that you're using clickbait,
right.
But I said, you don't use quite as much of.
I was talking about Dolly there. Clickbait.
They're not to be freaked with. They're old, rough woodsmen, and there's especially one of them.
Right.
And I fought with them physically around when we were younger. And they're rugged bastards. But I'm going to tell you, I'm more scared. If I was going to get in a conflict, I'd rather get into it with 3 of them at a time than Janie, their mother, or their sister.
Right.
Because I'm telling you, she's one of those women, she's old-fashioned, she's hard, and she's true. And she'd blow a hole through you if you did win.
Where is that? Damn Grendel. Is that reverse psychology shit you're trying to use on me there?
too far with her so fast that unreal. And by the way, I've been where I lived. I've been asked to leave.
Really?
Yep. And when I went back to where my old home was in Foxbrook, where my exes and my sons are, my oldest son has grandkids, and he's been getting death threats, and he's been getting threats against the kids and that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And he just violently attacked me yesterday over it.
Really?
So I'm not permitted to live there. So now I'm homeless. I just packed up a bunch of stuff again this morning. I'm sitting here in my half-ton truck at Walmart with all my clothes and everything in my truck, and I don't know where to go.
Oh.
And it's because, and you know mainly who it's because of?
Who?
One woman, means, motive, and opportunity.
Oh, that psycho.
She said, she copied something I said, some stuff I said, and she told people on there, you look it up, she told people on there, there's something wrong with this guy. Oh, there's something wrong with this guy. And don't take this for 100% gospel, because my memory's getting shaky on little deals. I'm sure she said, this guy is so involved, I think he drove the vehicle that took the kids away.
Wow. Yeah, like crazy fucking lunatic.
Now, there's a lot of crazy lunatics listening to her.
Yeah. Well, no.
Now, there's people driving into the yard there in Foxbrook. And sitting in front of the house taking pictures right in the driveway. There's people harassing my young fellas. And I'm homeless.
So are you? So in saying that, then are you sure?
Yeah, it's called reverse psychology on there. So no, I'm not playing the clip. I should. That just creates even more drama. Isn't it enough that I fucking been picking on him most of the night?
Do you really want to go on any podcast at this moment?
It's got to be finished.
Yeah.
Okay, so that part, I guess. Yeah, I need to go through this because some of it's just, not worthy of.
And then, say, put them in hiding, and then not even at any point come forth at any point to admit to it. It's just crazy.
I'm there with you. I'm there. I've been fighting with her, trying to get her either to admit to it to the cops. But the reason I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah,
Sometimes I probably act like I have all the answers, but I don't.
I know.
And I don't have the answer. I don't have the answer to that one. She should have come out at least by the second day. She should have calmed down a little bit and told the truth, because she's standing in the middle of 160 searchers.
Remember, at this point, he's all about Malaya, talking to Janie, ironclad, all this stuff. And this is when he's off on his, Malaya she needs to, let people know that she's done this to the children, and hid them somewhere and stuff like that.
Dogs and helicopters and drones and mounted, Jesus Christ.
Right.
She should have opened her mouth then. And now it's on legal advice that she's not opening her mouth. And as far as I'm concerned, the lawyer is killing her.
Probably.
The lawyer, okay, you educate an idiot, you have an educated idiot. You train a monkey, you got a trained monkey.
Yeah. Well,
So those are answers my guess. But listen, I'm telling you, it's the truth, and I wish you'd start accepting it smoother, because you're gonna, when it does come out, that's what's going to come out.
It's not that I don't accept it. It's honestly, Darin, it's not that I'm not. Honestly.
And don't forget, you don't realize, nobody realizes how bad I hammered Daniel for the first 2.5 weeks of this.
Oh no.
I gave him a fuck of a hard time. I reamed him, and he hung in there for it.
He's telling me that basically I should succumb to his way of thinking. Things will go a lot smoother.
His own mother, do you know what, Jane, the first thing she told me? Well, the first thing she told me, I'm not fucking talking to you, why are you here? And I said, well, I'm Darin Geddes. I said, I've been talking, Daniel and I have been sort of conferring on this.
Yeah.
She said, I'll get him, but she said, I'm not.
July, August area is when this was. I know I could find out the actual, but it was It was July and August.
Not saying a word to you. I said, no, Janie. I said, you don't want to talk or don't. I said, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know what she really knew by that point other than what Daniel told me. And I wasn't pushing Janie at all. So Daniel and I sit down to have a talk. And like I told you, the point I wanted to clear up is if you knew the kids, if you knew Malay did something to the kids out the end of the driveway, why the fuck were you running through the woods?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, I wasn't really running through the woods that much. I just didn't want Malay to look like a liar.
Ooh. Whoops.
I said, holy fuck, Daniel.
Right.
And I know his stuff is spun around. I've given him shit for stuff coming up different, new stuff popping up. I've given him shit for that. But Daniel's not that fucking bright.
No.
And neither is Malaya.
No, they're not.
They're two. What would you say? I don't know. I don't want to insult them, but you got my idea.
Yeah, they're.
I was missing you for a long time, but I gotta go to sleep. Good night, DEA. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, the light doesn't go to the top of the Christmas tree. I get it.
No, they're a lot younger. They're a lot younger in their brains than they are.
Just quickly, sorry. The Joker is supposed to represent Darin and Daniel both, because to me they're both Jokers in all of this. Yeah, so that's exactly who it represents.
In their bodies.
Yeah.
I would say they're the equivalent of about 16-year-old kids right now. That's what they are.
What I don't understand though is, like I said, if the RCMP have this information,
yeah.
Like, I mean, there's like digital data. There's.
Oh, I know what I was going to tell you about the RCMP. That to explain. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go away. I know there's a lot of stuff. I know.
Well, that's all I was going to say. I just don't get that.
Okay, when Janie heard Daniel and I talking twice, right? And she pulled up a lawn chair and she looked me right in the face. She said, I don't want him saying anything to you that I don't want to hear. And I said, great, Janie, me neither. Great. Great. And I said, great. So Daniel was telling me stuff and Janie was disagreeing with him. They argue, they bicker constantly, Janie and Daniel. They bicker about anything. They bicker about how much toothpaste to put on a toothbrush. It's unbelievable. And I mean, they get mad at each other. The second time I was there, Janie looked at me and she said, do me a favor, big fella. I said, what's that? She said, beat the fuck out of him until he listens to me, will you? That's her son. And I said, well, Janie, I think I'll hold back on that. I'm a little too old for that. And I said, the young fella will probably give me a hell of a hard time. and that's the way Janie is.
No, DEA, this is still part of that second conversation. Like I said, that was probably around like the August area. So this is after basically he went on the attack on me, and then me and him talked again, and then so this is a second conversation. I think this one's like August. I want to say for this one, yeah. So it's mine and his conversation.
And that's really the way she is.
Yeah.
And I know that not from Janie, but I know that from my woman / landlord who I was renting a room off and being with. That's the woman that just asked me to leave, and I agreed with her. Things were getting. Which
her name was Frances, the one that asked him to leave. Something about Logan's boyfriend's grandmother, Logan's whatever. Okay, that's the person that he was seeing. Because Kent said to us, "Hey, I know who that is. Small world." Because he was like, "Yeah, I've known her for whatever. She's something about." Hospital or something like that, and that's how I kind of knew that information was because Kent knew who Frances was.
She was getting fucking. Her family's getting. Don't forget, Logan is her. Logan is her granddaughter.
Logan.
Okay, so there you go. Logan is the granddaughter. So we just said it. So Logan is the granddaughter of Frances, and he had a relationship with Frances, but also Darin says he's known the Martell and all that boys and all that stuff, right?
Is Janie's granddaughter?
No, Logan is my woman's granddaughter.
Oh, okay. That's
okay, yeah.
okay.
So of course,
Gotcha.
and there's other people like
Did you say that
my
in
woman's
Dolly?
kid. I don't even want to say her name. My woman's kids are very techie, and they've been screaming and yelling about the stuff on the online, on YouTube, and threats and everything coming in. And, I mean, they're putting pictures of my fucking house on there now. They have been the last while.
Oh, really?
And the address and all that stuff.
Oh,
Yeah. Now I went to with my. Listen, and people saying I never went to the cops. Fuck, I don't know, man. I went to major crimes. I went to the Stellarton cops, and I went to the Westville cops over this stuff, because major crimes would.
I gotta stop. I gotta read this. Fuck no. Fuck no. Okay? No. He's one of those little sensitive bitches that fucking causes drama. And then fucking, you, like I said, I'm not gonna play the message he sent to me, you know? But no, he can have a couple go fuck himself and his feelings and his fucking emotional outbursts. You know, that's some fucking bipolar ass shit going on when you fucking go off on people. Because it's not just me he's went off on. You know, when you go off on people and then and the next thing you know, you go into fucking tears. Heck no. You know, no. Console for the right people. Fucking poor Wolfie my ass. Yeah, sorry about that, Mary, but no.
Fucking, yeah, all right. Here's the best part of this one now, and you can believe it or not. I don't. I want you to believe it because it's true. That's the only reason I want you to believe it.
It's not that I don't believe you. Just please get it through your head. It's not that I don't believe you, Darin. It's not about that at all.
I think it's more like you almost can't believe me.
No.
More can't than don't. I really, that's the way I see.
It's not.
You know, and just to go back to this, okay? I don't need to play a clip to show you what a little dick fuck face he was on there. He knows what he said and blah, 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 blah. Tried to put the blame back on me. But it's not that I don't think that Wolfie doesn't care about Jack and Lily. But he puts himself in the middle of drama and causes it himself because he's got his fingers talking to everybody. Okay? Because he's so fucking involved in this case that it's ridiculous. Like, Wolfie probably talks to fucking 150 people. I wouldn't doubt. Okay? Not saying that his heart, you know, inner core isn't about Jack and Lily, you know, but he's one of those drama people to me, and that's why I stayed away from him. So, although he was in the chats and stuff, you know, I've stayed away from him. So, and it's because I knew he was just, you know, drama and stuff like that. But when you literally sit there and create your own disaster around you, you know, don't be fucking throwing me fake crocodile shit tears. You know, if people want to feel sorry for him, you know, but trust me, as content creators, you know, and the mix of people and stuff like that he's in and the shit, you know, like I said, he's willing to sell his soul to the devil to hand out information that he thinks he's doing in the name of Jack and Lily. You know, I'm sorry, I'm not into those type of drama people and shit like that. But again, like I said, don't sit there and fucking accuse me of fucking, you know, to take accountability for you dropping a fucking video and lying about it. Like, he was a little dick fuck in his message, little fuck face. But anyways, you know, but if you like him, that's fine, fair enough, you know. I'm just think that he's got so invested ridiculously in this case. And like I said, he'll give whoever information to whoever, right? As long as he feels like he's doing Jack and Lily the justice and whatever, you know, might be in a sick and, you know, mental health issues going on. We'll say that. Okay.
But that's just.
It's not that. Trust me. I
understand that we see things. Everybody sees things differently. So don't you worry about it, because I'm not worried.
Honestly, I just fight for Jack and Lily. That's it.
Right.
That's it.
That's what I'm trying to get. That's what I'm trying to get through.
That's
what I'm trying to get through. That's what I want to bust fucking Malaya for. Where are these kids?
Yeah.
Spit it out. Come on. And if you can't tell us where the kids are, for fuck's sake, tell us who you handed them off to.
Well, that's what.
So that I can.
sorry, you were talking about Janie, but then you were talking about the RCMP, and you said,
Here we go. But this George, after about, I was 3 weeks into this, actually closer to 4 weeks, I guess, and my timelines aren't perfect right down to the day or
Yeah,
the
I
hour,
know.
because there's been so much going on in my head and going on. But what Jordan, the head officer here for the major crimes unit, doesn't know, he gave Daniel his personal phone number right off the start. And he was just so fucking intent on nailing Daniel, which I can understand.
right,
He thought Daniel was a fucking child murderer. Fine and dandy.
Right.
Go after them, right?
yeah.
But what he didn't understand is once Daniel gained my trust, and I gained Daniel's trust, every time Daniel would call Jordan to report something, or every time Jordan would call Daniel to talk to him, I was sitting there fucking listening.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And the last few times, even Janie trusted me enough. Janie and I and Daniel sit and listen to what he was telling Daniel. Now, if you...
Hi, Lindsay. Well, that made me stop and laugh for a second. So obviously you're the Lindsay of the group that was in there. Yeah. Like I said, you know, probably best to change your name. I would say so.
You want to hear a bunch of schoolyard moron.
Yeah, you know, I'll just take this. Everything Sunny says is facts. Alana never meant for it to get out. Belinda introduced me, and Alana to Rob, and that's all I'm saying is that I know Lana didn't do it with the intent of, you know, trying to, like, she apologized, and I was like, it's all good. I mean, I get it. Okay. The same thing I was trying to do with DT and share a few of Haley's clips so that DT could have some insight into Malaya's actions and stuff like that. Right. And so the same thing I say for Lana is that it wasn't with ill intent towards me, but it was the fact of knowing that Rob Wolfie is in everyone's business, okay? And he will give all the information around. Nothing is secret and sacred, okay? So if you think it is, you can guarantee that it's not. Okay, but that's just the way he is, right? He thinks he's being, I get it, he thinks he's being totally helpful for Jack and Lily, and he thinks he's trying to, you know, do all this shit to help solve the case and whatever. But to me, that's definitely one of most of the untrustworthy people that you can have, is those ones that get so investedly involved, they'll sell their soul to anyone to think that they're doing the better of the good. So, yeah, I mean, you know, Rob was like, well, who threw me underneath the bus? Well, dude, I mean, do you honestly think that I wouldn't find out that you're the one that dropped and acted like it was a mistake and stuff like that? So how do you trust someone like that literally lies to you, tries to represent it that way? So Wolfie can go kick rocks, he can bawl all he wants, but he created his own shit, and he can have a cup of go fuck himself on that one. So, you know, yeah, I get it, you know, Rob to people, and like I said, totally invested way beyond normal people in the Jack and Lily case. But again, those are the most untrustworthy people as well, because no matter what information is out there, they're going to be sitting there sharing it behind your back every which way but loose, because they'll talk to everyone and anyone thinking that they're gathering the most important information and shit like that, and they're just way too invested, you know. And then when shit hits the fan, don't come crying to me. You know, not my problem, it's you problem.
There he is. Do you know what he told them? Do you know what he told us, me and Janie and Daniel sitting yesterday? Do you know what he told us?
What?
Daniel said, listen, Jordan, I'm telling you, Darin does know what he's doing. He does know a lot about this, and he knows what he's doing, and I trust him. Mm-hmm. He said, you don't trust this Darin Geddes guy. He said, I've been trying to verify for a week. I don't think he's even really related to the family.
Really?
Now, if they can't tell, oh, he was calling me down that I was nothing but a fucking loon and that I was looking for the reward. And listen, if the government of Canada wants to give me 150 grand in the end of this, do you think I'd turn it down? I'll take some of my income tax money back.
Yeah, right.
But at the same token, I've been in this for 5 fucking weeks before there was any reward offered. I never saw any reward coming.
I was gonna say, you were talking before the reward.
Oh, way before.
I know.
And not talking on social media way before and stuff like that. But I mean, I was
Yeah.
naming a lot of people in their family.
Wow.
Anyway,
If
that's
they're
what I
that
got
dumb.
to say. It's all Malaya's lies that started this. It's the incompetence of the RCMP that's keeping it going, and Cindy's in on it. Now that's all I was going to tell Dolly. And
Yeah.
I want you can write that down. If I don't get a hold of you online, write
Yeah.
that down for me right now. And
Okay. I'm gonna stop it there. I'll go through the rest of it. I'll play it out tomorrow in its entirety, but I will take out a few things that don't belong in it or don't need to be in it. Save the ears on some shit that doesn't. And no, Sadie, not put it in a hard position, really, at the end of the day. Again, if I put something out there, I have to be accountable for anything and stuff like that. It's a matter just of admitting it and stuff like that. I'm not here to play games. I'm not here to play into the drama of the Jack and Lily case. If there's information that's somewhat valuable to somebody in here, I get it. Again, remember, Darin can have all the theories he wants and stuff. What I'm looking for is some information that he's saying, from Janie or from Daniel and stuff like that. In my heart of hearts, I truly feel like Darin went into this with, putting his, self into it, hearing about this case, family and Tonto coming in, trying to figure it out. I believe the things that Darin is saying that Daniel said or Janie said and stuff like that, those are things I'm more likely to believe. Again, this was 6 or 7 months ago, like July and August, I believe it was, that he was talking to me. I don't feel any deception. What I feel is a person that, again, after going to speak with Janie and Daniel because of how the Brooks family was acting, deduced that that Malaya has these kids hidden and that he wants her basically just to fess up and all that stuff, right? And I just think that Darin, again, he just kind of believes what he believes for a while until something happens that it changes, goes off on people and stuff like that. I mean, like I said, Darin, he likes to talk. And he even now, right? It's kind of like Daniel. Whenever they see their names mentioned or hear it, they want to be part of it. It's like they like hearing the sound of their own voices or whatever going off. But again, I just want to listen to the things that I deem as important in any of this. And I'm going to listen to Darin, even if I wasn't agreeing with what he was thinking about what happened to Jack and Lily, right? I mean, obviously people have seen him lash out, at content creators, myself included, and stuff like that. Again, that stuff doesn't bug me. Darin can post my name until he's blue in the face if it makes him feel better. Is that going to help Jack and Lily, by doing that stuff? No, but it's the information within the conversation, however somebody wants to take it. So I do believe that Janie, that part of the alibi, in my opinion, like we heard at the start of this recording, was Jack was babbling, according to Janie, according to Darin saying that Janie said it, that Jack was babbling, Lily was screaming, and Malaya was hushing the kids. And I think that was simply a bullshit to project that Jack and Lily were still alive at this point, when I personally believe it was an absolute cover up, that it didn't happen. But that's what Janie was saying. But then obviously we saw Janie backtrack on DT's show, right? As she was fucking crawling back up her fucking pussy, sitting there acting like she didn't say that to Belinda, and that wasn't true, right? And the thing is that because she probably backtracked on it, some of the stuff of saying that, And she just wanted it to be left as at hearing the kids, not the rest of the bullshit that they were trying to portray as part of this alibi about the kids being alive and stuff at this point, you know. So that stuff I believe. I believe that Janie said that to Darin. Absolutely. And but you guys only mostly heard about the hushing part, right? And so again, to me, it's just trying to put logical sense together. My little has been saved. Mm. Little baby Meadow. You know, out of all of this, to watch cases like this transpire into this world of BS and craziness, it's sad because out of all of this, it was about 3 children that deserve to be children, deserve to be loved and cared about. And now Meadow, of course, will have to grow up knowing that all this shit is revolving around her 2 siblings. And that these 2 siblings are, you know, she's going to have to grow up with this, you know, and it's sad. It's just sad that because of lies and deceit and bullshit and all that stuff, that children's lives are literally taken away or ruined. You know, that's what makes it sad. You know, I don't feel sorry for Daniel. I don't feel sorry for Malaya. On this one, again, if we took Jack and Lily out of the equation, I'd still think that Daniel was a piece of shit, and I'd have a lot more empathy for Malaya being in an abusive situation. But because this is about 2 children missing and not about themselves, you know, whatever fuck ups they have done and then whatever shit has happened, and whatever lies and bullshit that they want to tell, that's their lives to live. You know, that's their consequences to take, you know. But Jack and Lily deserve the answers to what happened. You know, the public wants to know what happened to Jack and Lily. And Jack and Lily deserve to have our voices. It's that simple. You know, Meadow does not deserve to grow up with either of these 2 people. You know, we'll see how that all plays out, you know, as that comes with the case. But I do not see Daniel or Malaya getting custody at all of Meadow, at all. You know, and it's sad. It's sad to even think about that. You know, Daniel sits there acting like he's the proud father of Meadow in his pictures. You know, Malaya fucking baking cupcakes, you know, with Meadow on Jack's birthday and stuff like that, you know, instead of being at the vigil for her son, you know, and crap like that, you know. And it's like, yeah, what about, hey, Jack and Lily? What about Jack and Lily? You know, and like I said, they're all sitting there like, you know, like I said, best fucking prodigal parents in the world. No, These children deserve so much more. You know? Like I said, you know, like who the fuck thinks to get in a relationship? Fucked up people do. Fucked up people that probably know the truth think about getting into relationships. Right, Daniel? Right, Malaya? Right? Like, why not continuously keep going down fucked up bullshit? You know, 2 children are missing, but who the fuck cares? You know, I'm gonna sit there and get into a relationship at the very beginnings of when Jack and Lily are missing. You fucked up individuals, you. Fuck off. Absolutely. You know, again, Wolfies of the world, you know, Lori McFucknut of the world, you know, Cindy Beavers of the world and stuff like that. Those people at the end of the day don't matter to me. They can think that they're doing the world of good for the Jack and Lily case and stuff like that. You know, get into all the drama, get into all the bullshit and stuff like that. I like to stay as close to the truth as we can, you know, with the RCMP family members talking, news outlets getting information, them giving interviews, and just seeing it for what we see, not getting, you know, entangled in these webs of a bunch of BS of information coming out and stuff like that. And I really don't think that there's like the stuff that we're going to find out. Like, I really don't think that there's this big amount of information. Daniel has, laid his plot, in a sense, laid his grave with who he is as a person. Malaya has shown every sign of a mother that's doing the opposite of what you would think would be done, plus the BS, not the interview and stuff like that. Again, they make their beds, they can lie in them. As long as Jack and Lily get the truth out of all of this and answers for the community, for Jack and Lily, for the family members, that's what I care about, right? And I'm just trying to always look at what's realistic. And I think most of you guys, most of you, not everyone, but most of you, do believe that Jack and Lily are no longer with us and that there's family involvement, in most people's opinions, and I don't think that you're wrong. I don't think that we're wrong. I think that the time has shown even more and more how right we probably are, but only when an arrest or anything's made is we'll, hopefully see the truth of, at least most of the truth of what happened with Jack and Lily. And so any of the drama shit that people are trying to intertwine in this is BS. I think just visually, from Daniel's talking, from Malaya's actions and her words of talking, I think that it's, if it's pretty clear what's going on here, to be honest with you. It's following every other case that's drugs, money, relationship, jealousy, and stuff going on. But one day we'll hopefully hear the truth here. Not sure when, but I believe the truth will come out for Jack and Lily. Just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. Yeah. Oh, that was just about the audio for the Durwood conversation, right? It was, I believe her when she says that they were listening to it, trying to see if there was something they missed. And this is kind of for the people more so that believe that more so that Darin had something to do with the disappearance or is somewhat involved with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Again, I can understand a lot of reasons what makes Darin look suspicious that way, and stuff like that. I can understand it, but is it realistic to me? But I can understand people thinking, because there's a lot of oddities of, what he said about them being that he 100%, 1,000% clad, knows exactly where they were, that they're being taken care of, who's taking care of them, and all that stuff. I can understand why people would think that maybe Darin's really the one that's involved in all of this. But I can understand it. But I think when we logically look at this case, I think that the most, again, Occam's razor, the most truth to the line of what happened to Jack and Lily is going to be parental involvement, that the children aren't alive, is the most likely case for these children, for these type of cases. So it's going with the grain of salt, with the grain. That, again, go watch interrogation videos about family involvement with cases, and it's so high on the list that this has all the attributes of something happened to Jack and Lily, and the people on the property have the knowledge. Again, it just falls in line with, I hate to say typical cases, because this to me will be a typical case to fall into the category of what happened to Jack and Lily, as disgusting and sad and as that is. But on the level of berserk and ridiculousness of how we've watched this case played out, mostly due to Daniel, because Daniel just cannot shut up and he's such a narcissist. But that's fine. I mean, again, if it wasn't for Daniel acting Daniel, if it wasn't for Darin, saying his shit, a lot of the information we couldn't have gotten, you know. I mean, I've been lucky enough, like I said on this channel, to have talked to multiple people from the family members or Darin, Malaya and Messenger and stuff like that. And, to try to get some answers in between, because that's all it's ever been about. Just trying to see where the truth lies, how is Malaya acting? We don't hear about Malaya too much. So, right. So obviously, at the time it was like, Haley, like, how do you feel? Like, do you feel like the kids disappeared? Do you think that they're alive or whatever? Now, near the starting of the conversation, she's like, I don't know, Sonny. Like, I don't know. Malaya is sticking to her story. She hasn't changed it. But, but obviously too, Haley had those feelings of like, what the fuck is going on? She's getting up. She's getting ready to go out and stuff like that. And what about fucking Jack and Lily? Right. And again, just like her thoughts, then she would have her thoughts change along the way, and now it's like, at what point do you kind of get sick and tired of Daniel's and Malaya's BS, and the lack of searching and the lack of making it about Jack and Lily, like just making it about Jack and Lily. We've saw Daniel and Janie try to talk about themselves, about how they're victims in a sense, and are having to deal with it. And you very rarely see it being mentioned about the true meaning behind why they're talking for Jack and Lily, because it's not there. They're too busy trying to justify their emotions, their non-searching, their BS and stuff like that. And it's ridiculous to watch from an outsider looking in. It's ridiculous. I mean, yeah. I mean, he's, by the way, Marie, I mean, he says it in the audio piece of even that same audio I played, about him dropping it. But he said, was like, Sonny, this is what happened. It was in my pocket and whatever. And I guess I sent it somehow and blah. Shut up. Right? Rob is Wolfie. But anyways, whatever. Rob could take a piss on me all he wants, but I would suggest he back down, because I'll fucking win any fucking bullshit that he wants to put out there about me. If he's going to try to sit there and try to take away from his own accountability about, leaking it and then bullshitting and stuff like that. So, I would say that Rob's best to stay away from it for sure. Take his licks and his fucking wounds and fuck off. Most of the time with my conditions, as well as my brain works, my brain's a nighttime brain as well, chronic insomnia. So that's how I got interested. No other has touched me like this one. Yeah, this case has touched a lot of people. Certain cases, they just gravitate, right? Same reason why I'm covering it, right? You hear about, and whenever there's mystery to a case, Right. Oh, right. But it was shared, right? But it was shared as well, right? Because I knew when somebody else sent me a message on my regular phone that said, "Hi, Sonny," and you know who you are. I knew exactly what this was like. Once I knew that the clip was dropped, this person hasn't reached out to me in forever. And so when I saw that, it only took me a second to put 2 plus 2 together. And but yeah, so he shared it, right? Like I said, with other people. How do you think, because again, he shared it to someone that's name starts with J, and to others and stuff like that. AB got hold of it, obviously Shanann, and stuff like that, because of Wolfie's actions, right? And that would have been fine. Not really. I still would have barely talked to you because I think that you're a drama bitch. But just take ownership of that and don't sit there and fucking lie and then hand it out left, right, and center to other people and then accuse me of causing the drama, you little bitch. Fuck off with that shit. On there. There's a reason people are upset. I'm not following. What's the significance of this, though? What's the significance of what? She was raking for a reason, and I don't think it had... Yeah, the whole Reiki thing, fucking Reiki, Janie. Honestly, I think the raking that she's claiming was a pool. If anything, I truly kind of feel like the whole Reiki thing was about covering up vehicle movement tracks under the pretense of that she was raking for a pool for the kids. And so I think it was maybe really about footprints that, from that night, vehicle tracks in the driveway and stuff like that. I really think that part is about trying to make it look like an innocent pool was being put there, but it's weird, right? It's weird. It went from potholes to, oh no, it's when the water runs down the drain, they weren't actually potholes. Then it comes to a pool, right? So there's a reason for the lying about the pool. I think it's to do with all the cover of the ass. That's all I think about it. And I think that, like when Darin said it in that conversation, I think that when Janie sat there and basically said, if you're going to talk to Daniel, then I'm going to hear it. Yeah, right? I bet she did. Right? Got to stay close to Daniel, right? On there. Because I gotta, see what Daniel says. Like Jenny, right? They got to keep the script. Hi, Phantom. Yeah. Another stupid lie, and this is maybe just because Daniel just tells so many. Another. Okay, we'll call it an inconsistency. Is when Daniel said that the fence was already built, and I also had pointed out, even though I didn't do a live on it, but I think Shanann said she talked about it as well, is when DT asked Daniel, like, was the gate open or closed? And he's like, I don't really know. I don't really remember, Daniel. There was no fucking gate. Okay. The gate wasn't built. Right. The gate wasn't built. But Daniel, again, he's telling so many lies. So we all know from aerial footage that fence was not built. But Daniel had stated months ago that the gate was already, like, that the fence was finished before the kids disappeared. This is how stupid this man is. He doesn't remember his own BS because he doesn't remember the shit that he says and then contradicts himself. Okay. So when DT asked him, and then this is how much DT does not know about the case still, right? DT could not fathom the fact that he didn't feel like he needed all that information. DT had no clue about the fence and anything like that because, DT got upset and said basically that almost like as if me and Charmaine and whoever, or Belinda or whatever, are taking him for as if he doesn't know anything, you know. And this is where now, in hindsight, I look at his ego. Is that when you're following a case from the beginning and you have all the ins and outs and every pretty much detail that's gone on, and then somebody comes into it like a month and a half or whatever later, okay? DT couldn't even tell you about the fucking fence as if it was built or not, okay? But to someone like us that follows it from the start, we know that that damn fence was not finished. So when he asked Daniel Martell about that fence, if it was open or closed, okay, fucking DT, there wasn't a gate built. Just go look at the pictures. But that's what I'm saying. Your ego precedes you on there. You think you don't have to know certain shit. But anyone following the case from the beginning already knew that there was no damn gate on that fence and it wasn't built, right? But DT couldn't call him out on that because DT had no clue about the fence, right? And that's what Belinda and myself was trying to say, is like when Belinda said, DT really needs to go to the start. Well, DT didn't feel like he needed to go to the start. He figured he had enough information himself. But it's those details like that matter, because I knew right away as soon as I heard DT say that to Daniel, and Daniel answered back, what the fuck gate? There's no gate. And Daniel, that fence wasn't built before the kids disappeared, because like I said, you're so used to lying, you don't remember your own shit. But those things matter in a sense, right? So how do you call somebody out if you don't even know the facts about the property and what it even looked like? And you're this far into it when you're asking Daniel about this, and you still don't even know what that yard looked like, only because I'm just seeing this quickly. You know what? He can have a cup of go fuck himself. That's all I care about. Marie, not Sunny's fault at all. That's why I outed myself in chat. She's speaking the truth, simple on this. You know what? No. Bottom line is, the thing is that from it being my fault, I will take full responsibility that I sent it to Lana and that I sent it to a third party. So I risk the fact that those could get out there. Okay. So I do take accountability for that. But what I won't take accountability for is Wolfie being a bold-faced fucking liar and then twisting the shit back on me, and trying to hide behind the fact that he was releasing it to people and literally sitting there accusing me of causing the drama and that clip to be dropped because I shouldn't have put it out there in the first place. Like I said, you can't get away with that bullshit with me and try to twist it and try to put it back on me about fucking dropping the clip. That part, no, and then he tried to twist that shit on me. No, have a go cup of fuck himself on that, So, like I said, I didn't release it publicly. Wolfie released it publicly. And that, again, the fact that it's out there, or the fact, I don't care. I don't care. It was, again, this is like 6 to 7 month old conversations. Okay. Now that the first one's out, hey, and I thought that the second one was out too, I'm thinking, well, hey, if no one played that, might as well play it for you guys as well then. I think it's about that time anyway, since, like I said, they're going to put out the one, you might as well have the freaking 1 and 2 then of the conversation about the thought process, about what Darin was saying. I think that there's some vital information in there, right? To what Daniel has been trying to say and Janie's bullshit and lies and stuff, or what we deem it's third party information regardless, right? So, but you still take it and you still go, while the timeline sounds like bullshit, Janie's hearing the kids that morning sounds like bullshit to the people that are actually in agreement with this, to the people that aren't and have their own thoughts. And Daniel, like kind of like fucking free Brittany type of shit, like free Daniel from all his BS, I still believe him, and blah, 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 blah. Like there's people out there that I don't know how, Okay. Because they must have rocks in their brains. But I don't know how anyone, regardless of Jack and Lily missing, can listen to a fuckface like Daniel and still sit there and believe in that dude about who he is as a person. He's a douche. He's a piece of shit. He's a narcissist, right? He's a fucking liar. He's a manipulator. Tries to be deceptive and all that shit. That shit's clear as day. You don't need 2 missing kids to see that. But because of 2 missing kids, that's the person we see. And anyone that would put themselves in a position in this case and whatever to go around, like I said, Taylor and I still talk to this day, right? And obviously she knows it's fucked up to have involved herself, with Daniel. But for all these people thinking that it almost reminds me of JLR, right? It's like you're literally which is fine. I mean, JLR, whatever, I guess after all his lies and scams throughout and ripping people off and spending over 10 years in prison and stuff like that and whatever, that's like people that just blast him with money and be like, you're the greatest JLR, you're this and you're that. Some people can have redemptions in their life. Absolutely. But that's what it reminds me of with Daniel. So here you have to me, a big piece of shit right in our face because he has clearly showed that about himself, about who he is. And people are like, oh, poor Daniel. People are treating him badly. What fucking planet did you get dropped on your head off of? Like, you tell me that you would want your daughter dating that fucking person? Like, this is how sometimes people are so fucked up, but yet they are, right? Because they literally live on a whole different playing field in their brain than the logical thinker. And instead of, again, seeing a piece of shit for what they are, most people would clear fucking away from a personality like Daniel. But no, these little suckers go in and be like, I don't think Daniel's that bad. I think he's kind of a good person, actually. I think he's misunderstood. The black eyes, don't worry about that, guys. No. That was Lily or Jack's fault. They bumped into a doorknob. Absolutely. I mean, Jack getting strapped into a car seat, getting as punishment and stuff like that, right? But Daniel's a good guy. So is Malaya for allowing it to happen. But yeah, so in what world that we live in that you would literally go, you know what, daughter? That Daniel, what? He's a good one. He's a keeper. You know what? Why don't you go date him? Because he's such a fat. Like, fuck, what world do we live in? Seriously. That people can make sense out of a piece of shit and feel sorry for them. Okay. Yeah. Fucked up people is who? The people that fucking don't know how to use this. The people that are so fucking mentally deranged up here to think that, you know what? But with me, Daniel's different. Yeah. He's not going to make me take away all my friends. Fuck off. Like, I don't get that. Okay. Sorry if I'm offending anybody on this one, but I don't get it. Right? Go ahead. Go get abused. Type of thing. Go get fucking controlled and manipulated. Go ahead. Because Daniel's so great. So that's just my personal thoughts. So if Tracy's of the world want to believe Daniel's, innocent, I'm taking away Jack and Lily here. I'm looking at the piece of shit for the piece of shit that he is in a normal, setting. And Daniel has proven himself through his own words, So in what world is that? Is it normal to stick up for someone like that? Yeah, because you're probably the person that feels that way is probably pretty fucked up themselves. Has fucking emotional issues and shit going on. It's just in my mind. I just can't believe that some of these people exist that walk on this planet, and that they were the strongest sperm that made it to the egg. And you're just like, what the fuck? Common sense is not a flower that grows in everyone's garden. Absolutely. What about Janie's garden? You know, Janie's boyfriend's garden, where that big ass dildo was in her cupboard, old mother fucking cupboard, granny cupboard. Was hiding a dildo and I can make fun of that because Janie's the one that's like, well, it's not like I was hiding a dildo in there or whatever, sex toys or dildo. Janie, come on now. We know that that's probably your secret boyfriend is that big black dick on there. Bullshit. Can someone fill me in on why it's a big deal? This got leaked. No, it's not a big deal about why it got leaked. It's about how it was leaked and lying bullshit behind it. That's the part. It's about people being underhanded and shady and shit. Oh, yeah. Don't even fucking, Daniel. Yeah. You know what? Go to Daniel. He's such a great guy. You know what? Why don't you just ask him for some of his meth? Why don't you just smoke up with him? Fuck up your brain even more. Oh, yeah. Daniel has no respect for women at all. No. He just likes to fuck them and sit there and control them. Uses, I guess you would say that coercive control and stuff like that. Right? And he wants to use his sexual deviant fucking twisted shit on them. Like, seriously. I even hate to think about that. It makes me puke. Ugh, to be honest with you. Yeah, gaslighting and arrogant. Why do you think he went on DT show? Wouldn't go on other people's female shows and stuff like that, right? Fucking two narcs meet, stroke each other's freaking own egos and stuff like that. Why do you think he went on DT show? Right? Like I said, it was almost like the perfect match. Yeah, exactly. Inferiority complex, absolutely. And that's what it boils down to. It's all it boils down to. When you see a little rat, like, okay, just visually, I picture Daniel for some reason with a small pecker. Maybe not. I could be wrong. But that's how I'm picturing it. So I see the rat, the little pecker, and how the fuck he gets women? I don't get it. So you must have very low self-esteem yourself in order to even be with this insignificant piece of shit. And I get it. Like I said, Taylor, full well. Somebody that has their own issues and stuff going on and, can associate with someone like Daniel, tries to play the game of trying to get information and ends up sleeping with the dude. Come to find out, some very nice, pretty things about Daniel, the way he talks, the R word, the bruises that he had put on Taylor, not the ones that she had faked for, to try to manipulate Daniel there, but the actual bruises from, the way, like I said, just he's a sexual deviant. Okay? Makes you wonder about Jack and Lily, doesn't it? Truly makes you wonder about Jack and Lily. Was there any sexual abuse going on there? Makes you wonder, because he seems to have a huge issue. Like a sex addict. Someone that's like one of those dark deviants, not the soft, loving, touchy. It's like a dark, right? It's crazy to think about. Ugh. The whole shit. Yeah, we're coming up to 7 hours here. That's what happens when I don't do a live for a few weeks. Oh, it's 12:22 my time. My God. wakey, wakey, shake and bakey on the Nova Scotia side. Stuff like that. Long term makes you it impotent. Yeah. I no idea what meth does, to the doohickey down there. No idea. Okay. All right. I'm babbled way too much this live at the end here. Well, I mean, which is fine. I don't care. Last couple hours have just been more like chilling out and saying my shit. We're still here. Sunny's getting tired. Sunny gets tired. She even wants to talk more. The crown is a formal name for the government in a court. Absolutely. You're live. Yeah, I just seen this, and a big thank you to Ben for the membership. Yeah. Love Ben. He's more than just that, Sunny. And yep, I've been at those, thoughts for a while now. Flicked the light on to check if they were asleep. I believe that's just not what his motives were. Again, we can only guess what possibly could have been going on in that home. Don't know what Daniel did or didn't do. Were Lily and Jack the products of something sinister and sick and twisted like that? Well, like I said, and I mean, it's hard not to think about, based on everything really about Daniel, to be honest with you. It's hard not to think about. Shit like this happens to children all the time from parents, right? And then you throw in drugs into the mixture and all that shit, makes you wonder where the truth lies. You think, I know, that's what probably makes me laugh the most, is that I actually think he thinks he's a stud muffin. And I'm like, you're more like a rat, but it's those insecurities, those egos, right? They're self-inflated. So he actually believes, and the thing is that there's women out there that are, like I said, that are going to fall for his shit. And you're just like, what planet are you coming off of? But that's what makes it kind of comical in a way, because I think Daniel, even though he's insecure, it's the fact that some weird fucking twisted people fucking fall for his shit. And that makes them fucking sick and twisted too, to me. If you're gonna get into any relationship, with 2 children missing, and we learn so much about Jack and Lily and the household and stuff like that. What the fuck is wrong with this world? When this becomes this is normal? No. Not in my lifetime, it won't be. No. But again, it just stems from insecurities, trying to self-inflate, become something that you're not. And Daniel is not a fucking 10. He's not a 7. He's not a 6. Maybe a 6, maybe a 5 to some people, and stuff like that. But he comes off like he's, like he's some sort of stud muffin, when really he's just a little boy with insecurities and insignificant, in his life. So he has to portray to be something that he's not. He's so full of himself. And that's why he portrays that he's the hero of everything. Isn't that funny? I guess maybe his mom made him feel like a 0. So he had to, be like, I'm the greatest. I almost died for Lily and Jack twice. Wait, now that's 3 times. I had to do everything for them. I did this. There's Janie, right? He's probably, Daniel, oh, but yeah, Daniel, he's the one that cooked for the kids. He did everything. My precious little boy. Meanwhile, Daniel, shut the fuck up. Daniel, you talk too much. Yeah. Um, well, that's facts right there, you know. But again, I think it just is it the simplest thing is still is. Do you believe that children something happened to them from the people on the home to the fact that Jack and Lily aren't alive or to the fact that they were taken off the property and then hidden somewhere, right? If you peel away all the bullshit, it just really becomes, well, okay, is it this? Is it kind of A? Is it B? Is it C? Some random person abducted them and never to be seen again. Did they wander off into the, big mushrooms, in the field, in the forest, and, get lost and stuff like that? Wandered off through a blanket into the air, and stuff like that, right? So if you take away from all the BS in the middle, it's just where do you feel like this case lies for you, right? And then the answers are amongst the bullshit. And I think that the answers are there with what's not being said and with what has been said. So I think that Malaya, for instance, not saying anything about Jack and Lily in the interview and constantly trying to make it seem like they were talkative, that people would just swoop them up in a second because they're so talkative type of thing. I think that's, like I said, what she's not saying says a lot. And what Daniel has said and his inconsistencies has said a lot. And then it just becomes about, I believe family involvement, say, in my opinion, to Jack and Lily being deceased. What happened in the middle? Well, some of it has to be true. And other shit is just BS. So, like I said, I believe that Janie did say that Jack was babbling to Darin. And then Janie tried to omit even the hushing part of it all, right? But I think that myself, just looking at it, that I'm just taking that information and then I'm just saying, hey, do we actually believe that Jack and Lily were heard by Janie? No, it just seems like an inserted bunch of BS to project that Jack and Lily, right? So because I believe that it's family involvement and that the children are deceased. Okay, so what could have happened? What was truly the answers? Well, it's only guesswork, obviously, but it's guesswork based upon the information from them. And again, if they're gonna lie or tell BS stories or they're gonna act certain ways, then it's not hard to kind of try to put a puzzle piece together, but still knowing that the point A to point B is the scenario, probably what happened. And the rest of it just becomes trying to figure out the purpose, what happened to Jack and Lily. Was there an argument? Did Daniel by chance allegedly take the children, suffocate them? Did he try, of revenge to Malaya that's going to leave them? Like, what's the story part? Don't know. But I believe that that's what happened. That the jealousy, the money, especially Daniel's jealousy, whatever culpable thing Malaya is part of with Jack and Lily, that's all part of it. And that's why this happened. And that's why I believe Jack and Lily are deceased, So it's just waiting for the answers from RCMP and the true story behind what, happened to Jack and Lily. And hopefully we'll get those answers, Do you know how to get a copy of the full documents that were released to date to the case? Well, first of all, I've released documents from August for people. So if you do want those, you don't have to email me. Was there a document drop today the other day? No, it was, as far as I know from my source, is that it was just that there was no updated, like maybe they're out there, but I don't think so. It was just what Daphne had sent us, that the unredacteds, and that was confirmed by source, that those were the things that were put out, that it wasn't actually a bunch of documents again, that this is the stuff that was lifted, right? So I'm sure there probably is a copy within the courthouse and stuff like that, perhaps, with that some of the stuff being removed, or maybe there wasn't. Maybe it was too trivial. They didn't release that again. I think I've already said, yeah. Um, Good night, Madagascar. Madagascar. Um, I'm in Cumberland County. No salting here yet. Cumberland. Is Cumberland County. I'm not sure where that is. One second. So yeah, bottom line is, in my personal opinion, I think that what happened, whoever I'm answering back to, whoever asked that, was that the relationship, the buildup, the fights, the arguments, Malaya leaving. I think Malaya trying to leave Daniel is my possible theory about it all, right? And that something happened, obviously, whether it was drugs, whether, for all we know, um, it could be the fact of Malaya and Daniel having absolute knowledge. It could be that maybe Malaya is culpable of giving the children something, that ended their lives by accident. Perhaps, some sedatives, or if they were it could have been that. And that Daniel is always trying to protect Malaya, but why would he blame Malaya for hiding the kids? Was that a story? Like, that doesn't make sense, because but then Daniel always says, well, Malaya didn't have anything to do with it. And yet, in his own words, he'll say Malaya had everything to do with it, right? And again, that's just pure ass lying. That means that that when there's lying going on in a case, it's because there's something to hide. So I don't know the full involvement of Malaya or Daniel in the situation, but what I do believe is that between the two of them, this situation that happened with Jack and Lily is because of this relationship that was toxic, detrimental, and it ended up resulting in something bad happening to Jack and Lily. And then a bunch of bullshit alibi stuff coming. And then, but that Jack and Lily are no longer with us. So the gist of it is somewhere, wherever the truth lies, between Daniel and Malaya and Janie, because Janie obviously being on the property, I think Janie is covering up for her son. Possibly all three of them together combined are trying to BS us, and that's what I believe. Does it make it true? No, but it's a very likely factor. Out of any factor in there, it would be the most likely scenario, because, again, cases go down a certain route, and the most common thing that happens is family involvement to children. They try to cover up, they try to make alibis, whatever. Now, just because there hasn't been any sort of criminal, they deem us as criminal and stuff like that. Again, they keep dropping words. I think, again, it becomes about evidence. It becomes about, you got one kick at the bucket to get it right? I mean, everyone knows that. Everyone should know that in the law, that, you don't want anyone to walk free that has any involvement, right? You want to have hard, good charges brought against anyone that has involvement. So to me, it's kind of like,
although we might think that something's or they're portraying, this of a missing persons investigation. In my personal opinion, this is far from a missing persons of children of Jack and Lily, and a criminal aspect to this. Absolutely, So, we'll see how it all plays out. Like I said, I'm not claiming to have all the answers. It's just my own personal thoughts from what I'm seeing, from what it's logical, from what makes sense, from what typically happens in situations of violence, drugs, money issues, jealousy, right? It's a typical scenario that happens, right? And so in my head, I don't know, I just see that Daniel's jealousy, Malaya wanting to leave him, rage happening. There was an argument, whatever you want to call it, that night. And I think that it led to the demise of Jack and Lily, and I think that definitely the truth is not being told. Well, the truth isn't being told by them. It's not. It's simple. You can see it. You don't need a fucking diploma to see when people are bullshitting. He's for one case studies in psychiatric books. Him and Janie would love to see a thorough evaluation done on them. And still, I mean, doesn't it really make you wonder that Janie, out of all people that heard the kids, that Janie couldn't fucking take a polygraph test and shit like that? I don't see that as, because of a heart condition and all that shit. No. Janie's fucking probably fucking wired, all over the map. But isn't it just ironic that out of all this case, right? There's a lot of ironic things, but that Janie's the person that somehow she has a medical condition where she can't, her polygraph test isn't going to be, trusting because, of whatever, probably fucking her nervous system shot in before this case even happened, to be honest with you, but it's just all ironic that the person that claims to have heard them is the person that can't have a polygraph done. Okay. Sunny is going to end this live on there. So just for these people, so we'll put Jack and Lily back up here too, just so that this can be in front. Missed you, Sunny. Really glad to member for 6 months. For my babies are my ones. Charmaine, 37 months as a member. I love you, Charmaine. And Christine, 6 months member. Cheryl became a member, and Carp became a new member, and Shannon did a super sticker for $10, and Kai came a member, and just the facts, ma'am, from all of us here. That's supposed to be a heart. I think it's must be on an Android phone. You, Sunny, I think DG is full of shit. Thank you very much. Just the facts. Ben gifted 10 memberships to people. So again, love Ben. Such a great person, great mod. And he gifted out 10 memberships. So for all those people that got that, I like to always think of that as paying it forward. Support the channel. It does, helps. And it gives people, again, to use the emojis, to not have to deal with slow modes and stuff like that. So Ben, thank you for splurging on this. And then Tatal became a member as well. So just make sure I give you guys some shout outs and thank you guys very much for being here. And with that being said, again, I will play the audio clip tomorrow in its entirety. I'm going to take out a few things that probably don't need to be in there, just to make it a little bit shorter to
stick to things that matter and stuff like that. But other than that, you guys, we hit over 7 hours. Crazy. Call me crazy. But anyways, you guys, stay blessed. Thank you very much. If you haven't hit that like for Jack and Lily, please do so. Remember, that's what counts the most is Jack and Lily. The drama shit and stuff like that. Maybe I created a little bit with Wolfie tonight, and guess what? I don't care. Sometimes, like I said, if you fucking play both ends of the stick and you want to play with fire, sometimes it comes back to bite you in the ass. Anyways, the Sunny-thon. All right, tempering. The Sunny-thon. Good night, everyone. Thank you again for being here. And replay throughout the day. Hugs. Yeah, that's a good one, right? People are going to be sitting there going, oh, fuck. I ain't listen to I better listen to Sunny on like fucking 5-speed. Anyways, thank you guys. Anyways, I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what time because my husband asked me if I wanted to go to Derby Reach because you guys, we don't have snow here. We haven't seen snow, okay, in the Vancouver area. And so it's been sunny and decently warm, like 9 degrees or whatever. But it's like blue skies today when I wake up and yesterday and stuff like that. So, gotta love BC for that stuff. Don't have any of the white shit. Don't want the white shit. Keep the white shit to yourselves. Shannon, again, thank you so much. Prayers to you on that one. And good night, you guys. All right. So with that being said, prayers for Jack and Lily. Prayers that answers come soon. Just answers. Give us answers. Let us move forward with this case. Please, let's say all these big prayers for Jack and Lily. Answers, please, please, please. Pray for Jack and Lily that answers come sooner than later for them. Simple as that. And let's see, video file. Let's see here. Where is it? Oh, I think it's here. Okay, here we go.
In the woods where shadows lay,
Thank you, gracious.
Jack and Lily went to play. On a rainy May afternoon, now we whisper hope's soft tune. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay.
Good night.
With every prayer we send your way. Hundreds gathered, hearts so strong, searching deep where they've been wrong. Through the trees and storms they roam, wishing every child came home. Fatigued but fierce they won't give in. For every soul we search within. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send away. We'll keep the hope alive today. In the silence, love will lead the way.
All right. All right. Bless everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you so much for sticking with me.
Please help bring us home.